Good morning. Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 2 for the additional round of hearings for Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Jackson and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of water, housing, homelessness, mental health and youth. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today, however it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you all for making the time to give evidence today. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Ms McKernan has not yet appeared before this committee for budget estimates and will need to be sworn this morning. Could you please come to the microphone, state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Catherine McKernan. Did I need to say my title too? Is that right? Yeah, New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 with a 15-minute break at 11 o'clock. In the afternoon, we'll hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions only, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. And we're beginning today with questions from the crossbench. Minister, 2 patients who absconded from Cumberland Hospital within 24 hours caused the deaths of 3 people. Staff representatives at Cumberland Hospital have said that they are under-resourced and have been requesting additional nursing and security staff. Why weren't those requests met?
Well, I of course would like to start by extending our deepest condolences to the families of the people who did die. I have reached out to and spoken to a number of them privately and also extended those condolences to them directly. Well, I mean, I would say a couple of things. There are a series of reviews and investigations that we are doing into the circumstances surrounding those 2 events. It's very unusual, and I think it's worth putting that on record, Dr. Conn, because as I'm sure you know, the risk of having these conversations in a way that is stigmatising to mental health consumers is quite high, and we need to be really careful that we're not unnecessarily sending a message that most people who receive care in our mental health facilities are dangerous. They're not. If harm is going to be caused, the most likely person to be harmed is the consumer themselves. So I do think that is worth just putting on the record. But of course, 2 incidents have occurred that are extremely concerning. We are initiating a range of investigations into some of the contributing factors. I am meeting tomorrow with delegates and groups from a range of the different parts of the workforce there at Cumberland to hear a more detailed contribution from them to that review process. I recognise that there's been ongoing advocacy for more resources in mental health. I've heard those calls many times and I recognise that the system is under a lot of pressure. I would say that the staffing levels, both in terms of the nursing workforce and in terms of the security workforce, on the days when those incidents occurred were at full complement. There was no understaffing, there was no vacancies in the roster from the information that we have. Although all of those rosters and all of that information will also go into the review, but the initial information that I have is that there were not gaps in rosters on those days. But I think the point you're making is a more general one about the need, the advocacy for resources in the system. And I guess all I can say is, you know, that's an ongoing piece of work that we're looking to try and boost over time. Big focus of mine has been community mental health, and in fact in that district alone in the last year we've hired an additional 14 community mental health clinicians. I think that is a pretty significant boost for one district in an area where there have been some significant gaps identified, but of course there's more work to do.
We'll come back to community mental health care later. Specifically in terms of Cumberland, I strongly agree with your comments that mental health inpatients, and including involuntary inpatients, are people who need care and support. However, staff have been saying that nurses are responsible for 8 patients at a time and that this is inadequate, that the 3 security staff at Cumberland were not enough, including after-hours transport. You've said that there were no gaps in the roster. What I'm hearing is that there's just not enough staff on that roster. While all of these investigations are underway, and we know these things can be really protracted, the Westfield Bonner Junction report was only just handed down now, will you increase the staffing levels at Cumberland Hospital?
Well, we have already increased the security staff levels at Cumberland Hospital, so we've brought on an additional 2 full-time security guards for that facility. We've created 2 teams. We've ensured that there is a senior security guard on site to oversee both those teams. So that work has already happened. In terms of boosting staffing levels generally, well, I mean, as you know, the government has committed to safe staffing levels for nurses generally in our hospital. That work is ongoing. We have,
but not in mental health.
Sure, but the ongoing work to look at what the nursing levels are in our public hospitals, including in our mental health facilities, is something that I'm committed to. I am meeting tomorrow with the Nurses and Midwives Association, as I just said, and I'd be happy to hear their advocacy for what a particular boost or supplement might look like. There's no question in my mind that we do need to look at what is the operations of the Cumberland Hospital. The reviews that I've mentioned are only part of the response that we have. We have also brought in an oversight team from the ministry and other districts to look at the management of that hospital to make sure that our expectations about the very high level of care that consumers are receiving there are met. If a boost or a supplement to nursing staff is recommended and required out of that, I mean, I'm extremely open-minded. That work's only just begun. I would say, Dr. Con, yes, some of those reviews and processes would be protracted. Coronial inquests, criminal trials, which of course are also ongoing in these matters. But some of the pieces of work are going to happen quite quickly. And the work that we are doing in terms of management oversight at Cumberland and the more specific review into the operations of different government departments in relation to these incidents, it is not intended that they will be protracted. It is intended that they will happen quite quickly.
Can I ask a question about this oversight panel that's been established? It's my understanding that 3 out of 4 psychiatrists on that panel are ones who already work for the ministry. Is there an appropriate level of independence here?
I mean, look, I am of the view that psychiatrists playing that role are bringing their clinical expertise to the an examination of the operation of a hospital, that hospital. And I think if they are from the ministry or from other districts, I am comfortable that with their clinical expertise and their role as senior psychiatrists, either from the ministry or from other districts, that is an appropriate balance between some independence from Western Sydney Local Health District, but also some knowledge and experience of how local health districts work and how hospitals work. I might ask Dr. Wright if he does want to comment on that, because obviously he is involved in that piece of work, and just that balance we're trying to get between people who can bring in a bit of an objective eye, but also people who have an understanding of how the system works and what are realistic and practical improvements that might be able to be made. I don't know if you had anything to add, Dr. Wright.
Oh, thank you, Minister. Yes, I think in addition to the Minister's comments, what I would add is that this team is intended to be supportive of the local management in addressing quickly some of the key issues that we identify in relation to the governance policies and procedures. It's actually really important that the people on that team have some detailed knowledge of how the system is actually working. I would point out that my position with the ministry is an advisory position, and I consider that to be quite an independent position of the apparatus of the ministry. I provide advice into the ministry and into government, and so I don't see myself as necessarily aligning with any particular view.
Thanks, Dr. Wright. Minister, if I can just put to you the way that this has been put to me. And I've been told by someone working in the sector, they said New South Wales Health has just realised that New South Wales Health is running Cumberland Hospital and thinks that New South Wales Health can't be doing a good job, so New South Wales Health has decided that New South Wales Health will take over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that view. I think that is a misunderstanding of the way that the pretty large and complex bureaucracy of New South Wales Health operates. Local health districts have quite a large degree of autonomy. They have their own chief executives, their own management structures, their own boards. They are not under the direct operational day-to-day control of New South Wales Health or myself as the minister. And it's not fair to say that people in the ministry, such as Dr. Wright, have been responsible for day-to-day operations at the Cumberland Hospital. There's a significant degree of separation.
So that autonomy of local health districts certainly has frustrated myself and other members of this committee seeking accountability and oversight for what's happening across the state. What are the usual quality assurance mechanisms in place to monitor the standard of care in inpatient mental health units? How is this monitored and reported?
Again, I can ask Dr. Wright or Dr. Flynn to comment in more detail, but there are performance indicators that all districts must report on into the ministry. I think the CEC oversees them, the Clinical Excellence Commission, and then provides guidance, support if districts are not performing against those performance indicators. I hear the bell has gone, but and perhaps you could follow up in the afternoon with Dr. Wright and Dr. Flynn, who would be able to give you a very comprehensive answer in terms of the way that we do try and oversight quality and performance at the district level.
I'll come back to this later and go to my colleague, Ms Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, I understand the water resource plans for the Namoy and Guida valleys are still unmade. What's causing the delay with both of those?
There's two matters that is causing the delay. One is ongoing litigation in relation to floodplain harvesting licensing in the Namoy. I wish I wasn't being sued by people who objected to the way that the floodplain harvesting policy is being rolled out, but we are still in litigation. We hope to have that resolved soon so that we're able to finalise the water resource plan in the Namoy. That would be my hope and expectation. We also have an issue with the Gomeroi local Indigenous groups. As you probably know, water resource plans require contributions or oversight, I'm not quite sure exactly the right word, from local Indigenous groups, and we have not been able to finalise that in relation to the Gomeroi Nation for those plans. We have made many attempts to engage with elders and community leaders to achieve that approval, as it were, but as yet we have not been able to finalise that. I should say, Ms Fairman, my understanding what I'm advised is that the issue is not necessarily one of substance. It's not as though there's a particular element or component of those plans that they wish to change. If there were, to be honest with you, we would change them. We want to have a partnership, but as we have not been able to identify what the substantial objection is. We haven't been able to resolve that, and we just really want to continue to call on our partners in the First Nations community to work with us to have those plans approved so that we can submit them to the MDBA.
Okay, thank you. I have heard reports that New South Wales isn't intending to finalise those two water resource plans unless more money is received from the Commonwealth Government. Is that correct?
That's not accurate, Ms. Fairman. I would love I would love to have those plans finalised. I feel as though we've made a lot of progress since I became the Minister on Water Resource Planning, and it's something that I'm quite proud of. And these outstanding plans are a real source of frustration to me as well. I can assure you it has nothing... I mean, we want more money from the Commonwealth. I should probably put that on the record.
You have sought that for the finalisation of water resource plans?
No. We've sought money from the Commonwealth for other important priorities and projects, not for the finalisation of water resource plans. That is something that we would be very enthusiastic to do. I hope that the litigation issues will be resolved soon, but that's not going to fully resolve the issue. We have to find a way to manage the requirement for First Nations approval, and that has proved extremely challenging.
Okay, thank you. So on the issue of cultural water then, the expression or the registration of interest that was opened up in late 2025 for First Nations people or entities to apply for water licences. Do you know how many applications have been received for that?
I don't know that off the top of my head, Ms. Jones.
73 expressions of interest were returned, and they're being reviewed at the moment.
They're being reviewed at the moment, so
Correct.
At this point you don't know what the eligibility is from those 73 applicants?
We haven't got an outcome yet, but we're quite excited about the responses we've had, so we're working through that at the moment.
And what I have heard from, I think, people who have applied is that they're wondering about the process and the timeline.
We do want to get that moving, Ms. Fairman. I would say to those people, I can understand this has been a long time coming, but this is new for the New South Wales Government and the Department. As you know, this is the first time we have moved to provide the opportunity for surrendered licences to be delivered in this way, but I give you an assurance and those people an assurance that we do not want to put the brakes on here. I am proud of this initiative. I want to see it work. I want to get it moving. We were anxious about the EOIs. We didn't know if that would prove successful or not. As Ms. Jones said, we are pleased that quite a high number of EOIs have come in, and we do just want to work through them and get this right so that it can be then sort of part of BAU for the New South Wales Government as opposed to a one-off initiative.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to go to the issue of exempt works. Now, is there a register? Does the department keep a register or record of exempt works?
I'd have to get an answer for you as to whether we actually publish a register for exempt works. This is on for mining companies in particular.
Or do you mean exempt?
mean in particular.
Yeah.
Yes. What I've heard is that there isn't any monitoring kind of in total of exempt works, particularly obviously in terms of relating to how much water is being captured. Is that correct, Ms. Jones? You'd know that.
If they're exempt works, I don't think they're required to be metered, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. I mean,
Yeah.
no, just to be clear, that is
Yeah.
correct. But given the government's stated goal of being very open for business when it comes to mining in New South Wales, critical minerals mining, many of the applications, for critical minerals talk about and are using, at least partially, this exempt works for storing water, capturing rainfall runoff. How are you, Minister, as Water Minister, ensuring that the approvals of these mines aren't impacting downstream users and the environment in terms of water availability if the department isn't actually keeping a record of what's happening under the exempt works approvals?
As we've said, we will confirm whether or not there is one centralised list or database, as you have requested. Although I would say every single one of those exempt work applications is assessed for impact on downstream users, downstream communities, environmental uses. It's not an automatic process. It's not a tick and flick process. Those works are only exempted. That pathway is only available when those assessments are done. Now, I understand the point you're making, which is there some central database where the cumulative impact of that is looked at? And Ms Jones has taken on to look at the way that might be collected centrally. But I do have to assure you that those exemptions are not being provided unless the assessments are done and there is a level of confidence that those impacts are negligible.
Might come back to that later. So what about the applications by various minerals and metals companies for mines in areas? So, for example, I've seen assessment advice from Water Group or Water Knowledge Group within DQ Water, that says that there's not enough water licences for water access licences for particular projects. Examples are Kopi Mineral Sands by RZ Resources in near Wentworth. Another example, I think, by the same water system, groundwater system, is Tronox's, a couple of their applications. In a fair few of them that I've seen, Water Group is essentially saying, where are you going to get the water from? And offering reasonably strong advice, giving reasonably strong advice to planning, saying they need to say where the water's coming from. Really, that's a condition before it goes ahead. Is that actually happening in terms of these projects? Are they stopping until they can verify where the water's coming from? I don't think that's happening, Minister.
Well, I mean, I think as you have correctly identified, our role in that process is to provide that advice to planning. And we are doing that. We are very clearly making assessments about whether or not water resources are available in those circumstances. Are you concerned
as Minister for water with your duty to really protect water supply throughout the state? Are you concerned about this rush for critical minerals in New South Wales, that it hasn't been assessed properly and cumulatively in terms of its impact on water?
Well, I mean, no, I don't have any specific concern that our assessments are not being taken seriously. As you have identified, we are providing that information to planning. That is our role. We take that very seriously. You are correct to identify that there are occasions in which we are, pretty direct in our advice about what is and isn't feasible. I don't have any particular evidence or suggestion that that's not being taken seriously by planning, but ultimately it is a planning decision whether or not those projects are approved and what conditions are put on them.
Thank you.
We'll go to the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister, and to your officials. Thank you for being here. Minister, I want to go back to the issues of the abscondments from Cumberland Hospital. Are you able to tell the committee when you first became aware that the first individual, Mr. Francis, had absconded from Cumberland Hospital?
I will take on notice the exact day, although I believe it was around a fortnight ago today, on a Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, so was it the
fortnight
same
ago.
day that the abscondment occurred that you get told? Is that the process?
Again, I'll have to take on notice whether it was that day or the next day.
Okay.
But it was within a day or two. But
Okay, of the abscondment, not the alleged incident that he was involved in.
No, apologies, Ms Mitchell. It was in relation to the incident. I don't receive, as Minister, automatic notification every time there is an abscondment.
Why not?
Because there are, for example, type 1 abscondments, which are the ones that are of particular concern. That are this 2025, there were 191. And
So, sorry, Minister, so type 1 are the ones of, you said,
Particular
significant
concern.
Particular concern. I think you've made media commentary that this happens rarely, but you're now saying there's been 191 of them last year alone. If they're of particular concern and you are the Minister for Mental Health, why are you not told immediately when they occur?
When I was making the comments about things being rare or unusual, I was making that comment about someone who absconds from a mental health facility and then goes on to harm someone else. That is extremely rare and extremely unfortunate. The reality is type 1 abscondments occur at a rate, as I said, of what was 191 in 2025, 238 in 2019, 272 in 2020. That is the normal level. That is the level. It's relatively stable. It goes up and down, and I don't receive notification.
Does your office get told?
I'll
when
have
there's
to check
abscondments?
whether it comes through to my office. I don't believe that it does.
Do you think that's a problem, Minister, that you're not told about those incidents when they occur?
No, because in almost every single one of those incidents, the person who has absconded is picked up and brought back into care very quickly. And again, part of what I'm trying to say, Ms Mitchell, is we shouldn't catastrophise that level, that number. 191, I agree, it sounds like a very large number. The relationship between that number and a serious adverse incident, something of real concern happening, is something like 0.1%.
Sure, Minister, but you would appreciate in the last couple of weeks, and the Chair touched on this, there have been 2 individuals who have absconded from the same mental health facility, who then have allegedly gone on to be involved in incidents that have led to the deaths of 3 innocent people and another 2 being injured. Frontline police and others have had to respond to those scenes. Surely the community would expect that as Minister for Mental Health, you find out about these issues far earlier than when an individual is involved literally in an incident that takes the life of somebody. Do you think that's acceptable, that you don't know about it until a disastrous event or a tragic event occurs?
I mean, my understanding is that the ordinary protocol, so when Minister Hazzard or Minister Taylor was the
I'm
minister.
not asking about them, I'm asking about you,
well,
because you've had 2 issues on your watch now in recent weeks. Will you move to change the process or the protocol so you're alerted?
Well, I mean, I will consider that, but as I said, in almost every single one of those incidents, there's no cause for alarm.
But with respect, Minister, that's not the case in recent weeks. I don't think the community will accept that as an answer.
Well, as I said, I mean, I'm happy to consider a protocol in which my office is notified, but those numbers, that stable number goes up and down, has been, I mean, in 2021, it was 284. In 2022, it was 288.
Right, well, I'm asking about now, and I'm asking about the recent events that have obviously caused a lot of concern.
And
in the
I was
community,
notified
Minister.
about those, but your question
No, but
doesn't go to
with-
them.
with
Your
respect,
question goes
Minister.
to every single
Yes.
time there is a type 1
Yes.
abscondee, and I am communicating to you that the consistent pattern for many, many years has been that there's not
Okay,
direct
but
notification
with
to the
respect,
Minister's
Minister,
office, and I've already said I'm open to considering a revision
because
of that
surely
policy.
in light of what has happened in recent weeks, that should be a threshold for change in that reporting for you as Minister, surely.
As I said, I'm open to that.
Okay.
My main concern is not that my office is told. My main concern is that the districts have got the highest level of best practice in place so that these incidents are minimised and the impact of them is minimised by being able to bring the consumer back into care as quickly as possible.
But at the end of the day, the buck stops with you. You are the Minister for Mental Health, and you can have fantastic public servants working in the system, but you should have ownership and oversight of what's happening in the mental health system in New South Wales. Surely that is a key component of your job.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And as I said, but notification to my office is not my primary concern. My primary concern is, do we have in place the systems and the policies that manage these incidents as well as we possibly can? And I do accept that particularly at Cumberland, there has to be questions asked about whether or not that is the case. Yeah. And we've taken steps to ensure that we can oversee
let's move on to the steps you've taken. So when the second gentleman absconded, Mr. Leotola, were you made aware of that incident, of his abscondment, the day that he absconded, or was it only after he was allegedly involved in the stabbing of innocent people?
Again, it would have been similar in that I was notified.
Could you take on notice exactly when you were
notified?
notified?
Yes, I can take on notice. As I said, I recall it was over a couple of days, around 2 weeks ago, but I do want to be clear, prior to those incidents, there's not been automatic notification every time a type 1 abscondee event occurs.
You've made that clear. So by the 17th of February, which unfortunately was the date that the Marylands incident occurred, you would have been aware that those two individuals had absconded more than a week before, so you would have had the full information by the time that second incident was brought to your attention. Would that be correct?
As I said, I will take on notice the dates in which I was informed, but I just to be clear, I received notification that after the incidents had occurred.
Yes.
So whenever, as I said, I will check those exact dates.
Okay.
But the notification was based on the fact that a very, very tragic incident had occurred.
Absolutely, yeah. And as I said, I think the public expectation, to be frank, Minister, would be that you as the Mental Health Minister would have known about those incidents. It sounds like you sort of found out at the same time as the media and the community did. Is that right?
Well, as I said, I've taken on notice the details of the dates.
But how could you not come here today, knowing how serious and critical this issue is, knowing the dates of when you were informed of these matters? It seems extraordinary that you're not across that.
Well, as I said, I mean, my recollection is that it was on the day of when the incident occurred, or the next day.
Okay.
So I'm not saying within this week period or this month period. I want to give you, as I am under oath, a very exact answer.
All right. So can I make an assumption then? Say by Wednesday the 18th of February, the Marylands incident had occurred the day before. Would it be fair to assume that you knew by that date, after widespread media reporting that the Marylands incident had occurred, that you would have been aware of it by the 18th of February? Can I make that assumption?
Yes, I think that is a fair assumption.
So why then did you wait an entire week to make the decision to bring in the independent oversight team at Cumberland Hospital? Why the delay?
Well, I mean, I think the immediate action that we took, as I recall, either that day or the next day, was to initiate a review in relation to those incidents. So we did take immediate action. Immediate steps were taken at the Cumberland Hospital to start enhancing the security at Cumberland Hospital.
When were those immediate steps? Were they taken after the car crash, which was a few days prior to the stabbing event, or when the nurse was overpowered on the ward and had her security pass taken by one of the alleged perpetrators? What was the trigger for the internal review, Minister?
As I indicated, the trigger for the internal review was when a number 2 serious adverse incidents happened within a short period of time. That is not
But there were days between
usual.
them. So was it the first incident with the car crash, or was it the second incident with the stabbing that led to you doing the independent or the internal review?
I believe it was the second incident, and that is because it is unusual for 2 incidents of this nature to occur in such a short period of time.
But with respect, Minister, I agree, it's highly unusual and disturbing. But with the first incident, as I said, you had a member of staff, a nurse, overpowered her pass taken, which allowed that individual to abscond. I'm sure that that would have been a pretty horrific experience for that member of staff. They were then involved in a police pursuit, a car crash that led to the deaths of 2 innocent people. That was several days before the tragic stabbing event in Maryland. So the first incident on its own was not enough for you to initiate an internal review into Cumberland Hospital. You waited until there was a second major incident with more individuals, innocent people losing their lives, to do anything about it. Is that your evidence?
Well, no, because there had already been action taken in relation to the operation of airlocks at the hospital and other questions about how the first incident occurred. That was already underway. It is unusual for there to be 2 incidents of this nature occur in a short period of time, as I have said, and I make no apology for, in the face of that, in the face of that quite unusual and obviously extremely unfortunate and devastating events occurred, taking the action to initiate a broader review.
Okay, so just so I'm absolutely clear, when the first incident occurred, you did initiate a review into what was happening at the hospital after the first individual absconded and the car crash had taken place. Is that correct or not?
No.
Well, but I just said to you, you waited until the second issue and you said, oh, no, that's not correct.
I was saying that other action had been taken at the hospital
but
already.
So you didn't put in place an internal review of what had happened at the hospital after the first incident. You waited until the second incident had occurred. That's correct.
As I said, it was the decision to initiate a broader review outside New South Wales Health was based on 2 incidents, 2 very concerning incidents occurring in a short period of time, which is highly unusual and extremely concerning, and therefore we took action to ensure
one
that
person
was looked at.
absconds, 2 innocent people are killed as a result of that. You wait a couple of days, there's another incident, somebody else absconds, another individual person, innocent victim, also loses their life, and another 2 people end up in hospital due to the stabbing. So you waited until there were 3 deaths, 2 serious injuries, 2 abscondments before you did anything. Is that your threshold for action, Minister?
No, as I said, when we're receiving information, we are already looking at what has occurred. We're asking questions.
You just said that you didn't do anything until after the second incident, Minister. This is not clear.
Your suggestion...
I think you've been ignoring a really serious issue here and you don't want to admit to it.
No, that's not true. Your suggestion is that the only thing that has occurred and that you could do or should do is initiate the broader review. And I'm suggesting that that's not the case. There were many other things. When you say you didn't do anything, that's just not true.
Okay, well, what did you do after the first incident? What happened after that? That nurse was overpowered and that individual escaped and was involved in the car crash that killed 2 innocent people.
As I
What did you
said,
do?
at the Cumberland Hospital, there were already safety huddles occurring, questions being asked about the operation of the airlocks, the doors that would allow that person to escape, reviews of staff in terms of their safety protocol. So all of that sort of Cumberland hospital-based work led by the district was already underway. Those are things that occur immediately, upon an incident like that occurring. That's as it should be at that hospital level, with those staff asking those questions, reviewing the CCTV, engaging in that. Obviously, then another incident occurs, which would suggest, well, this is a broader problem. So that work was already commenced.
But before you even knew about the incident, because you
right.
found out about it in the media.
It's true.
So you have no oversight. No one thinks to tell you. It seems to be a bit of an issue in health. Ministers find out after things end up in the newspaper. Do you honestly think that's acceptable, that you do not know when these things are happening? Isn't that your job to know?
As I have already said, there are 191 type 1 abscondee incidents that occurred in 2025. 236 in 2024, 193 in 2023, 288
And
in 2022.
you've never asked to be told about them. You've never thought that that was important that you knew.
Ms. Mitchell, as I've said many times before, the number of serious adverse incidents, that is the critical question here. The harm that is occurred, the number of serious adverse incidents that occur consequent upon a type 1 abscondee incident is extremely low. And almost all of that relates to someone harming themselves. So your suggestion here is that the community should be panicked.
No, it's not.
Well,
My
yes,
suggestion,
it is.
no.
Yes, I think
Minister,
some of the
with
language that you're
respect,
using is very
my
stigmatising.
suggestion is that you, as the Minister for Mental Health, should be told when patients are absconding from mental health facilities. I think the community would expect that you would be told that. Shouldn't that be part of your job?
I think what I'm trying to communicate is that notification of my office 191 times a year
Yes.
that someone has escaped isn't going to solve the fundamental
But
problem
surely you
here.
should know about it at a bare minimum, Minister. I mean, I just find it extraordinary that you don't.
I think you
and
should
also,
ask Minister Bronnie Taylor
well, I'm very
why
happy
she
to, because
wasn't
my understanding
notified
is that she was
288
notified.
times.
So, if you want to go down
Perhaps
that path,
Dr.
fine.
Wright or
But I'd
Dr.
like
Flynn.
to talk to you
Oh, well,
about
no,
it, Minister.
you've just made a
I would like to
suggestion.
talk to you about, now that you know, now that there have been 2 incidents that have led to the deaths of 3 innocent people, 2 others being injured, will you change the protocol so that you are notified immediately when these top-tier abscondments occur?
As I said, I mean, I'm happy to take on whether or not that was the case. You just suggested that you thought that was the case in the past. I'm happy to ask New South
Yeah,
Wales Health
I
if
can
that
come
was
back to-
indeed the
I
case
can
in the
come back
past
to
and what
the
that
officials
protocol looked
later.
like. Dr. Wright is shaking his head, which
Well,
seems to
I can
suggest
come
that
back
it
to
wasn't
that.
the case
I
in
can
the
come back to
past.
that, Minister. I want to ask you again about the oversight, the independent committee. How long will they be in place for?
As long as they need to be. We haven't set a time frame on it. I want you, the point that you are making about the extremely unfortunate and unacceptable and uncommon abscondee events at Cumberland that then caused tragic harm in the community is something that I take extremely seriously. I do want to have a level of confidence that the operation of the Cumberland Hospital is where we want it to be, to give the community a sense that they can understand that when unwell people are being cared for in our public mental health facilities, that safety and security is taken seriously. I think a question has been raised in my mind in relation to the Cumberland Hospital.
Well, I'm pleased, Minister, because I think having 3 innocent people lose their lives probably does deserve some attention from the Minister for Health and Mental Health.
I agree with that.
Minister, I wanted to go to the mother and baby unit at Westmead. Are you aware of the concerns about mould at that unit and the impact it's having on staff?
I have been notified as part of the broader maintenance review or work that New South Wales Health is now undertaking, that there are some facilities where there
When were you
is-
notified of the issues, particularly at the mother and baby unit at Westmead?
I'll have to take on notice when I was notified, but I do have an awareness of them.
Was it, this year or was it last year? Can you recall at all?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. So we have documents that show that it was first reported, I think, back in October last year. It's still an issue in February this year. There are also reports of staff dealing with headaches because of the exposure to the mould. Do you admit that this makes this workplace challenging for staff and potentially not safe for them if they're exposed to this mould?
Well, I mean, of course, we take all reports of maintenance issues in our mental health facilities, and I know Minister Park does in public hospitals more broadly extremely seriously, particularly if staff are indicating that it is making their workplace challenging.
Yeah,
so
it's making them unwell. So
of course we take that extremely
Okay, so if you
seriously.
take it seriously, what action will you take to ensure that that's remediated as
I
quickly
might
as possible?
ask Ms Wood to talk about what action has been taken in relation to that unit. I know that action has been taken, that part of the awareness that I have that there is an issue is also an awareness that they are undertaking steps to do something about that issue. But Ms Wood, do you have that information?
I don't have it to hand, Minister, but certainly, Ms Mitchell, it's part of the broader work that was discussed and the review that we went through on Monday. But we can certainly take any specifics you have on notice.
That would be great, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. We might be able to get that before the end of the day in relation to action that's been taken.
Even this afternoon,
Yep,
you can bring that back.
absolutely.
That might
No
be
problem.
useful.
Thank you.
Minister, I just wanted to follow up one of your earlier answers. We were talking about Cumberland Hospital and you talked about the government's commitment to safe staffing levels. I asked again at Mr Park's hearing on Monday about this and it was confirmed that that only applies to emergency departments within this term of the Parliament. Are you now saying that it will become a priority to roll out safe staffing levels in mental health units? Because I'm sure that would be very welcome news.
Look, I mean, I think we want to continue to work with our very, very valued nursing staff to try and ensure that we do have safe staffing levels right across all of our facilities. Of course, that's a commitment that we would want to continue to work with them on. I mean, at the moment, as you've said, there is a particular pathway that we have developed with our nursing staff, that we have funded through the budget and that we are very committed to meeting. That does not capture all of New South Wales Health and all of our public health facilities at this stage, but it's not, once we've met that threshold, it's not the end of the journey, it's not the end of the conversation. So at the moment, we don't have that kind of clear funded plan for mental health or other parts of the health system, but it's not to say that that won't be part of our ongoing dialogue.
In talking to people with lived experience and their carers and staff about Cumberland, not one person has told me they wish the Minister's office were notified sooner. They've all asked about staffing, but also about additional support services for consumers, for patients. So in particular, there were comments made in the media by psychiatrists who previously worked at Cumberland about day programs and work skills that have disappeared due to funding. They said they weren't considered a basic integral part of mental health. They were somehow considered luxuries. Will those programs be restored?
Well, I mean, I think that is exactly the type of thing that we would want the team that are working with the management of Cumberland Hospital, oversighting the management of Cumberland Hospital, to explore. So, as I've already said in relation to, for example, the nurse workforce, we want Cumberland Hospital to be to have the resources and the support that it needs to operate well and effectively until it closes at the end of next year. And I have to say, if there are programs that the staff there thought were impactful and effective at managing the complex consumers that we see at the Cumberland Hospital, I'm extremely open to that. That is exactly the sort of practical thing that the oversight team is intended to explore.
I'm hoping that next time we're here, you'll be telling us that that's in next year's budget. I have some questions about the Chief Psychiatrist panel review of complex mental health treatment plans policy directive. So this policy directive includes the purpose of addressing concerns that have been raised about the clinical management of patients which have been considered to be highly complex and may lie outside usual clinical practice. I asked on notice in December why a patient being sedated and intubated in response to behavioural disturbance is not captured under this policy. I'm sure you would agree that's a quite extreme and unusual form of chemical restraint. I was advised in response to my question that any matter regarding patient treatment can be escalated or referred by a variety of senior staff members to the Chief Psychiatrist at any time to trigger a Chief Psychiatrist panel review process if appropriate. I then asked how many such cases had been reported, and then I was told that responsibility lies with the local health district, and I was told about that policy, which doesn't capture this specific unusual type of extreme chemical restraint. Who is actually responsible for oversight?
Well, I mean, I would imagine it would be the Chief Psychiatrist, who conveniently is sitting right there. Dr. Wright, would you like to comment?
Thanks, Minister. Look, I think I need to be clear that the cases that you're referring to, which are usually happen in an emergency department situation, That's a critical situation where there is no time to escalate for additional oversight decisions. The decision has to be made on the spot because there is usually life and limb in danger. And I am aware that these cases have occurred from time to time in different parts of the state. That doesn't. What I would expect is that every one of those cases is recorded as a serious incident. Probably using our harm score rating, I would probably see it as a harm score 2. That there's a very clear process within New South Wales Health to escalate, identify, collate, and review those cases. And in the event that there is a concern that there are individual cases where the decision is questionable, that there are other clinicians involved who have concerns. There are processes within New South Wales Health for that to be escalated within the district, and I would expect that to happen. And so I don't think that the process for that particular policy lends itself to these really quite dynamic, complex and quite dangerous situations that need to be resolved on the spot. In retrospect, they ought to be investigated and reviewed to see whether there's more appropriate practice that should be in play. And that is the intention in the answer that was given. It probably didn't come across in that way, but it's very much a local clinical governance process to ensure that the decision making was appropriate, or if there are concerns from within that team, that they get reviewed, and if there needs to be a change of practice, that there should be a change of practice.
So if these things are reported as serious incidents for escalation, does that mean that you're aware of every case where this has occurred?
Not every case, no. I think that the harm score, we're aware of every single harm score 1 which occurs across the state, but the harm score 2s, we're certainly made aware of some of them. And if there was a concern from the perspective of the mental health leadership, that decisions were being made, particularly in an emergency department, by someone who's not involved in mental health, that they were unhappy with that decision, and if they remained unhappy with the outcomes of any review, there's always the opportunity for that to be escalated, including to me.
Minister, having heard that answer from Dr. Wright, I'm aware of at least 2 such cases recently, so in recent months, and in one case there were complications developed from the intubation. These instances are not captured by the psychiatrist panel review policy. They're also not captured by the management of patients with acute severe behavioural disturbance (NED) guideline. Do you think there's a need for additional oversight so that these cases can be investigated? I agree with Dr. Wright that in some cases it may be appropriate and they are split-second decisions, but this is so far outside of usual practice and can have such a severe impact on people. Surely these cases should always be reviewed to ensure that the decision was the correct one.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, based on the questions that you've asked, without indicating that necessarily gives the entire context of those circumstances, just to capture in a question in budget estimates, there was probably more that was going on in relation to those incidents that I'm not aware of. And I do think that there should be oversight and review of those decisions where highly interventionist practices are used. I mean, we are all committed in mental health to least restrictive care, and that's part of the dynamic that's going on with this conversation about abscondees as well, and the challenges around that. But fundamentally, that is our commitment, and when there are incidents that occur which are inconsistent with that, something very restrictive or very interventionist happens, it would be my expectation that that would be looked at. As I said, I'm happy to talk to Dr. Wright and the team about how things are escalated up through districts, how they're escalated up through the ministry, and if there is a need and a want for more oversight, there's no objection from me on that. I want our clinicians who are making those split-second decisions to have access to all of the support and training and resources to make the right decision in the moment. That's what this is all about. It's not about being punitive or punishing people or slapping clinicians on the wrist, you know, who might in split seconds make difficult decisions. They're all learning opportunities, you know, for people to make better decisions in future. And if there's ways to enhance that, well, I'm extremely open to it.
I appreciate your commitment, Minister, and I would suggest to you that the current oversight mechanism, which is people approaching a crossbench member of Parliament to raise it here, is probably not meeting expectations.
Sure, although I think, you know, you do a very good job. So the system works.
There's only 5 seconds left on the clock.
Me,
So I'll go
not
to
them.
I'll take it.
Ms. Fenn.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to ask you about a situation with environmental water delivery from downstream of the Macquarie Marshes, and I've been made aware that some water from an environmental delivery last year went missing, so to speak. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, although I don't manage environmental water. It's either managed by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder or Minister Sharp's part of DQ, but I'm not aware of that. Ms. Jones, are you aware of that?
I'm not either.
Perhaps you could give us more information.
Yes, so I understand that Water New South Wales, though, is responsible for whether environmental water will be delivered to, we're talking about Guida wetlands.
Yes, you are right that Water New South Wales is a sort of river operator.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't place the orders. As I said, that's the water holders, either Commonwealth or New South Wales, but Water New South Wales is the river operator.
I've also heard that farmers do crop into Guida wetlands, and then there is some action that's taken by farmers or requests to stop environmental water releases because this floods their crop. Are you aware of that, Mr. George?
Yes, I'm aware of what you're talking about.
Yeah. So what's the decision-making process there for Water New South Wales to determine whether or not those environmental water deliveries get to Guida wetlands?
Sure. So quite simply, we do not have the authorising environment to flood private property. So that is an agreement that is required in order to pass environmental water that comes out of the riverbank and goes over the floodplains, which in the case of the Guida wetlands is required to pass over private property.
So that happens then. So in other words, Water New South Wales has stopped environmental deliveries to reaching Guida wetlands because of the risk posed to farmers' crops?
We, again, to do so, we would be breaking the law if we were passing water over private property. We are not authorised to do that without the private property owner's explicit permission.
And so what do you know about the missing environmental delivery that went down last year that I just asked the Minister about?
The characterisation doesn't resonate with me, Ms Fairman. Missing environmental water is not something I'm aware of.
If Ms Fairman, if you are referring to, as I said, I can see Mr George's point about just the characterisation. There is a legal question that we are currently working through resolving in relation to orders for environmental water by e-water holders, where this issue that Mr George has identified, the delivery of that water requires passage over private land. There is a legal question there that we are aware of and are currently working through. I don't think it's fair to characterise that as missing environmental water, but you are correct that there is a tension there, an unresolved tension there, that between Water New South Wales, DQ Water Group, and I think that we've asked for Solicitor General engagement to resolve that legal question. But that's about delivery of environmental water. The environmental water isn't missing. It's just that there is a legal question around its delivery over private property.
I think I'll get you some questions in terms of supplementary questions, because the information I have in front of me is in fact that there was an environmental delivery last year. So there was one and it didn't get delivered to the marshes. So
that may be that an order was placed, but that the delivery did not occur.
No, I've got information otherwise, but I'll put more
Look,
detail
as I said,
down.
I want to acknowledge, Ms. Fairman, that from our perspective, the question that you have raised does touch on unresolved legal issues, and that we are at this stage, at this moment, working through a resolution of that and a path forward.
And because at the moment, it does appear as though irrigators are being prioritised over the environment, and you do wonder, Minister, how environmental water will be able to be delivered to wider wetlands unless this is resolved.
I'm extremely concerned about that, Ms. Fairman. I want to assure you it's not a prioritisation in the way that you have categorised it. It is a legal question about the liability of Water New South Wales for inundation of private property. However, I am concerned about the issue that you have raised, which is why I am asking for legal clarity in relation to that, so that the issue can be resolved.
Do you know the rough timeline for that? When did you start?
I am very
When did you
keen
seek
to
that?
get that Solicitor
The
General's
Solicitor
advice.
General advises by the end of March. We'll have that advice. Ms. Fairman. Yeah.
Okay. Minister, last year there were 2 court cases involving irrigators challenging you
Yes.
in relation to their floodplain harvesting licences. Both cases found in favour of the applicants and struck down the floodplain harvesting licences for them to be remade. I want to ask you a question specifically about one of them, which is Bud Vault, which is the Harris's farm, Peter and Jane Harris. Now, in this case, the floodplain harvesting licence was to be increased. So my question is, given that floodplain harvesting licences are a share of the Valley Plan limit, and they're assigned on a pro rata basis based on eligible works, does that mean that issuing a new higher licence for the Harrises, does that mean that the remaining floodplain harvesting licences are going to be reduced?
Well, I mean, I would just say at present that matter is under appeal. I think that is still the case at this moment, Ms. Jones.
I think
Appeal by the department, I'm assuming.
That's
as you
right.
said.
We are working through our legal pathways there. But I am concerned in relation to that finding. Obviously, it was unfortunate that we lost that case. We wish we hadn't lost that case. And it does raise some broader questions about the operation of the regulatory framework. So we'll need to make decisions about whether and in what format we pursue that legal matter. It's unresolved, and so I don't want to comment too specifically on it. And if we do pursue the appeal, obviously that will take some time. If we choose not to, then we'll have to think about the implications of that, and perhaps consider a broader regulatory change or remake. But at the moment, that's still a little bit uncertain.
Because I understand that the judge said they're entitled, the Harrises, to the maximum historical take, which was estimated around 30,000 megalitres. So if, thank you for letting us know about the appeal, but given the Harrises were guilty of water theft at another property in the Barwon Darling in 2019, would you consider potentially looking at the volume of water that they took illegally if you don't win the appeal? I mean, 30,000 megalitres is
I mean, as I said,
going.
Ms. Fairman, we have to follow the court's judgment. So at present,
Yes.
there is a legal judgment that we are obviously obligated to adhere to. There is a question about whether we appeal and on what grounds. And as I said, I'm not I just haven't committed to a pathway forward on that. We may do that, in which case, obviously, that the outcome may be different on appeal. We may not, but I am obviously concerned about the job. We didn't want to lose that.
I mean,
matter,
I'd also
but
suggest, given what happened in 2019, you've got powers under Section 78 of the Water Management Act to suspend or cancel a water licence. I understand that that licence hasn't been cancelled, and potentially it's worth looking at that, because you do have that power as a minister, regardless of this particular court case.
Well, look, I mean, I might just ask Ms Jones sort of to take it on notice, but more so to provide advice to me. As I said, I'm indicating to you, I'm aware of the case. It's unfortunate that we lost it. We're obviously subject to the judgment. We're considering our options forward legally or otherwise. As part of that, I'm happy for, Ms Jones to take on suggestions that you have made in relation to how we ensure that it is an equitable system.
Thank you.
To the opposition. Mrs. Carter.
Apologies. Minister, we've heard about the issues at the mother and baby unit at Westmead with mould. Are you aware of issues at Callan Park in relation to biological hazards for staff? Are you aware of the Gladesville Health Precinct and what issues there are there?
I am certainly aware of Callan Park. I understand the MHCC officers are there, and there has been they are currently working from home, and the office is closed because of mould there. I've met with Evelini Tadros from the MHCC about that, and do understand that they're working with health infrastructure to try and either remediate that space or find another space. I am not familiar or don't recall any issues in relation to Gladesville off the top of my head.
Could you make some inquiries about that and perhaps get back to us later today?
Yes, perhaps. Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
If Ms Wood could perhaps do that. Yep.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Wood. Minister, I'm sure you would have been made aware of the issues at the Macquarie unit at the Bloomfield campus in Orange in relation to beds being closed late last year because of mould?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay, so as you'd know, 5 client beds needed to be closed because of significant water damage and mould. Are you aware of the impact on staff and patients when those beds were closed?
I mean, other than it's very disruptive, I think there are incidents. There are incidents where we have mould in our very old facilities, in particular, Bloomfield being one.
Before the decision was made to close those beds, were you briefed? Were you involved in that decision making?
No, those decisions are operational decisions made at the hospital level. But I do fully support our, local health leaders making decisions to ensure the safety of staff and consumers where there are risks, for example, with mould or water damage.
Okay, so the brief does talk about that there will be a service reduction for that unit, which is a forensic mental health unit. But as Minister for Mental Health, you don't get consulted on that before the decisions are made to close those beds. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Are you aware that there were, and I don't want to name names because it's not an indictment in any way on the individual staff there, but that a senior member of staff, because of the closure of those beds, has put in writing that they were, and I'm quoting here, going to try to get tribunals scheduled for mid-February expedited to conditionally release 3 patients on extended leave because of those bed closures. Do you think that's an appropriate practice?
Look, I mean, it's very hard for me to make a comment on appropriate clinical practice based on, one quote that you've read. My expectation would be that all decisions in relation to leave, in relation to applications for leave, in relation to whether leave is granted and conditions that are placed on leave are made consistent with the framework that both the clinicians and the Mental Health Review Tribunal has to use.
Okay,
so that would be my expectation. I'm not aware of
Okay.
the document in which you've just read from. I'm not aware of that incident. But of course, that framework of application for leave, clinical decision making around leave, monitoring of leave is managed by very, very clear frameworks and policies, and it is my expectation that they would always be
So if
followed.
you've got a scenario here, Minister, where at the end of November you've got clinical staff saying we need to basically speed up a tribunal process that's not meant to occur for several months because we don't have the beds available, is that appropriate?
Well, as I said, I don't want to pass comment on a particular circumstance that I'm not aware of, but what is appropriate is clinicians making applications for their consumers based on what they think is in their interests as a consumer and their journey of recovery, and the tribunal making decisions based on that information and their expertise about what is and isn't appropriate.
Okay, so
That's my
is
expectation.
it within the guidelines to speed up effectively release of patients because there aren't beds available? Is that what you'd like to see happen in the health system?
I don't, in terms of the question about is it in the guidelines, I mean, perhaps Dr. Wright or Dr. Flynn, who have more familiarity with with those guidelines, might make a comment on
with respect,
on that.
I might come back to them a little bit later. I don't have you for very long,
Sure.
Minister. So is that a standard practice that patients are released on extended leave earlier under your watch as Mental Health Minister because beds are not available?
I've never heard of that before, so no, I would not describe it as a standard.
Okay, so that's not
practice.
happening in other mental health facilities. People are being,
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just hand over back to my colleague now.
Okay. Minister, you know that the most common presentation at emergency departments for mental health patients is triage as category 3, which means should be seen within 30 minutes. Yet the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare figures tell us that 10% of mental health patients who present at the emergency department are waiting 26 hours for treatment in what we all know is a high stress environment. What concrete measures are you taking to make sure that no mentally ill person is waiting 26 hours for treatment in our public hospitals?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Thankfully, New South Wales actually leads the country in terms of the highest proportion of patients seen on time. And I think it's close to 70% of people are seen within 20 minutes. However,
respect, the fact we do better than other states doesn't detract from a 26-hour wait for 10% of patients presenting in New South Wales.
Look, I mean, absolutely. The pressure on emergency departments and the fact that in a small percentage of cases people are without question waiting too long is of real concern. What we are doing is trying to set up an entire alternative framework for people who do not need to be in emergency departments to seek care. There are a number of different components of that. A major component of that is our Medicare mental health centres. These are no referral, no appointment, no fee hubs, which we are co-funding with the Commonwealth and rolling out across New South Wales, where people who would otherwise go to an emergency department who may not need that type of care can seek care. That is one example.
Minister, the funding for the Medicare mental health centres, how much of that is Commonwealth and how much of that is state?
I will have to take on
If you could take that on notice,
Yep.
that would be
Another
great.
part of that, though, are our New South Wales safe havens, which are entirely state funded, and I think there are 22.
And Minister, the hours that safe havens are open compared to the hours that emergency departments are open?
It's not comparable, you're correct, Ms Carter, in that
Yes.
emergency departments are open 24/7 and safe havens are not.
Are safe havens generally open evenings and early mornings when
It
people
varies
might be expressing distress?
It varies a lot. A number of safe havens are and do in fact have opening hours 2 till 9 p.m. or something like that. However, the issue that you are getting at, which is safe havens are not open 24/7, and therefore, you don't always have a crisis in a particular window, in a particular day, is a valid one, and we're sort of exploring what we might do to make them more widely available. But they are all measures to take pressure off emergency departments. And the other one that I'll just briefly mention, which we are really hopeful of getting some significant progress on later this year, is our virtual mental health single front door, the rollout of a sort of telephone emergency triage for mental health, and that is on track to commence rolling out in districts in a staged way later this year. So
they're great ideas, Minister, but with respect, they're not working, because when we look at the figures, the median mental health patient now waits 3 hours longer in emergency than they did 4 years ago. Things are actually going backwards. What are we doing to make sure that people are being seen in a timely fashion?
Well, as I said, I mean, the initiatives that I have described are relatively new or only just coming online. So that we have the 22 safe havens open now. We have not opened our full complement of Medicare mental health hubs in New South Wales.
How many are you planning to open of those?
I think we have 33 in the pipeline for New South Wales.
I'll get the
will
details
take
this
that
afternoon.
on notice.
That'd be great. Another question, Minister. What preparations are mental health clinicians in Justice Health making to prepare for the return of female members of ISIS and their children?
I am not aware of any, but I can take on notice if they have indeed made any or been engaged.
And have you been briefed about preparations for their return?
I have not.
Are you aware that anybody in your department or has been briefed about preparations for their return?
In terms of Justice Health or forensic mental health, I am not.
Okay, I'll follow up on that this afternoon, perhaps. One of your key election promises was whole of government accountability to save lives, and so last September we saw the passage of the Suicide Prevention Act. What's the status of the 2 advisory councils required by sections 15 and 16 of that Act?
We're just finalising the membership of those at this very moment. We should have that finalised, I would imagine, this month. Just wanting to make sure that all of the different priority populations and voices that need to be heard are included. We've done EOIs. It was an overwhelming number of EOIs, which is great, but then you have the challenge of there's a lot of interest, which is fantastic, getting that down to 13 members, 11 members.
6 months and we don't even have them established. We're still sorting out who the membership is. Is this really a priority for you?
Yeah, it is, because, we don't just want to do a slapdash job. So we pass the legislation, we open the EOIs, we received an overwhelming number of EOIs, which
Do you have a date when they will be established?
I don't have that, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, and is there a budget already established for them?
So that will be funded through the Mental Health Commission, who's obviously been given charge of the...
So were they given additional funding for that additional responsibility?
I'll have to take on notice if they were, although I've had a number of conversations with them about how this is priority work for them, and that they need to ensure that they are able to manage that.
Minister, sorry, if this is the signature policy, how do you not know when this will begin and whether additional funding was provided?
Well, I just answered the question in terms of when it will begin. I am actively
take it on notice.
engaged. I'm actively engaged with the Commission in relation to the finalisation of the committees. I don't have an exact date of when we will be putting out the press release. But as I said, I make no apologies for taking really seriously trying to get the balance right in terms of the membership. It actually was very challenging with an overwhelming number of EOIs to finalise a group of 11 members.
Sorry, Minister, I thought a minute ago you said it was 13. How many members?
I'm trying to recall. I can take the time to open my notes. There are 15 members of the committee. 2 of those, I understand, are co-chairs. 2 are government appointees, and 11...
Minister, I thought this was one of your signature policies, yet you're not really sure of the number, the date.
There are 15 members of each committee. There is a Suicide Prevention Council and an Aboriginal Suicide Prevention Council.
And the suicide prevention plans, where are they at?
Well, the plans are to be developed by the councils.
Okay, so when will they be developed, do you anticipate? What timeline are you expecting for this very important work?
I would anticipate that would be done this year.
Which part of this year, Minister?
I mean, as I said, I am not aware of... I don't want to give an exact date, because if I say, well, we'll have it done by June or July or August, the committees are intended to do that work. Okay. And that's the entire purpose of setting them up, is to give them ownership and leadership.
And you said that you're engaging closely with the Mental Health Commission. Are you engaging closely with the restructure of that commission?
I have been briefed on that, yes.
And you're supportive of that restructure?
Yes.
Are you concerned that the work in relation to the Suicide Prevention Act is going to lead to job losses at the Mental Health Commission?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
Why is that?
Because we have been clear to the Commission that this is a priority work for them. They're very excited about it. There's no intention that that would lead to job losses there. I support their restructure.
But you know that there are people whose positions will be lost in that restructure.
Well, I mean, I can ask Ms. Black to speak
I'll
to
follow
the
up later
restructure,
today, yeah.
but it's completely within the purview of the Mental Health Commission to restructure their work based on the really important leadership role that they have for the suicide prevention legislation.
And the previous mental health and wellbeing strategy, that expired in 2024. When will the new strategy be in place?
I might ask.
So you don't know when the new strategy will be in place?
I don't have an exact date, no.
As Minister, isn't one of your key responsibilities strategic direction of your portfolio? And so you don't know what's happening with the strategy for the mental health and wellbeing?
As I said, I don't have an exact date of when the mental
Do you have
health
any rough
Commission,
idea?
hopes to finalise that.
Do you have any oversight over this at all?
Well, I mean, I do have oversight over it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I have exact dates of the release of the Mental Health Commission's new mental health and wellbeing strategy off the top of my head.
A rough date would do?
Ms. Black, do you have details of that?
I'd say early 2027 is what we've proposed.
Early 2027. Are you concerned that that will be in the caretaker period and therefore may not get the attention it deserves?
Well, that's a conversation I'll have with the Minister at some point. We've tried to...
I'll come back to you in the afternoon, Ms. Black. That was really a question for the Minister, to be honest, in terms of timing. Minister, we've talked about this before. Do we now, or do you now have a final figure for how much was paid to VMOs and to locums to fill places left by staff psychiatrists who resigned during the dispute last year?
The figures that I have, the indicative costs related to the contingency measures for the period of the dispute with our psychiatrists were that the cost of that was $18,412,572. That includes the virtual psychiatry hubs, other incremental costs, and the mental health acute assessment team. I don't believe that I have here a specific figure in relation to VMO and locum costs, but I can see whether or not that is something that I might
Minister,
be able
perhaps
to...
you can come back with that later today. Can I say I'm surprised that you don't have those figures available given our previous discussions.
Just
I'm
on that, in
constantly
terms of
confounding
sort of
you, Ms.
numbers
Carter.
of psychiatrists who came back to health following that dispute, do you have figures on that, Minister?
I have figures that there has, from October 2024, we have seen an increase of 175.9 FTE, senior and junior medical staff.
Okay,
Now,
but I'm talking about so obviously there are a number of psychiatrists that resigned, and that's been talked about in other estimates. And then after there was the interim offer, were they invited back, and how many of those psychiatrists came back to New South Wales Health? That's what I'm trying to understand.
They were invited back. I mean, it was sort of not invited back.
No, I know, but
we had
for lack of a better
vacancies,
term,
and we are enthusiastic to fill those vacancies.
So do you have figures of how many resigned but then returned back to New South Wales Health? That's the figure that I'm looking for.
I probably do here, but I can take it on notice and see if I might be able to get it after the break. If that is a
that's
figure
fine.
that...
that's fine.
Certainly there were a number.
If you've got the exact figure after the break, that would be great. I just want to go to your youth portfolio briefly in the short time I've got here. Can you tell me, do you still have the Regional Youth Community Coordinator program?
All of the programs that were part of the former Office for Regional Youth have been rolled into the new Office for Youth.
Okay, and did all of the staff who were part of the old Office for Regional Youth come across?
They were all invited to come across. I don't know whether they all chose to do that. Some of them may not have wanted to do that.
Okay, but no one in effect in these regional communities lost their job. If they wanted to come across, they were able to. That's what you're
correct.
saying. Okay. If you can provide, and I'm happy for it to be on notice, how many sort of those positions were not continued on, if it is by the choice of those individuals, that's fine, but it would be good to get that data. Thank you. Does the Office of Youth have ongoing funding to sustain its current FTE roles?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you're saying all of the programs that existed previously are still there. Is there still the Our Region, Our Voice Regional Youth Investment Program?
I might ask Ms McKernan to comment on that one. It's true that, the Office for Youth has been in existence since mid last year. We've only just brought a new advocate on. Yeah. There is space for Ms McKernan as the new advocate to shape
but that's specific Our Region, Our Voice investment program, which had funding go out to regional youth before. Does that still exist, is my question?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Sorry to get you up when I'm running out of time, but we'll come back to this this afternoon, Ms McKernan, don't worry. Yeah, thank you.
Minister, the Ramsay Clinic in Thirroul was opened in 2022 as Australia's first trauma specialist service for women, to particularly victims of sexual assault and family violence. This service admittedly was a private service. It had some issues around accessibility, but it was filling an enormous unmet need from mental health care across the state. Last year, the clinic changed its focus to be a broader mental health service, no longer a trauma-specific service. Patients and staff have now been told that that facility is closing. Are you doing anything to continue that service or another service of its kind?
Well, as you noted, it's a private clinic. It's always really unfortunate when private services that people did rely on and get a lot of value out of close, although there have been other examples of this happen, and there's actually a limited amount that we can do other than talk to the private providers about how challenging and frustrating that is for consumers. I was aware that the clinic in Thirroul changed its focus. I don't think I had been notified that it was closing altogether. Again, private providers make decisions on a for-profit basis often about what services they'll be providing. I think it's very unfortunate. This is why I'm such a strong advocate for public health. I don't know if there's been engagement with the Illawarra LHD in relation to the closure of that clinic. I'll have to ask them about it. Was Dr. Flynn or Ms. Wood, were you aware of the closure of that clinic and any engagement that they've had with the district?
Thanks, Minister. We are aware of the closure, but I'm not aware of any engagement that's happened specifically with the local health district or the ministry around it.
Yeah, thank you. And Minister, to be clear, I am not and will never be the one advocating for a public-private partnership, but surely you can acknowledge that this is, it was and it still is an enormous unmet need. There is now no women's specialist trauma service in New South Wales at all, public or private. There was a recommendation by this committee through our mental health inquiry around that. Will you look to establish a service like this?
We absolutely will look to it. One of the challenges that we have, Dr. Con, as you recognise, is there's pressure across the board. We know that we need to provide more mental health services. I want to invest in community mental health. I want to invest in acute hospital-based mental health so that, we can continue to take pressure off emergency departments. I do think these kind of specialist clinics play a really important role. I mean, I would use the eating disorder service in Charlestown as an example of another specialist facility that I really acknowledge is valuable. So, of course, I think there is value in that. There's resources associated with establishing those kind of really specialist dedicated clinics. You know, we have to explore what resources we have available, but I'm happy to acknowledge that there would be value in that and take on what we might do in order to ensure that it's resourced. Is it back to opposition time now?
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm, Ms Mitchell, thank you for the team for clarifying that our region, our voice is continuing. It's delivering on 67 regional projects at present. The program is supporting 75,000 young people in regional New South Wales, with 20 projects successfully completed as of June 2025. And as I said, there are others still ongoing.
Yeah,
So-
and I think there was a funding round that closed last year. Is there going to be more funding or a future round for
So
that
that-
program? Is really the
Apologies. That I
crux of
think
my
is a
question.
question that you might want to explore this afternoon with Ms Kernan, because, as I said, I want to provide her space and opportunity as the new advocate to be thoughtful about the vision that she has. But
Okay.
you can ask her this
Sure,
afternoon.
that's maybe a question on notice then for
Yeah.
this afternoon for Ms. Gunn. I wanted to just take you, Minister, and I did raise this with you in the House as well, just the supports on the ground for the community in Lake Cargelligo, and I acknowledge, I think your office did reach out to some of the staff there, which I know was appreciated. Are there any updates in terms of sort of ongoing financial support for some of those community mental health organisations who are out there? It's obviously still a very challenging time for the community, and I thought you might have something that you could update or share with the committee.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. It is. It has been such a challenging time for that community. The local health districts, Far West and Murrumbidgee, are sort of continuing to engage with that community to try and ensure that their public mental health services, including in particular Aboriginal or First Nations clinicians, are engaged. We have engaged with Lifeline.
Sorry, Minister, could I... Sorry. This is actually a question about a community where 3 people were murdered and the mental health support. The Minister's answering the question. If the Labor members have a problem with that, fine, but I think the Minister's quite happy to give this answer. It's quite a genuine issue.
Chairing of the meeting, that's the problem.
Well, if you want to
No point of order
interrupt
has
support
actually
for
been
Lake
taken.
Cargelligo,
At this
go
stage,
right
there's 40
ahead.
seconds left for the Minister to answer this
That's
question.
appalling.
Thank you.
Minister, thank you. If you could answer that.
That's okay. I was just saying, I really appreciated the work that Lifeline Central West has been doing there. My understanding is that they've been provided with $50,000 sort of just discretionary funding or top-up funding specifically to manage the costs that they have incurred in supporting the Lake Cargelligo community. So I'm really pleased with that, because I know that they were going above and beyond their ordinary work, and that it was important to recognise that, and that we were relying on them as a local grassroots service. So I think thanks to the advocacy of yourself and others, we have been able to provide them some funding to acknowledge that work that they were doing.
And it is appreciated, so thank you for that. Thanks, Minister.
Are there any questions from the government?
Thanks, Chair. There are no government questions.
There being no government questions, we'll break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We'll resume with questions from the crossbench.
Just very briefly, Dr. Con, for the purposes of trying to provide information, in relation to the question around the number of psychiatrists who had separated from New South Wales Health.
It was a question from the opposition. Is it possible to do that in opposition time?
That's fine.
Thank you,
Dr. Con. Apologies.
Minister, since I last pressed you about the urgency of establishing a health-led response to mental health emergencies, as opposed to a police-led response, another person has been killed by the New South Wales Police on a welfare check. Why has this reform not been an urgent priority for you and for the Minns Labor government?
Well, it has been an urgent priority, but that doesn't mean that we're going to rush through a reasonably significant new approach to how these situations are managed without doing the work. I mean, of course, you are right that there continues to be evidence on the ground and feedback from right across first responders and consumers and carers and their families that a new approach is called for, and we agree with that. As you know, since the last time that we had estimates, we've been doing a consultation. We extended that consultation to make sure that all of the voices were heard. We're not going to impose a new model on our first responders, on consumers, on their families, without bringing them on that journey. It's not a delay because we don't think this is important. It is because it is important that we're taking time to get it right.
That's substantially the same answer that you gave me the last several times I've asked this question.
To be fair, Dr. Con, I was here 13 weeks ago, so if you're going to have multiple hearings on the same budget, not a lot is going to have happened since I was here in early December when we had Bondi Beach tragedy, when we had Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
So because I've had additional hearings, it seems as though not as much progress has been made, but that's partly because I have been repeatedly coming back to answer questions. And so I don't think it's fair when I had an additional hearing to characterise a lack of progress when, as you know, we have been methodically working through these issues.
I'm sure the whole committee appreciates that you appeared in December, but there's been another 2 months since the start of this year. It's now March, and another person has died. Somebody has died on what should have been a welfare check. Police were sent to actually check that someone was okay because there were concerns about their well-being, and that person was killed. Are you telling me there's been still no progress in the last 2 months this year?
Well, no, I'm not telling you that. As you know, we extended the consultation partly on the request of people such as yourself to ensure that voices were heard. I'm not criticising that, but I am going to push back on this suggestion that we're not working through this. We are working through this. I'm happy to get Ms. Wood, who's leading that process, to talk through what that progress has looked like. Perhaps I understand you might want to question her this afternoon, so I don't want to take up your time now. She's happy to do that. But I do want to be clear that the progress that we have made is bringing together all of the touch points within government on this to come up with options for alternative models, doing consultation, extending consultation, bringing those voices in, and now obviously bringing together both the work that we have done internally and the external voices to get this right. It is because it is important that we don't want to rush out something, but the point that you are making, that this is important work that is, and circumstances in the community continue to draw attention to that, is one that I accept.
I will follow up with Ms. Wood this afternoon. I'm very keen to hear on where this is up to 18 months after the government made the commitment to make this reform. Minister, earlier this morning you said in response to a different question that you want to invest in community-based services. For the second year in a row that I'm aware of, there's a proposal for a significant expansion to supported living programs that are both effective in terms of their benefit for people's mental health, but also cost effective to the point of being cost saving because of the prevention of the need for other types of care. So I'm talking about programs like community living supports, step up, step down care, pathways to community living that are largely run in the non-government sector. Will we be seeing an increase in funding?
Well, I'm not going to foreshadow the upcoming budget. That's not the purpose of this particular budget estimates. part of the answer to that question is linked to the work that we are doing with the Commonwealth on psychosocial supports. That is critically important, and I accept that there are massive gaps in terms of psychosocial supports in New South Wales, and a number of good programs, of which you mentioned, that are examples of support that we can provide people outside of a kind of clinical health intervention that are really important. So we're working with the Commonwealth to try and expand the provision of psychosocial supports, including housing support in New South Wales. As I said, I'm not going to foreshadow the budget that's coming up, but a number of those programs that you mentioned, yes, we are very supportive of them and really trying to get them moving and ensure that people have access to them.
So in particular, the CLS program, I understand in its evaluation, it actually delivered a net saving of $86,000 per person over 5 years by preventing mental health hospitalisations and reducing length of stay. I mean, this is a program that you could increase funding for and then get money back to invest in other programs and all the other sorts of things we've talked about this morning. How is this not a no-brainer for the government?
Encourage you, on that particular question, I encourage you to talk to the Treasurer about the way that budgetary expenditure is accounted for, because unfortunately, whilst I absolutely accept your point that programs of this nature should be seen as investments and have clear benefits and cost savings in other areas, that's not always the way that they're accounted for in terms of our budget. They are seen as costs, and we spend money on these very important and worthwhile programs, but the savings, which I accept are realised elsewhere. So it's not as straightforward as you're suggesting within the mental health branch budget to account for those things in the way you've suggested. But ultimately, this issue of spending money on good programs to save money for the whole of government is one that I
accept. In this particular instance, this is a mental health spend or investment where the saving is then in reduced mental health hospitalisations and reduced length of stay. So that saving would come back in your budget.
Look, as I said, unfortunately, we're not able to account for that in the way that you have described. However, in general, those particular programs, but actually psychosocial supports more broadly, I mean housing in particular, but other things, they are cost savings. You do see as you said, reduced hospitalisations, reduced length of stay, reduced interaction with the criminal justice system, other physical health impacts that are reduced or less severe, because people's mental health is well supported. So that's all very valid. And as I said, I'm not going to foreshadow the upcoming budget, but I accept your point that these are important programs, and we will work through our budget processes, but also particularly with the Commonwealth to look for opportunities.
Coming back to the issue of the psychiatrists, they were awarded a significant temporary pay rise by the Industrial Relations Commission. What happens after this 1 year is over?
Well, as the Commission have identified, the resolution of the ASMOF award is the critical next step. So psychiatrists aren't the only staff specialists who are interested in higher wages. Others are also pressing the case. ASMOF is pursuing that through the Industrial Relations Commission, and the Commission itself identified that yes, urgent intervention was required for psychiatrists, and we supported that. We supported the expedited hearing. We've agreed with the sort of temporary or stopgap determination that they made, but we are awaiting the finalisation of the ASMOF award as the permanent long-term solution to this issue.
Sure. And the award is only subject to arbitration because it couldn't be agreed. What are you doing to mitigate the risk that after this 1 year period is over, you end up exactly in the situation you were when you had mass resignations?
Well, I mean, the same thing that we have been doing since this issue first arose. We are in very regular dialogue with psychiatrists, with their representatives about what we can do to encourage them and make careers in public health attractive. We want the ASMOF award finalised as well, but as it was a pretty significant wage increase requested for all staff specialists. That does have to go through the industrial process. That's not something that could be accommodated within the government wages framework. We'll just continue.
Doesn't
that.
have to. You chose to not.
Well, as I said, I'm sure that you can understand that the ASMOF award is not the only outstanding agreement that has not been finalised. We have ongoing dialogue with nurses, with other parts of the workforce, and it's the same issue applies to the ASMOF award more broadly than it did with psychiatrists particularly. We're not in a position to agree to 20, 25. I believe that the claim in the ASMOF award was a 30% increase for all staff specialists. Well, that's just not something that the government is in a position to agree to. And so in those circumstances where there's limited opportunities for negotiation, we do use the independent umpire that all parties sort of agreed was the path forward, and that's what's happening.
I'm out of time. Please don't take me passing it on as agreement with what you've said for the record, but I'll go to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I was wondering if you could, I think it was about, when was it, the end of 2024 estimates, I believe, that I asked you about healthy catchments and the previous catchment management authorities with catchment action plans and targets, and the funding of the Natural Resources Advisory Council. There was a Healthy Rivers Commission. You said that you're taking that seriously and work is commencing. Has that work been completed yet?
I don't think it's been completed. I might ask Ms Jones for an update, or you can talk to her this afternoon if you prefer. The issue of integrated catchment management, of the gap in New South Wales that has existed, is one that we continue to be concerned about.
Is it a priority to get something in place before the next election?
Yes, it is, although there are lots of priorities, Ms Fairman, and, it's getting to the point where we're starting to, have to really be clear and focus on what's achievable. This is not something that I can do as the Minister for Water on my own. As you have identified, that's part of the problem, is that there's this siloing between water and primary industries, agriculture and environment. A public servant team are working on that and are making progress on what better models for catchment management might look like. It is a priority for me to have that finalised, but I have to work together with my colleagues to try and bring that together.
I mean, I think a previous Labor government recognised that was the issue, in fact, and instigated significant policy reform.
That's true.
One of the former ministers, Craig Knowles, indeed had catchment management in his title, I believe, in terms of natural resource management.
Well, he's now the chair of
which
NRA,
was
so I can
CMA.
ask him. Yeah.
Yes, but he doesn't make the rules.
Yeah.
You do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. As I said, I mean, the point that you're making, I agree with. Yes, it's a priority. I have to work with my colleagues. I should also just let you know, Ms Fairman, that the issue of integrated catchment management and the challenges with that is one that we have also identified as part of our submission to the Basin Plan Review, because this is not just something that the jurisdiction of New South Wales can do better on, which we can. The MDBA also, in their areas of responsibility and management, I don't feel have always done that work well, and I would draw your attention to the condition of the riparian zone in the Murrumbidgee and at the Choke as examples of that. So that's something that we have also identified with the MDBA as an area that they might wish to include in their future focus.
There are quite a few communities that are contacting me who are in fact coastal communities who are very concerned about the state of significant coastal catchments. I've had people around, for example, the Macleay River, talking to me about the dire situation there, and they're calling and pleading for, again, a central authority that can make decisions about what happens on the land near rivers as well as what happens in the water. I mean, that's what's needed, and we can have strategies, but unless there's some recognition by the government that someone needs to be in charge of decisions around healthy catchments, then I don't think we're going to get anywhere. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, look, as I said, I would agree that bringing that work together is important. I'm not in a position here in budget estimates to make policy announcements on behalf of government, and what you have described would be a new policy, a new approach, bringing together parts of not just DQ Water Group, DQ CPHR Group, primary industries, etc. I'm not in a position to make that announcement or commitment here at Budget Estimates. But as I have previously indicated, I do think this is important work, and you may this afternoon want to talk to Ms Jones when you have a bit more time about the work that has been happening across agencies on integrated catchment management to try and reflect some of the very valid points that you are making.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask some questions about, it's initially with Mr Barnes, but from NRA,
He can come up.
but hopefully with enough time I'm asking them to then ask you a question. Minister, this is specifically in relation to the floodplain, what is it called? IFC. That acronym is the floodplain, improving floodplain connection program. Got it? I just need to look at the heading of my question. Now, there was 205 works inspections at 113 properties. Now, I understand this was identified by Water Group, these works, unapproved works. Why, firstly, were they identified by Water Group and not NRA? Because you've got all the satellite mapping and everything to do that, don't you?
It was a collaborative project funded by the Commonwealth, Water Group and NRA working together. We drew on expertise from the Water Group and used their referrals to then undertake our own validation, both using the technology you reference, as well as undertaking site visits. As a result of those site visits, some structures were identified for referral for approval, if possible, or for modification or removal.
Now, it does seem to me when I'm reading this document that the goal was in fact to ideally to see if the floodplain works could be approved. Is that correct? So under this program, there were 42 flood works that were identified for removal, 66 works required licensing and approvals. What happened to the other works inspections, or is it still going?
So the program's ongoing. I think the objective was twofold. One was to make them lawful. If unable to do so, then there was a role for NRA to pursue in terms of compliance and enforcement.
Okay, so was that over all valleys?
So the IFC was all valleys in the north, and a consideration to how now that program can be rolled out beyond that jurisdiction.
Do you know the total of take in terms of those works that have been approved that were unapproved?
These were broad storages, Ms Fairman, broad infrastructure, not necessarily storages. So to make levees, other types of infrastructure. I would take on notice, though, whether any of the referrals related to actual storages or dams.
So my office contacted you recently, and thank you for your very comprehensive responses to the questions that we ask you. It's really appreciated. This is in relation to the floodplain harvesting compliance dashboard. The data that came back, this is the storage compliance rates, shows that the compliant storage rate for Barwon Darling looks like it's just 4% or 2 storages, progressing to compliance 33%, 18, whereas there's no progress 63% and 34. Why
That's
is that
correct.
so low in terms of compliance for Barwon Darling, even though the water sharing plan, Minister, I think, has just been signed off on?
Correct.
So this is compliance in relation to the obligation to install a primary measurement device, and the figures you quote are correct. There are 18 structures that are in progress to be recognised, to have their measurement devices recognised, and we've been speaking with representatives of the Barwon Darling to encourage them in that endeavour, and made representations similarly to the New South Wales Irrigated Council. They've taken on board that feedback. There are, though, in those numbers quoted, a proportion where no progress has been demonstrated, and the reasons for that are consistently around the economics of undertaking those installations outweigh the benefits of floodplain harvesting for those particular storages.
I didn't get to go to the Minister, but I'll come back to you this afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Barnes.
We're coming to opposition time.
I just wanted to update you, Ms Mitchell, of the 105 separations of psychiatrists that we saw during the period of disputation last year. 51 of those have returned in some capacity to New South Wales Health.
Okay.
And if you wanted now, Ms Wood could give you an update on Westmead, Mums and Bubs. And
We'll come back to that
Bluefield,
this
or I
afternoon.
just wanted to
yeah,
let you know
just
she
others have
has
times.
information, but
Sure.
you can get it this
We'll
afternoon.
do that this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Minister.
Chris Rath.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you,
Yes.
Minister. Minister, you made an election commitment of 30% affordable, social and universal housing on surplus public land. Why are you delivering only 10% at the Glebe Island development?
Because the commitment that we made was on the overall utilisation of surplus or underutilised government land, and it has never been our intention to have that applicable on a site-by-site or rezoning by rezoning basis. This is something that we've discussed on numerous previous occasions. You will obviously point out the 10% affordable housing in perpetuity at Bays West. I note that the previous government's commitment was 7.5, so even that's an improvement. I will respond by saying it's 50% social and affordable at Waterloo. In fact, 52%. It's 100% social housing at our Cowper Street redevelopment, at our Wentworth Park Road redevelopment. The point is, when you look across the activation of underutilised or unused government land for housing, 30% of that housing will be social and affordable housing. We are on track for that, but it is not and has never been site by site because all sites are different.
Do you agree that selling private land to selling public land to a private developer at Glebe Island is a form of privatisation of land?
Well, I will clarify for your purposes, Mr. Rath, that that is not what will be happening. Similarly to other redevelopments of government-owned land, Darling Harbour comes to mind. There are other examples. The land itself will not be sold. Ground lease models will be developed. Yes, there will be private market activation of that land for housing, but there will not be wholesale sale of that land to private developers.
So it's a 99-year lease, is it?
As I said, Minister Camper is responsible for finalising those lease arrangements. That's not something that I have direct oversight of, but I am aware that the suggestion that there's going to be a big for sale sign put on that land is not accurate, that we will be working with private housing developers to deliver much needed housing, but that the underlying ownership of the land will be retained by government.
Minister, what's your definition of privatisation?
I would give an example of the $3 billion of public housing your government sold. That would be an example to me of wholesale privatisation of public assets. I would give an example of what your government did to electricity assets, which is now given considerably less levers to our government to try and manage increased electricity prices. I would give an example of the wholesale privatisation of the Land Titles Registry, which is now operating as a private monopoly. These are examples of taking large government assets and selling them to the private sector. The government retains no underlying ownership, no underlying control.
Well, Minister, the Poles and Wires was a 99-year lease. The ports that we did was a 99-year lease. How is it getting over $2 billion in the lease, the 99-year lease of public land at Glebe Island to private developers, anything but privatisation?
Because the land at that site will be retained in government
just like
ownership.
the Poles and Wires.
Well, I mean, as I said, I think the suggestion that a ground lease model for the activation of that prime real estate for housing is a fantastic outcome. I don't actually know what your position is on it. I'm taking from the tenor of these questions that once again you are opposing our government's efforts to try and do something about the housing crisis, just as you did with Woollahra, just as you did with Rose Hill, just as you did at every turn that we have tried to recognise the average house price in Sydney is now $1.7 million. We need to make some decisions to do something about that.
Well, we haven't come out against Woollahra or against Glebe Island, but what we're suggesting is that when you engage in 99-year leases to the private sector, you don't classify it as privatisation, but when we did it in government, you were the first to argue that we were selling everything off as part of privatisation. You can see the hypocrisy there, can't you, Minister?
No, not particularly. I think it's well recognised that your government considered privatisation to be the golden goose, or whatever former Premier Perrottet referred to it, the golden egg, golden goose. It was golden, whatever it was. We have been clear that we are not interested in flogging off government assets, and that things like the activation of the Glebe Island Peninsula for housing delivers clear public benefit, with government retaining underlying ownership of that land. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity for Sydney, and I think it's a real shame that you seem to be trying to throw sand in the gears of it.
Well, they're your words, Minister, but you're also 40% behind your National Housing Accord targets. That's a massive failure, isn't it?
We've always said that those targets are going to be challenging. I think New South Wales now has the highest number of homes in construction, the highest number of homes approved for construction. So clearly the effort to try and get housing supply moving is showing some momentum. It's still a huge task. I'm not sitting here saying it's not going to be challenging. The Premier himself has said it will be difficult. But you've got to be... Sydney needs ambition right now. We need some big decisions and big targets. And yes, sometimes those things will be challenging, and sometimes there might be hiccups or speed bumps along the way. That doesn't mean we don't keep trying. I mean, I would use Rose Hill as an example of that, a big, bold plan to try and create great opportunities for housing in the heart of Western Sydney. Sure, it didn't turn out the way that we would have liked. That's on the public record. That doesn't mean we haven't kept trying to find opportunities. Wentworth Park, Woollahra, Waterloo, Bays West, examples of future city-shaping initiatives that this government is pursuing, often in the face of NIMBY opposition from yourself and the Greens.
Well, I don't think anyone could ever accuse me of being a NIMBY, but Minister, if infrastructure constraints, water infrastructure constraints were originally considered a hard limit for blocking a TOD at Edgecliff, why is the government now confident that no major upgrades are required for rezoning of up to 10,000 homes at Woollahra?
Well, I don't think it's fair to characterise that as ever being a hard limit. When the original TODs were being developed, obviously the government was going for low-hanging fruit. We make no apologies for that. We want to get things moving. We wanted to focus our efforts on the areas where there was the most immediate opportunity for uplift. The work that Sydney Water has done, including the finalisation of its IPART, price determination, its long-term capital and operating plan, has meant that it does have confidence that over the period in which the Woollahra station and rezoning would occur, that there is capacity. I can ask Mr Cleary to provide more information, or you can talk to him this afternoon. I think he answered questions along these lines from your colleague Mr Farlow previously, but happy to articulate the work that Sydney Water has done to give confidence that there is capacity to support more housing in infill areas in Sydney.
We might come back this afternoon, Mr Cleary. Minister, are you aware of any other errors that have been made where clearly there was capacity but Sydney Water stuffed up?
It's not an error. It's not an error. In the development of the TODs, which was a new and bold and ambitious policy, once again our government trying to do something big, Sydney Water had a lot of work to do across a range of the TOD and accelerated TOD precincts to provide information about where capacity was. It never said hard no or hard limit on Edgecliff. It did say we need to look at this. There are questions that we need to answer. Because it was not able to be a definitive yes at that early stage, Edgecliff wasn't included. The right decision, matching infrastructure with housing. In the period of time subsequent to that, where some pretty significant things did happen, as I said, the finalisation of the IPART price determination, the long-term capital and operating plan, Sydney Water has been able to provide more updated, accurate information. And that's what's happened at Woollahra. They do have confidence that they can service increased housing there. I think that's a fantastic outcome. And if you do indeed not oppose Woollahra Station and the housing there, you should also welcome this development.
Thank you for mentioning the IPART capital expenditure. They've lost $5.9 billion in capital expenditure, haven't they, through the IPART process?
There was... IPART did not approve the full envelope of capital and operating expenses requested by Sydney Water. That's them doing their job. IPART, the I stands for IPART. Sydney Water don't get what they want every time, and no offence, Mr Cleary, they shouldn't. That's the process. Sydney Water makes a submission based on what, their best vision is. IPART looks at that, runs the independent ruler over it, and says this is what is appropriate. For a government-owned monopoly, challenging as that can be at times, it's a process I fully support. I've been clear with Mr Cleary that based on the new and updated envelope that IPART has given them, their clear priority has to be to support the growth of Sydney that we need, and we've had many conversations along those lines, and I have confidence that Sydney Water understand that and have got a plan that supports our housing growth.
Well, 40% behind your housing targets. One of the roadblocks is that new developments can't get connections to water and sewerage. Will you increase the funding to Sydney Water to actually deal with some of these backlogs? In particular, for example, at Appin, where you could build up to 16,000 homes, but because of caps, you can only do 2,500.
Well,
and that's largely because there's not enough water infrastructure there.
If the connections are limited at this stage, it is not because the IPART price determination from last year was not adequate. It's because your government didn't even ask for capital for water infrastructure. There was not even a thought given to it. There was not even a plan.
You've had 3 budgets. How long can you
IPART
blame us
price determinations operate on a 5-year price determination period. So the price determination that Sydney Water was operating under until the new determination last year was squarely the responsibility of your government, not even a request for the kind of significant capital investment needed for water infrastructure. We are dealing with that now. We are getting the investment moving. We just announced $3 billion for the Malabar system upgrade to support growth in southwestern Sydney. It is happening, but because of the way Sydney Water is regulated and funded, that price determination last year was critical to unlocking the investment that they need.
Thank you, Minister. I might move on to another area. How many housing properties has your department taken back from NGOs for use by your government?
I don't have that on my notes. Ms Pinkston, I think we'll have to take that on notice.
Yep, that's fine. Minister, are you aware that there was a property being used on the Central Coast that was housing a number of homeless men, which was then taken back by your department, which has led to a number of those men being displaced? What are the protocols you have in place that when you do take properties back, that no person is forced back into homelessness?
Look, I mean, I'm not aware of that. I'm happy to take that on notice. We regularly, semi-regularly exchange management of properties with the NGO sector. Homes owns a substantial number of properties that are managed by either specialist homelessness services or community housing providers, and the use of those properties does sometimes change. It would concern me to hear that as a consequence of that, people had been exited into homelessness, and so I'm more than happy to take on that specific information.
Thank you. Minister, we've had reports that women and children in regional areas living in cars, staying mobile to avoid perpetrators, facing choice between returning to violence, becoming homeless. We're also seeing refuges across the state, as well as SHSs having to extend stays longer than required because exit pathways aren't there. And we're seeing multiple tent cities popping up across regional New South Wales. Minister, when are you going to invest in frontline services and give the SHSs the funding they need?
Well, almost the entire preamble of that question related to the lack of availability of permanent housing for people, in particular women and children fleeing domestic violence who desperately need it, which is a proposition I entirely support and would say that is the direct driving motivation for our record $5.1 billion to build social housing. The end part of that question then referred to operational costs for specialist homelessness services, which is also an issue.
But Minister, these individuals are going to SHSs and asking for assistance. We know that they're at capacity. DV New South Wales has recently released a report, as has Homeless New South Wales, that outlined the fact that these services are operating at over capacity. The question is, when will you fund the SHSs so that they can increase providing frontline support and assistance to people who are experiencing homelessness?
Well, we are just in the process of finalising the recommissioning of those services later this year on new 5-year contracts, which is something that the sector has also been calling for a long time. And in addition to that, we have announced $130 million just for crisis accommodation services like the ones you have described. I accept that they have been underfunded for a long time. That $130 million is all new money specifically for those services to increase capacity to serve the people you have just outlined. So, of course, there's more work to do. I mean, the housing crisis is hitting the most vulnerable the hardest, but there is substantial new money on the table to increase capacity in the crisis accommodation sector, in addition to the money that we have put into social housing to build the permanent housing solutions.
Just in relation to the contracts, which I understand expire 30th of June this year, obviously there's a number of services and particularly staff that are quite concerned because the contracts haven't yet been finalised. Can you guarantee today that every single service will remain operating?
Well, yes, because first of all, we're on track to finalise recommissioning. I understand that the deadline is 30th of June, but one of the things that we've done as part of our recommissioning process is indicate that existing contracts will be honoured. So, you know, there's no intention, as has previously been done, famously in 2014, to try and upend the entire system in the deeply traumatising going home, staying home process. We're not doing that. We've committed that the contracts that are in place will continue. We're moving to 5-year contracts. There's obviously some negotiation with people, particularly those who've been in sort of what would loosely be described as subcontracting arrangements as to whether they want to continue. We're encouraging people to participate in local networks, to do local grassroots planning, but no one will be left who has a contract to deliver core SHS services that, I agree with you, our community relies on, without having something finalised by that time frame.
Good. Minister, you've been moving towards the motel-style accommodation options, and I think there was the Lismore Hub that was that you announced, and it's on your strategy. One of the things that sector has been talking about is, or would like some guarantees around, is that there'll be no loss in net loss in the crisis or the TA funding. So that will still be available in times of crisis, in addition to these hotel-motel models. So that'll be on top of.
So, I think the hubs that you have described, the hotel-motel models, that is reusing old hotels and motels and nursing homes and retirement villages and completely refurbishing them into proper trauma-informed, well-designed, supported temporary accommodation. So we would differentiate that program from the mainstream temporary accommodation that does rely, unfortunately, in a way, on commercial hotel and motel operations. We don't want to be spending money on hotels and commercial hotels and motels for temporary accommodation, but I do indicate we will continue to do that whilst ever that is necessary. Yes, it is an important part of the emergency accommodation pipeline that people have. We're trying to build more supported temporary accommodation. We're trying to build more crisis accommodation. But to the extent that people do want to know that they'll continue to be able to call Link to Home and access those, commercial providers at present, that is absolutely still part of, the way that we will support people at risk of homelessness.
Yep. I've got 10 seconds. What's the current wait time for Link to Home?
We have that.
I've got that there. What's year to date?
Okay.
Yep.
Year to date, 25-26, 6 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Ms Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can I talk to you about a river I love that is in so much trouble?
Is it the Richmond River?
It is. It's such a sick river that is suffering. It's in breakdown, collapse. You know it. You know of it. Rouse County Council, Ballina Council, and now Byron Council, and I understand Lismore will be considering very soon, have passed motions calling for a Richmond River Commissioner. I wrote to you recently about it. You haven't ruled it out. Is this something that you would be willing to consider further, given the level of enthusiasm and advocacy that seems to be coming from the local areas?
Yeah, I would, Ms Higginson, and I do know your love and advocacy for that river, and I share your concern to make sure that it is in the best possible state of health that it can be, and that's under a lot of pressure right now. I'm open to a Richmond River Commissioner. To be perfectly honest, Ms Higginson, my only concern would be I just want to fix problems. Yeah. That's my entire mission as a minister. And so if I'm going to do something like that, I just need to have a high level of confidence that it's not just kind of more bureaucratic talk and work. And I know that's not what you want either. But that would be the barrier. We actually have, unfortunately, a number of rivers and river systems that are under pressure. And we're trying to work through all of those. I'm up for solutions. If a commissioner or some kind of model or oversight is going to help that, great. If it's just going to be more people talking about how bad things are, I don't need that. I get that from you, fair enough. I'm aware of that. I just want a pathway to do things better that isn't sort of bureaucratic handling.
Thank you. So on that note, two fantastic folk from our local community, Steve Posselt and Graham Gibson. These are two chaps that are known as two men in the tinny, and they travelled as part of the Riverfest recently. They're coming to Sydney on the 24th to the 26th of March. They have some really, really novel, incredible insights about the river. Would you give them a few moments and meet with them when they're here? I know that Minister Saffin has agreed, and I am being very sneaky and using this opportunity to try and publicly pin you down.
As you have done before, Ms Higginson, but I don't mind. And when you, for example, brought Human Nature to my attention as another fabulous local group. I did meet with them and we have actually been able to provide them some funding. Look, I literally am able to open my diary here. I see that those are sitting days. I am sure that we can find a time for me to sit down with those people.
Fantastic, you really are great. And can I push you just one bit further? Can
Another
you help
meeting
me
with
pin down?
Yeah, that's
Can
right.
you help me pin down Minister Sharp and Minister Moriarty too? We'll see what we can do. But thank you, Minister. I'm very grateful.
I am happy to, and I'm sure my staff are watching upstairs and will accommodate that request.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to turn now to Byron Shire. As you know, it's consistently recorded the highest proportion of either higher or second highest total of rough sleepers. You know this, I know you've spoken about it. Yet it has no units of public housing. I appreciate there is great work happening for more social housing in the Northern Rivers, but does it concern you that your government haven't announced any public housing in that particular LGA with that acute housing crisis?
Yes, it does. And I've been clear that one of the challenges with Byron Shire is the very high land values. And, you know, Ms Higginson, that's just the reality. If you compare Byron Shire to Lismore Shire, Ballina, you know, and we are all about making our maximum bang for our buck.
What about the Mullen Hospital
yes,
side?
But I do want to indicate we are in very active dialogue with Byron Shire about that site. You know, we're not in a position to make commitments yet, but there has been a number of fantastic collaborative engagements exploring the possibilities. I encourage you perhaps, because I know your time is limited, but this afternoon Ms Kingston will be here and may be able to provide more detail about that. So I'm aware of that. Holmes is aware of that. We think there's a lot of potential there.
For public housing?
Yes, I mean, I do. There is social housing, and I do think some of our community housing providers up there do a very good job, such as Northern Rivers Community Housing and others, and they do have sites in Byron Shire that also I am encouraging them to consider redevelopment options on, and we might have funding pathways, but we'll need to work with them on that. But yes, it would be for a public housing or a social housing outcome. That's the nature of the conversations, but they're still in their early-ish stages, but it's positive so far, Ms.
Thank
Higginson.
you. Just finally from me, I know that you're aware of the data showing that Aboriginal children remain grossly overrepresented in New South Wales youth prisons. I am asking you now, in regard to your capacity of young people but mental health as well, are you aware of the impacts on mental health for such short periods of remand that can impact on children?
Of course.
And is there anything that you are doing with Minister Dibb in terms of trying to improve those outcomes, avoid those outcomes?
Well, yes. I mean, we do have programs that we try and collaborate with within youth justice, you know, including making, it used to be the case that certain programs were only available to people who were serving sentences, not on remand. Certain programs used to require even young people to make admissions of guilt, even at the remand stage, to access them. An unnecessary barrier in my view. So we are working to ensure more universal provision of programs. The reality is even those cannot undo some of the negative impacts of a period of incarceration in youth justice, although when you are in youth justice we want you to have access to those programs. I think the work that Minister Dibb is doing to try and get alternative residential supported programs moving is very valuable. Certainly we've been engaged, you know, in the Moree efforts to have that established and to have proper supports available.
Minister, have you visited any of the youth justice centres?
I have visited, the one that is near Campbelltown, you'll have to excuse my, Raby, is that right?
Raby, yeah.
I have visited Raby, yes.
Yeah. Is it a high priority for you to be looking at the mental health services that are available to young people in those hellholes?
Yes, it is a priority for me to ensure that the services that are available in those facilities are, the best practice and the highest quality they can be. I mean, again, to your point, Ms Higginson, we do want every young person who has an experience in youth justice to access those programs and for them to be great programs. But fundamentally, it's a very challenging thing just to be in them. And it's not really a program that can address that. We want to work with Minister Dibb on some of those alternative models, alternative residential accommodation models, alternative community-based models.
When you say alternative, do you mean like diversionary?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And what about in terms of First Nations kids? Do you have any work currently for specific tailored cultural mental health services for young people who are in the custodial system?
Look, I'll have to take that on notice. I am sure that there are services like that are available, but I can't recall them off the top of my head. Perhaps my colleagues might in the afternoon session be able to provide that information.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just ask you in the last moment, the short-term holiday letting situation in Byron, have you met, you met with Airbnb twice since becoming Housing Minister, once in 2023, once in 2025. Did you discuss short-term holiday letting reform with anyone during those meetings?
Yes, we did.
And has giving council the powers to impose those 60-day caps, did you talk to them about that particular proposal?
Look, I can't recall, although I think that is, my recollection is that was in the planning process to be considered by the Independent Planning Commission. Certainly in 2023, I recall that was in that planning pathway. By 2025, it may have already been decided. I mean, my view is that is as it should be. Council should have the right to request, councils should have the right to request those localised provisions. The IPC should make decisions, based on the information that they have, as they have done in Byron. And I encourage other councils to look at the Byron experience to think about, what localised framework might be best appropriate for them.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd.
Thanks. That's okay. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon now, Minister and officials. I understand that Mr. Rath was asking some questions around Glebe Island.
Yes, he was.
And the 30% affordable social and universal housing commitment. And it's been transferred back to me sort of what the responses were to that. A similar issue has been raised with me in relation to the Broadmeadow Place strategy, which similarly doesn't have a 30% requirement on it. And the question that locals are asking me is, they're unable to find where the 30% is, and if it is going to be sort of, a more of a broad requirement rather than a site-specific one, where are the places that have more than 30% affordable housing built into new developments?
Well, I mean, I provided Mr. Rath with some examples specifically in relation to the inner city. Obviously, that's of less limited. It's of more limited interest to our friends in Newcastle. I might take on notice a bit of a pipeline in relation to Newcastle. I would say I know we are developing more social housing in Newcastle because I have visited and opened new public housing that we have built in and around the Newcastle area. I similarly am aware of people's advocacy in relation to the rezoning at Broadmeadow. I know that is of concern to people.
Yeah.
I do reiterate this point. It was never the intention to use state-led rezoning pathways on a site-by-site basis to deliver that 30%. I give you an example. Again, this is not so relevant for Newcastle, but down in the Illawarra, where we're redeveloping the Bellambi estate, we've put 50% social and affordable housing as part of that redevelopment. So the 30% general commitment we are on track to meet. And I know that for some people who are very passionate about specific sites, where it isn't the 30%, that's frustrating and disappointing for them. And they don't want to hear about how we have really fantastic plans to deliver hundreds more social and affordable housing, homes in Bellambi as part of that redevelopment. But the reality is, it was never to be site by site. But I am happy to get you a bit of a pipeline for Newcastle. Perhaps Ms. Pinkston might be able to do that this afternoon.
Thank you, and I will come back and ask more specific questions this afternoon in relation to that. But I think, the context here is that commitment was made 3 years ago, and as you know, housing stress and rental stress has got worse. And when we've got a backlog of 35,500 social homes, when you've got I understand only 6,718 rental properties across Sydney that could be an affordable rental dwelling. People are just really crying out for more to be done. So any sort of transparency you can give around exactly how many social and affordable homes are in the pipeline and sort of give that assurance as to how that 30% works out, that would be very useful.
Yes, as I said, that's fine. Ms. Boyd, I want to say I accept that the frustration and the grievance that you have identified in relation to housing stress is very valid. And I think in particular what I would be interested to provide to you is that information in a localised Newcastle Hunter area, because, as I said, I accept that my comments in relation to estates or redevelopments in Sydney or in Illawarra, for example, are less interest to that community.
Sure. I think I can put questions in on notice as well, just to try and get a better idea across, because Newcastle's just an example.
Yeah, sure.
1 in 3 migrant and refugee women in Australia have experienced some form of domestic and family violence. When will the government extend eligibility for women on temporary visas to the broader New South Wales housing and homelessness system?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Ms. Boyd. We don't have any current plans to do that, merely because the pressure that is already on that system is overwhelming. We are constrained in relation to the type of support that we can provide to people based on visa type. We really value and welcome our NGO partners who do work with the people that you have identified, and have certainly heard from them that they are doing that work but can't provide long-term pathways for those people because of their eligibility and their visa status. We have already made representations to the Commonwealth to try and expedite some kind of bridging visa pathway, particularly for those women who are survivors of domestic violence, who are being supported by SHSs, but are sort of stuck there.
But regardless of their visa status, I mean, a woman who's trying to flee domestic and family violence is a woman regardless, and we know that women on visas are being killed. At what point do we say enough is enough and expand our services to make sure that stops happening?
Well, as I said, I have already and will continue to try and work with the Commonwealth to at least provide some kind of bridging visa pathway, because if we provide access to for example, permanent social housing to people who are on temporary or no visa, that does start to create pressures in terms of eligibility pathways. But
but at least crisis accommodation.
Sure, as I said, I know that we work with the SHSs who do that to try and accommodate their requirements. It is just, there is a lot of pressure on the system, and we think it would be preferable for the Commonwealth who manages migration, refugee status and visa eligibility to rectify that in a way that provided us a bit of coherence in who was eligible for our services and who wasn't.
Can I ask you, people with disability are at significantly greater risk of experiencing homelessness, and they are more than twice as likely to be victims of domestic and family violence, but only 5% of government-owned refuges are accessible. What are you doing about that?
It's a it's a really important issue. A big part of the $130 million building crisis accommodation program is about expanding accessible crisis accommodation. So that $130 million is specifically for crisis accommodation, and a core component of that is disability accessibility. So every single one of those new rooms will have to meet disability accessibility requirements, and I would be hopeful that as part of some of those redevelopments, a number of existing crisis accommodation dwellings could be upgraded to also meet accessibility requirements. I mean, that requires us to work with SHSs who currently manage and run a number of those, you know, to have those plans, but there is new money on the table to provide new modern crisis accommodation, which does address, as you say, some of those historical issues around limited disability
I
access.
will come back in the afternoon to talk about the specifics of that. Just in the final minute or so that I have, as you know, we've just set up an inquiry into data centres, and one of the big concerns in relation to data centres is the water demand. Sydney Water currently predicts data centre water demand will be 250 megalitres per day within the next 10 years. If that was to be serviced by recycled water, would we be able to deliver that? And what are you doing to try and encourage the use of recycled water by these centres?
Yes, indeed. Well, you know, participating in the development of government submissions to your inquiry, we are very engaged with the INSW process around how government meets the needs of data centres. Yes, water, energy, land use, other components. A big part of that is what we can do to encourage, mandate, have as default recycled water options, including funding the delivery of those options. As I have answered before to questions that you've raised in the House, a primary concern of mine is that consumers are not paying for that infrastructure. There is an opportunity that recycled water presents, the data centres, society more broadly, you know, a way to ensure that they're not putting pressure on our potable drinking water supply. So I'm keen to explore that opportunity, but it comes with a cost. They're going to have to fund that cost.
How many data centres currently use recycled water?
I don't have that. I may take it on notice. Darren, do you know that off the top of your head?
None of the existing data centres that are a recycled water customer directly that we're aware of.
We'll go to the opposition. Mrs Mitchell.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to take you to some water issues now. Do you have any oversight of any work that happens at the Energy Hub site at Marothery, which is part of the Central West Arana Res, bores, any harvesting of water? Does that fall under your...
I don't think it does. Ms Jones, are you familiar with any of those works? I've not ever had them briefed up to me.
Okay.
No, not.
Okay.
No.
So that is all with Minister Shah?
I imagine it is.
And probably the local council as well, and potentially planning if it's a planning issue.
Okay, so sorry, Minister, you said you imagine it is, but you're not sure. So if for instance, the construction on that site in Marothery isn't adhering to harvestable rights rulings, for example, does that fall under your...
Well, that would fall
portfolio?
under NRA's purview, potentially, if there's...
I might come back to that this afternoon.
That's right.
But do you have... So you're not aware of any issues or concerns?
I'm
from
not
local
aware of
community
issues of
around
concerns.
water? Okay.
But I would say if suggestions have been made that people are either accessing water that, you know, in a way that is not consistent with a licence or an entitlement, that would be a matter that NRA would be interested in.
Okay, and if there are concerns about potential sort of effects to the Talbragar River system or downstream properties being impacted by some of the works happening at that Marothery site, does that fall under you, or is that Minister Sharp?
That's Minister Sharp, although, you know, similar to questions that Ms Fairman was asking earlier about the impacts of critical minerals operations on water supply.
Yes.
We often provide advice, information, recommendations to
Okay.
planning or to energy, but, you know, about potential impacts. But that's then in a pathway, either a planning pathway or an energy pathway for decision and management that is not something that we oversee.
If it's okay, I don't want to table these documents because they've still got identifying information, but I've had a number of community residents reach out with photos and concerns about potential impacts. I might share that with you offline, and if it's possible to get some more information back to those members of the community, would that be possible?
Absolutely. I mean, I would also say, you know, potentially a role for the EPA in terms of pollution or other elements, but we can definitely have a look at it.
That would be great, thank you. Will you commit to providing emergency funding to Lachlan Shire Council to desilt and expand the Bircher and Firefield Village dams?
No, I will not commit to that. I'm not entirely sure of the amount that they are seeking and the broader role of that proposal.
Okay, so are you aware of the level restrictions in Bircher?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so they're on level 6 water restrictions at the moment. The village dam's completely dry. Council's trucking in water, 135 kilometre round trip to keep the village going. Will you be able to provide any funding for a hydrological investigation or the drilling of viable town bores for that community?
Potentially, and if they are indeed relying on water carting because of a water security issue, which from your questions it sounds like they are, we do have funding available for sort of emergency water supply that we could look to provide. So whilst I'm not familiar with a specific request or you know, the details of that particular water source, there is funding pathways available that people can apply
So, but they're for more, you just said for sort of urgent repairs.
Although, yes,
or
I mean, I think
supplies.
Indeed, but if they're relying on water carting, then that seems of concern.
So, yeah, we understand the carting started in January, and we also understand that the council is planning to write to the department for assistance. We have been speaking to the council about support. So.
Okay. So, Minister, and I appreciate you say that there's funding available, but is there any money available in the Safe and Secure Water program at the moment? That hasn't been topped up for several years, has it?
No, and all of that funding is allocated to projects. Right. Our focus at the moment is spending that money on those important projects.
I appreciate that, but when you've got communities like Bircher that have no water and you're saying, well, there's funding opportunities available, where are those funding opportunities coming from? You've got a backlog of water infrastructure projects, don't you, around town water and sewerage, is that correct?
I mean, there are always requests for, I mean, I meet with local water utilities regularly who have proposals for town drinking water and wastewater infrastructure needs. This is a challenge, Ms Mitchell, because it is the responsibility of those local water utilities who collect the water rates from their residents to manage. It's often very difficult for them to do that. Water infrastructure is very expensive, and the state does have a role to play.
Yeah, but there's no funding source at the moment, Minister, which is the problem. I mean, we had Safe and Secure, I think it was more than $1 billion in that, and you're saying all the right things here that communities have concerns and need funding, but where do they access it from when there is no funding program?
Well, one of the things that we are doing is working with those local water utilities to assess whether the Safe and Secure Water program is the best way to meet their needs. And certainly the Productivity Commission and a number of the local water utilities themselves have indicated that it's not. Okay,
so what are you going to be able to do to help those local water utilities?
Well, one of the things that we are exploring is new models where we require the local water utilities to do work on their sort of basic level of service provision in their community, what is possible for them to do, what the gap is, as I said, accepting there is a gap, and then using things like community service obligations or other models for government to meet those needs, fill those gaps. That is work that is actively ongoing at the moment. And as I said, I think simply using the Safe and Secure Water model, look, it may be that ends up being the preferred path forward, but I've certainly heard a lot of feedback that it is not necessarily the best way for the state and local water utilities to collaborate to ensure that they are supported in a strategic and consistent and sustainable way.
Okay, so you might want to look at new models, and that's your right as Minister, but the issue, I guess, is money, because you've got multi-million-dollar projects that are needed in communities, and I can give you a list there's the new water treatment for Narrandera. I think that's got about a $37 million price tag. There's issues at Canamble, at Condobolin, at Narrabri, at Bega. So do you have any idea, I guess, of the size and scale of the backlog of town water and sewerage projects across New South Wales?
Well, I mean, it's substantial. I think the Auditor General recently did a piece of work that put the price tag in the billions. But that's actually...
But do you know? Do you have? I mean, there was a table that was available, I think, at the end of 2022, which had a fully costed backlog for these projects. Do you have a similar table so that you have oversight of exactly how many projects and what the funding allocation would need to be to fix them?
I'm sure that does exist.
Have you seen it? Do you know what's...
Yeah, I mean, I have been in constant dialogue with the department about all of the needs that our water utilities put in before us. And as I said, I've met with many of them myself. I'm not denying that the price tag is substantial. That actually, though, reinforces my point, which is that the system where there's just billions of dollars of claims coming in from local water utilities for water infrastructure is not sustainable for the state or for them. We need a sustainable, thoughtful, strategic model to manage the constant requirements, ongoing requirements of water infrastructure for local water utilities in a way that moves away from the kind of, to be honest, quite ad hoc and unstrategic approach.
But again, with respect, Minister, they're all the right words saying we need a better model, but that's probably cold comfort to people in these communities who are getting their water carted in, who can't drink water coming out of their taps, who are on level 6 water restrictions. So is there anything in your immediate future, funding allocations, support to help with this backlog, major backlog of infrastructure projects in particularly regional communities?
Well, we are at this very moment still funding a range of projects.
But they were all funded by the previous government, with respect, Minister.
But
you haven't put any more money in since you've been in government for that. So you can admit there's a backlog, but aren't you responsible for it growing because you haven't put funding in?
I mean,
yourselves?
backlog, it's never ending. There needs to be an ongoing way for the state to provide financial support to local water utilities just into the future, because there will always be this problem that they are responsible. They are the ones that own and operate that infrastructure. They collect the water rates. Ostensibly, it's their job to manage this, but there is a gap between. So, how you fill that gap in a strategic way is exactly what we're trying to be thoughtful about. And in the short term, anyone that needs emergency funding for water carting, technical support, we are providing that.
Okay, so obviously with the admission that there is a gap, and I agree, surely then you need a fully costed list of what you're talking about in terms of funding. So you said that you imagine that there is one available, and I'm happy if Ms Jones needs to answer this. Is there a list, a fully costed backlog list for town water and sewerage projects across New South Wales available?
I mean, just to be clear, that would rely on those local water utilities providing that information.
But it used to be available we have a version of it from 2022. I'm asking, is there a current version of a list available? Do you have that as Minister? Can you provide it to the committee?
Well, I'll take that on notice.
Yeah. Ms Jones, do you know if that exists?
I think you're referring to a business case that was done in 2022. We have advice about the demand for safe and secure and what's not funded, but it will be time stamped.
But if you could provide what you've got, that would.
But as I said, it would require the local water utilities to provide that, to put that information forward to us.
You'd understand my point, Minister. If you're trying to deal with this quite insidious problem, knowing that you need to do this better, as you say, and that's your choice to have a better or a different model, but you kind of need to know what the problem is you're trying to fix. That has to be a part of your discussion, surely. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to move on to the issues at Wilcannia and the Wilcannia Weir project, which is no longer going ahead. Could you just advise, I think you said on the ABC Country Hour last Friday that some of the $70 million allocation has been spent already. How much has been spent?
Ms Jones?
Yeah, that is available in the budget papers. It's estimated at about 24.8 million.
Okay. And the $70 million funding allocation, is the Commonwealth $15 million part of that 70, or is that in addition to the 70?
The Commonwealth 15 is part of that 70.
Okay, thank you. The concern, and I mean, Minister, this might be an opportunity for you to put something on the record about this further as well. Obviously, the community out there is very concerned about the decision to not go ahead with that project. I've asked you about it here in estimates before. I know you've been out to Wilcannia in the past. Concerns also coming from the local federal member, Jamie Chaffee, Steph Cook as our water spokesperson as well. Why are you not going ahead with that project? Is it the lack of Commonwealth funding? And you've said, I think publicly, that you're putting a pause on the project for now. What does that mean for the community?
I mean, yes, the reason that we're not proceeding is that the project is not fully funded and it requires additional Commonwealth funding to be fully funded, and we have advocated for that repeatedly. Unfortunately, it's not forthcoming. A substantial amount of work has already been done. This has been going on for a long time, far too long, I would say. The reason that I am indicating that we're putting a pause on it is that that work still stands, is valid. We know what the community wants. We understand the design that they're interested in, the outcomes that they're trying to achieve. We've validated all of that through the independent panel that I put in place. That we are not in a position to proceed because the price tag of that project is not one that we are able...
What is it now, Minister? Roughly?
Well, we believe it is around $130 million. We've not done, and we're not proceeding with the full business case for that, because I need to be very clear for the community. We could spend millions of dollars finalising plans, business cases, all of that work. It would not be able to proceed because we do not have the funding to deliver the project.
Okay.
But the work that has been done stands, is valid,
Sure.
and in future, if budgetary circumstances change, it is able to be picked up again.
So what's contributed to that cost escalation? Because that's risen significantly, obviously, from when the project was first announced. But is it sort of new or changed regulatory obligations, or why is it so much more expensive now?
Well, I mean, as part of the work that I mentioned has been done, we've been able to get a clear idea of the costs of biodiversity offsets, of some of the fish passage and fish management requirements. Construction costs just in general have escalated. So a number of things have happened since the original work was commenced. Although I do have to say that my view is that there was never a firm budgeted, costed plan to deliver the outcome that the community want in New South Wales. That never existed.
So you said that there's no business case being prepared. Is that correct?
The finalisation of the business case.
Because my understanding is that the federal government has been asking for the business case. Is that not correct? So if I appreciate you need more Commonwealth money, but if you don't do a business case that makes it clear how much you need, isn't the problem actually resting with you, Minister?
I mean, look, I think no, because I think, I don't want to get into some, back and forth with the Commonwealth. It's, we've been clear that we are not in a position to proceed through all of those stages without an indication from them that the money that is required to have the project move forward.
Well, don't they need a business case to know what they need to provide?
I mean, we are able to provide a substantial amount of information in relation to this project. It is not as though this has not been the subject of years and years of exploration, validation, and so there is a large volume of information that we can provide to the Commonwealth to show them that we've done the work to come up with a plan that the community supports. At this point, it's not a priority for them to make a budgetary allocation for that. And in those circumstances, I just want to be upfront about that with the community.
Sure. So in the interest of transparency, and you've said you've done quite a bit of work, I think $130 odd million price tag, do you have a breakdown, and are you able to provide on notice how much of that is for works related to sort of labour, civil project management, how much of it is, the construction of the weir itself, how much of that is for things like biodiversity offsets, any consultants engaged? I just think the community would probably like to know. You've come up with that price tag, and I appreciate issues with escalating costs, but is there a breakdown of how much is construction, how much is offsets, just so that there can be transparency around that?
There is that kind of information, and I will take on notice, to provide to you that breakdown.
That would be great. So of the budget allocation that's left, and so there was $70 million, 15 from the Commonwealth as part of that. I think, Ms Jones, you said about 25 million had been spent, or close to. What happens with the rest of that money that's there, Minister? Is that going to go to additional bores or other works
we are
in
going
that
to
community?
finish the projects that we have started.
Okay.
So, they are important projects for the community. So I think that's an upgrade of the sewage treatment plant, emergency bores, etc. So
Okay.
that will absolutely be completed.
Yeah.
The additional
Will that utilise the
not
that budget
It's
allocation?
separate funding.
Right.
Separate funding.
So what
And-
happens to the money?
At the moment, we are going to hold that funding for that community because we recognise that there's still a real interest in this project proceeding, and
Yes.
I think it's not impossible that people making some noise about it, which I'm happy for them to do because I understand they're frustrated. It might cause a reconsideration. So we haven't made any decisions other than to say, without firm commitments from the Commonwealth, we're not in a position to proceed.
Okay, but that money will still be available should there be a change in the Commonwealth
At
position?
present,
Okay,
yes.
Okay. The Nyngan-Cobar pipeline, I think, also has been paused, to use your terminology, again because of cost escalations. I think about $300 million. Do you also have a breakdown again of that? How much of that project was going to the actual works, civil projects, materials costs, and then offsets, consultants, etc.? Is that available?
I'm sure we can provide some more detail within that $300 million of cost breakdowns.
Okay, that would be great. If you can give that to us on notice, that would be fantastic. The mayor of the CEO of Beavershire last year, I think, wrote to yourself about some of the challenges around housing development, but also the water infrastructure challenges for that community. Do you remember that correspondence, and are you aware of a response back to Beavershire for water and sewerage infrastructure?
Look, I can't say I do recall the detail of that correspondence from last year.
Okay. Would you be able to maybe take it on notice and come back with an answer? That would be fantastic. The National Water Grid funding, which I understand has also now closed. I mean, it's through the federal government, but that was supposed to be a bit of a backstop for some of these water projects. Do you know how many water infrastructure projects New South Wales put forward under the most recent round of funding for that program?
Not off the top of my head. How many did we put? I think we still have a number outstanding for decision by the Commonwealth. I do know that.
Okay.
I can give you the number that we submitted as part of the most recent EOI.
Okay.
On notice.
That's fine.
Or when Ms Jones comes back.
Yeah,
this
we might
afternoon.
come back to that this afternoon. Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Minister, I wanted to ask about the sexual safety responsibilities and minimum requirements for mental health services policy, which is more than 12 years old. I know that you had started some of the consultation work towards updating that policy last year. Where's it up to, and when can we expect the new policy?
I might ask Dr. Wright or Dr. Flynn to just quickly, I think time's limited.
Thanks,
provide
Minister.
an update.
Good news for the committee. Dr. Cohn, I know there's been appropriate interest in this, and the policy will be finalised by later this month, we expect.
And what supports are going to be provided to local health districts to implement that new policy?
Thanks. There'll be a new training package that will be accompanying it. That package has to be developed throughout this year, as well as, circulating and highlighting the new policy itself. But the key thing is probably the training that actually goes with it.
Okay. That's helpful. And so just to clarify your answer, the training package doesn't exist yet. That's still to be developed.
There is an existing package, but we need to develop a new one that's in line with the updated sexual safety policy.
Okay. And I understand there's a set of guidelines that then sit under that policy. Are those also ready this month, or is that another next step?
Can I come back to you about that this afternoon? Yep. Thanks.
And I might ask one last question about the virtual hubs. Is it your intention that this is becoming a permanent fixture in our mental health system?
Yes, it is. I think they've been really well received. The districts that are utilising them have had very positive feedback. I think, as we've discussed, there are a range of health services that have moved to virtual or telehealth provision since COVID. There's no reason why psychiatry or mental health should not be part of that. Of course, there'll always be a role for face-to-face provision and assessment. We accept that, but the hubs have been well received, and I think it is certainly our intention that they will be made permanent and potentially expanded in their remit as well.
One of the common criticisms that I hear is about lack of local knowledge at the other end, as well as in some cases that the virtual service is becoming a replacement for in-person services rather than an adjunct to support in-person services. What work are you doing to address those types of concerns?
I mean, I think, that's just going to have to be part of the ongoing quality assurance, in the provision of those services. I mean, as I said, there are a range of specialties that rely on telehealth or virtual service provision. Psychiatry is not the only one in the provision of all of those specialist services into our rural and regional areas, ensuring local knowledge and having some provision for, face-to-face services where they're needed is part of that. Perhaps Dr. Wright or Dr. Flynn might want to comment, or you could ask them this afternoon, but that is just an ongoing part of specialist healthcare provision in a virtual or telehealth way. And psychiatry is no different.
You mentioned ongoing quality assurance, which is of course a good thing. By what metrics are you evaluating whether or not the virtual hubs are successful?
Dr. Wright or Dr. Flynn, do we have a sort of formal evaluation? As I said, I know that the feedback is very positive, but I don't know if there's a formal evaluation framework.
I can comment on that, Minister Jackson. Thank you, Dr. Con. We actually have got a robust evaluation framework in place for the psychiatry hubs as well as for virtual health services more broadly as we are considering their role moving forward in the system.
I'll come back to you this afternoon on that. There's a few minutes left for the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Just sticking with water, Minister, I just wanted to draw your attention to an article that appeared in The Guardian a couple of weeks ago, entitled "Sydney Water Ordered to Clean Malabar Treatment Plant Where Fatberg is Birthing Poo Balls." That's probably not a sentence I thought I would say out loud, but here we are. Nonetheless, it is obviously a very serious issue. Can you sort of describe in layperson's terms what is happening there, and I'm happy if Mr. Cleary needs to be a part of that as well, what the cause of these, I think you say debris balls, which is maybe
I'm happy to say poo balls.
Whatever, a little more eloquent.
Let's get it on the record.
What's happening with the fatberg and the poo balls?
Yeah, so the Malabar system has served New South Wales, Sydney really well for a long time, but is under significant pressure. Malabar actually serves the entire of southwestern Sydney, so people don't always see that connection because it's an eastern beach, but all of the sort of 2 million odd people in southwestern Sydney have their wastewater service through Malabar. There are fatberg issues there. I believe we use the two double-decker buses. Is that Mr. Cleary?
Oh, that was the Guardian's estimate.
That was the Guardian's estimate.
Size of it.
That's right. So
My goodness.
please don't flush your wipes. Please don't put oils and greases down the sewer. That's part of the problem, is that these systems were built when, people did not have access to, all of the wipes and everything else that goes down the toilet. We have a lot of particularly big industrial or, sort of commercial restaurants. People are not good at managing oils and greases. There is a fatberg there. It's very difficult for us to access. The team is all across trying to manage that. We believe, we accept the finding of the EPA that pressure on Malabar is causing, or was the cause of the poo balls, the debris balls. There is a lot of work, again, you can ask Mr. Cleary this afternoon, to try and manage that immediately. But ultimately, the long-term solution is less wastewater going through Malabar, less pressure on that system by investing in better upstream management in southwestern Sydney, and we've put $3 billion into that.
Was that commitment made prior to this most current issue, though? That's been there for a while, that $3 billion.
No, that has only come about quite recently as a result of the IPART price determination.
Right.
The issue of the fat bergs and the pressure on Malabar is quite long-standing. It's only a little bit more recently resulted in the potential of the poo balls or the debris balls, being caused by that. But it has been well known for some time that the Malabar system is reaching its capacity as there is growth across southwestern Sydney. And so through our IPART price determination, we've been able to have a funding pathway, as I said, of $3 billion to do something about that. Mr. Cleary this afternoon can talk to you about some of our more immediate efforts to manage that. But I just want to be very clear. This is an old system. It is a long way underground. It is not straightforward to get in there and do something about it.
Okay, we might come back to that this afternoon. Something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Minister, recently, there is actually a lot of concern in the NGO sector around child protection based on some of the comments and announcements made by Minister Washington in relation to phasing out the role of NGOs. I'm interested in your position in relation to the work of the NGO sector in homelessness and whether or not you see it as a partnership with government.
I mean, certainly I do. I'm supportive of Minister Washington's efforts to reform and will manage child protection, but that is obviously for her to lead on, and I think she's doing an excellent job. In our work, yes, we do have a lot of NGO partners in homelessness services. They do a wonderful job. Certainly in our work, they go above and beyond. And this is a point that I have made openly. I know that they are seeing people and servicing people and caring for people above and beyond what they are funded for. I don't deny that. And we really value their role in doing that. We do everything we can to try and support them and assist them in doing that. But really, we couldn't deliver homelessness services without our partnership with them, and they're very valued partners in our work.
What a nice way to end.
Are there any questions from the government?
Thanks, Chair. The government members have no questions.
Thank you. There being no questions from the government, Minister, thank you for your time this morning, and we'll be back with everyone else after lunch at 2:00.
Thanks, Minister.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll start this afternoon session with questions from the crossbench, and I'll start. I might come to you first, Ms Wood. The Minister had said you'd be able to provide some more information around the progress of the consultation and the work on the reform to emergency responses for mental health calls.
Absolutely, and thank you, Dr. Connon. Look, we would just like to acknowledge that this is an absolute priority piece of work for us, and we also just want to pay our respects and condolences to those who have been impacted to date. These incidents are devastating for everyone involved. So we have undertaken a comprehensive consultation. I just thought I'd give you a couple of stats just so that you're aware. As at sort of now, we've done 39 semi-structured consultation, which has included 60 stakeholder groups. There's obviously quite a number of people that are interested in this model. We've also had an online consultation for those who found that more appropriate, and we've had 1,487 surveys that have been completed, and we've also had 13 written submissions as well. I think what has been really important is that people are very keen to be continuing to be involved in this model. It's obviously an important model for us to get absolutely right. We have had some communication with the Nurses and Midwives Association, obviously wanting to make sure that that consultation with them continues, because we do need to work as a collective with us, with police, with ambulance, mental health services. So it is ongoing in terms of that consultation. So I'm happy to take any other questions from you. I think the other thing just to note, particularly with reference to a couple of those cases you mentioned, particularly that most recent incident, we do still have our PACER programs and other co-responder programs that are in place, and that particular incident was attended by PACER clinicians with the police. So while these situations have to be managed very delicately, I would just note that in all three of those, the individual did have a weapon, and there was risk to the community and obviously the staff attending. So in all three of those, police would have needed to be there, and certainly in the model going forward, a big discussion is about how we look at the inherent risk to the community and to the individual themselves, as well as our clinicians, to make sure that we've got the right co-responder approach.
Thanks. And this committee did do a quite detailed bit of work through our inquiry looking at these models. In particular, we heard from the South Australian Ambulance Commissioner about their model, and it was really pleasing to hear at that time that there hadn't been any incidents of risk to staff under their model. So I'm hopeful that's something you'll be able to work through.
Absolutely. Look, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, Dr. Con, our clinicians do really want to be involved in something that is going to have the best outcomes for the individuals involved as well as the community. We just obviously have to balance that appropriately with ensuring their safety at all times.
Of course. What are the next steps from here?
So we've just actually received the consultation report because I had it with me. As I mentioned, we do have to have some further conversation with the Nurses and Midwives Association. We will continue to work through that, and then from there is a submission, but that refers to next year's budget, and I probably can't go into too much further about that today.
Okay, thank you. There was also a question that I was going to come back to with Dr. Wright. I was asking about quality assurance and oversight mechanisms for inpatient mental health units, and what those key performance indicators were for districts and how those are reported. Could you talk us through that?
There's a couple of things in there. Are you referring to the quality and improvement structures and processes for our inpatient units, or the key performance indicators for the local health districts in relation to mental health?
So, to be honest, both, and I'm interested in what sort of the routine oversight mechanisms are. As I mentioned this morning, we're often frustrated that the autonomy of local health districts means that it's difficult to get information or find accountability at that state level. So I'm interested in what, outside of the Cumberland situation, what are the standard oversight mechanisms that you've got?
It's not a short answer. So each district has a clinical governance director, and there's quite clear clinical governance processes which begin at a team level and then escalate all the way through to the facility level, the sector level, and the district level. And those processes, so beginning at the team level, and it's the same in mental health as it is for the rest of health. So beginning at the team level in a mental health unit, and using absconding as an example, the patient safety meeting or the clinical governance meeting would meet on a regular basis with a fixed agenda, and they would look at some of the key data points and measures that form in aggregate the report to the district, which then goes to the ministry. And so things like, we've already raised today, things like the absconding rate, complaints, medication errors, ED performance, and length of stay, readmissions, those kinds of things.
So those things are reported through those committees to yourself?
They're not reported to me, they are reported through those, so it begins at the team, then each, particularly in our larger services, there would be a facility level meeting, which might sit within a sector. Then they would report to the district level, and I'm talking about at the mental health level. Then the mental health leadership for the district would then report to the meeting, which is usually chaired by the either the chief executive or the director of clinical governance for that district. The Ministry of Health has a performance framework, performance monitoring framework, and meets with each district, which includes the chief executive and a range of that chief executive's executive leadership team, to discuss a whole range of performance issues, but it includes mental health performance metrics. It includes lengths of stay, it includes seclusion rates, restrictive practice, it includes absconding, and a number of others. And so there's a tiered process, and the expectation is that these are not just noted, but are addressed if there's any either deterioration in performance or there's any kind of aberrant performance by comparison with other parts of the district or other parts of the state.
And how frequently is that at that level between the district and the ministry?
It's quarterly at a minimum.
And Dr. Conn, if there were issues identified in any of those KPIs that are articulated in the service agreement, as Dr. Wright said, they're quarterly at a minimum, and that frequency increases in the event there was concern raised by some of the performance against those KPIs.
Yeah.
And if there was even something that was not articulated as a KPI that might be something that we would be concerned about, we can still have more frequent meetings with the district, and that does certainly occur. It certainly occurs with the mental health branch.
Okay. And what are those KPIs for an inpatient mental health unit?
We've got a list of them, but we can table them for you if that's
I would
easier.
love for you to table them.
They're
Okay,
in the,
that's fine. Yep, we can do that.
Thank you. I had a related question. I think you took it on notice, Ms. Wood, about talking about the virtual hubs.
Oh yes. Similarly,
same question. So, on what basis are you evaluating them as successful?
Absolutely. So again, I've got quite a bit of criteria here, which I'm very happy to table for you. But a lot of it has really been focused on timely psychiatric decision making, support for community-based care and hospital avoidance, equity of access, all of those kinds of elements. But what we are very focused on, and when we started this process, I would say there was concern, as you raised, with some sites saying, well, how will these people know about our local services, or will they just admit everyone that comes to the emergency department? And we certainly did not see that and have not seen that. We continue to monitor all of those elements as we bring on new sites. We have shifted and evolved the model in response to the clinical needs, both within the district as well as the virtual psychiatry hub itself. So I'm very happy to give you the full evaluation on notice in terms of what the criteria we're looking at. But as Minister Jackson mentioned earlier, we are trying to do this in a consistent way for our health system. At no time do we consider virtual options to be the alternative be all and end all. But what we are certainly seeing from our psychiatrists who are utilising the hub, that the impact on them on their on-call and that onerous requirement has actually improved. So from their perspective, there will be different views of that going forward, but certainly we've seen a real improvement in that timely review of patients, particularly in the emergency department. So where we have been able to then review and safely discharge patients, that's meant they've had less time in an environment that we know is not the right environment for them. But it is something we are monitoring very, very carefully.
Okay, thank you. That information is helpful, and I appreciate what you've agreed to put in on notice. If I can clarify in particular, you mentioned that you'd heard a concern that the lack of knowledge of local services meant that people would just be admitted.
Yes.
Interestingly, the version of that concern that has been reported to me is actually the opposite of that.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
a lack of knowledge of local services might mean people would be discharged or not admitted, thinking, they can just follow up with so-and-so or such and such service in the community that may not exist,
I see what you're
particularly in
saying.
rural and regional communities.
Right, no, we tend to have seen the opposite of that. I mean, obviously you've got a specific example, and I'm very happy for that to be shared with us if that is useful to you. If anything, it's still supporting the clinical team on the ground to make the decision. So the clinical team on the ground will call the hub to ask advice if that's required. But ultimately, the team on the ground is still very involved in what if the clinical decision making for each and every patient.
Okay, thanks. I might come to Dr. Flynn. I asked at previous estimates about the Connect mental health line, and you'd given some information about the triage policy being revised. Can you provide an update on that work?
I can. Thanks, Dr. Con. I would need to take on notice how finalised that triage policy is, but we're certainly looking at building the updated triage policy, so it's either close to completion or completed, into the build, and we're expecting the first services to start from late May to early June. So I guess just emphasising that the updated triage policy will form a part of that clinical encounter.
Okay. And that triage policy, if I recall correctly from December, the question that I had asked had been about the risk of duplication, that when you introduce a new line,
Yes.
that people will end up being assessed multiple times, which, each of those calls is a missed opportunity to actually have a therapeutic encounter.
Yes.
Is that triage policy intended to address this problem, or is there additional work underway as well to avoid that duplication?
I think, it's an important question, and it's what underlies what feedback we've had from consumers in the community around their frustration with that exact issue. It really is an instrument, but to me it's a separate question to how many times is that or a similar instrument, used to inform a conversation. And the idea is we want minimal conversations and to be able to get on with helping people. I would see the key advantage is literally in the single part of it, which is that it is one encounter at the start, informed by that triage policy using a standardised tool, and then rather than run the risk of being re-triaged at, for example, a community mental health team, if we were to use an example of someone staying within New South Wales Public Health Services, the expectation will be that this triage will be the start of that person's care with that team. And it is actually an opportunity. We, in many ways, we expect that to be the case already, but this is a real opportunity to embed that practice. It is impossible, as you know, to guarantee that people won't have to do that more than once, but we are very much trying to minimise it. And I guess the place where it happens and still happens in healthcare is if people are coming with different disciplines, for example, and it is frustrating, as we know, for consumers and patients to feel like they're being asked the same information, but possibly from a health clinician's perspective, they're actually different disciplines asking that. So that's potentially a consideration that will still happen.
And just to clarify, so I'll stick with your example for ease of someone who's clinically appropriately being referred to a community mental health service, where the triage means that they need to see a psychiatrist or say they need to see a social worker.
Yes.
So are those services then empowered to have that person directly go to that appointment without having to have another intake phone call from that community service?
That's the aim. We don't want a second intake phone call, but as we always say, we also don't have a waiting list for specific clinicians or disciplines. It's a genuine multi-D approach, and then after the consideration, without needing to go back to the consumer because you'd have the information from the single front door triage, there's then a decision made around who's the best person to contact and to potentially see the person.
Okay,
Yep.
and are there sufficient arrangements in place at the back end in terms of the data sharing or the medical records access that, say, that community mental health team or the NGO partner that someone gets referred to can
Yes.
actually access the information that was provided on that first call?
Yes, I will say that there is still work being done in that regard. Within New South Wales Health, the Patient Flow Portal provides that. I think we are working closely with the PHNs and NGOs around what information that comes from that initial triage can be, and it will be shared, but it needs to be done in a way that's private and legal, but useful. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think I had another question about virtual hubs that's probably for you. Do you have figures on the expenditure to date and the utilisation?
We could take that on notice. I haven't seen that in my preparation for today, but we will be able to get that this afternoon.
Okay.
Dr. Con, if I may, would you like an update on the sexual safety?
Please.
Yes. Okay. So I have indicated that the policy will be ready in March. It is being finalised. It will be published in May, and the guideline is later this year.
Okay.
So I just wanted to update that and to correct what I said earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's
no worries.
disappointing, but I'm glad you've been honest and corrected them.
Oh no, that's I just thought that's important. So,
thank you.
Dr. Connor, can give you a figure in terms of the virtual psychiatry hub usage. So as at 31st of January 26, it's being used in 9 local health districts across 83 facilities. We've had a total of 12,397 referrals received since commencement.
Okay. And what about the expenditure?
I don't have that one in front of me just yet, but we may have that this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. I've got another question with a numerical answer, so I'll ask now in case this is something you can get back to me on. How many inpatient beds are there for mother-baby units across New South Wales?
Oh, that's a let's have a look.
We'll take that on notice. There are 2 units, but we'll be able to get that information very soon.
And are you aware of concerns that people have had around access, finding it difficult to access these services?
I have seen representations from members of the public who have expressed that concern. I think that those concerns can be legitimate, but I also think it's a tertiary sub-specialised service, and that there is the safest thing to do is to concentrate a rare resource, which is perinatal mental health expertise, into 2 hubs that are accessible statewide, in the same way that we might do that for, specialised surgery or whatever it may be.
Okay.
I think the other point, just to make, Dr. Connor, I was actually out at the RPA unit not so long ago, and because of the nature of some of the women who are pregnant and potential substance abuse or just medication use, the baby often needs to go to intensive care as soon as it's born. So there's also that element that needs to be taken into consideration.
Yeah. My question is less around how subspecialised the service is, but more, I'll rephrase my question.
Sure.
Every mother or baby that needs a subspecialist service like that, are they able to access those facilities, or are we still sending people to generalist mental health units when they would benefit from being able to be there with a baby or access a specialist service?
I would say most perinatal mental health care is delivered on maternity units, where it's safe to do so, noting that, and I'll defer to Murray here as well, but noting that a subset of people with perinatal mental illness can be, at significant risk to themselves and potentially to the infant. So we take it very seriously. Admitting a mother and baby to an acute unit would be the last resort, and mostly we don't need to do that. I don't know, Murray, if you want to.
Yeah. So do you collect any data of, is there a wait list or how many referrals are not able to be accommodated?
for the 2 mother-baby units.
Yeah.
We can come back to you with that. There was a moment last year where we did have that data, and both were at about 75% occupancy, but that data's probably old now, so we'll need to update that.
Yeah, thank you. I'd appreciate an update on that. Thanks. And just in the last bit of my time, I have a question about the Auditor General's report into mental health service planning for Aboriginal people in New South Wales. That's several years old now, and I know there was a New South Wales Aboriginal mental health and wellbeing strategy that's come out since then.
Yes.
But in particular, that previous report basically argued that New South Wales Health wasn't using the knowledge and expertise of Aboriginal communities to guide how mental health care is structured and delivered. What's changed since then?
I'm happy to.
You go.
Look, it's not for me to speak for Aboriginal consumers and communities and colleagues, but what I hear consistently is 2 things. One is there is more work to be done, but the other is that there have been real gains in terms of specialised Aboriginal social and emotional wellbeing and mental health care in our districts. Every district has a Aboriginal mental health lead. We've got a significant improvement in policy support within the mental health branch, which has been in response partly to the Auditor General's report, but also partly into some work that we did within New South Wales Health, trying to get the best results that we can simply within the mental health branch. But you know, there is clearly a lot more that needs to be done.
Thanks. I might come back to this, but we're going to opposition time. Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just to start, Ms. Wood, I think you had some updates on the, speaking of mother-baby units at Westmead. Did you want to provide those?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to I've just got a few things that have come through
okay.
as updates. That's
no,
okay.
Please.
So in January 26th, the Western Sydney Department staff identified what appeared to be mould patches in 10 areas on the vinyl floor in the bedroom corridors and staff areas. To determine the nature of the staining, Health Infrastructure with Western Sydney engaged a hygienist to test the staining and determine if mould is present. That testing was undertaken on 20th of February. Sampling results identified sampling results from the identified areas have now been received, and they confirm that the staining is not mould growth. It's an issue with the vinyl.
Okay,
and
thank you.
If I may, there are 8 beds in each mother-baby unit, so 16 in total. They're all available and staffed, and today 4 of those 16 beds are reported as empty.
Okay, thank you. The Farmgate program, the support program, is that through you, Ms. Wood, or Dr. Flynn, whoever's best, and I'll ask. And
yep,
don't
absolutely.
Just in terms, I guess, of the sort of funding allocation this year for that program, how many staff are out on the ground in each LHD? Do you have any of that data you can provide for me?
Yes, I do. So Farmgate is a program of 27 FTE funded. I don't have cross-sectional occupancy rates for those FTEs. I'm not sure how many, what proportion of that might be vacant. Okay. And I'm just trying to find the funding for that. I can double check this, but I think the information I've got here is 18.2 million over 4 years.
Okay. Yeah. Are you able, and I'm happy if you take it on notice, Dr. Flynn, where those 27 staff are located and any vacancy rates?
Absolutely. We would need to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I wanted to go now, I think probably to you, Dr. Wright, just the independent oversight team at Cumberland. My understanding is obviously that you are very much involved in that. Are you sort of chairing that, or what's that team going to look like? Who's part of it? What's the sort of day-to-day operational impact at Cumberland now that that team is in place?
Yeah, I am chairing it, and it's really a team which is the external members of the team include another senior psychiatrist from southeastern Sydney and senior mental health managers, clinicians from northern Sydney and southwestern Sydney. And we've deliberately chosen people from different districts because we think the best opportunity in these kinds of rapid responses is to get fresh eyes from different perspectives on the issues, and where we've met on 2 occasions with a group from a senior group from Western Sydney, which includes the chief executive, members of her executive leadership team, and senior members of the mental health leadership team, including the acting general manager. We've had 1 site visit, which included a walk around the facilities, and that was specifically to look at some of the potential security and environmental hazard issues, and that triggered some ongoing discussions with between one of the other district senior people and the Western Sydney people with advice on improvements. We're seeing it as a rapid response, and it's about trying to understand, getting ahead of some of the other more considered reviews, and giving some early advice on things which might lead to immediate improvements in terms of process, safety and outcomes. There's inevitably going to be overlap between what we're looking at and what some of the other reviews are doing, but our intention is to do it early and to establish, if you like, a work plan of issues to be followed up by the representatives of Western Sydney reporting back into the group.
So the existing staff at the hospital are still there, and this is sort of an oversight of the management team that will come in and make recommendations. Okay.
Oversight and support.
Okay. So have there been, and I don't know how to phrase this without it's absolutely no reflection on your expertise and experience, but doing this as well as your sort of day-to-day job as the chief psychiatrist, do you have extra resources to do this? What sort of amount of time will it take from your day-to-day work to be doing this work at Cumberland? How will that work in practice?
Well, I think responding to concerns about quality and safety and following up after critical incidents, I think, is a key part of my job. And it's important because I have got a long expertise working in a number of different parts of the state. And I have a familiarity with, I've certainly got a familiarity with Cumberland and Western Sydney, and so it's not an add-on. I see it as a key part of the job, and it is and the nature of my job is that I need to be able to shift my focus and attention and devote as much energy and attention as is required to something like this. And I can't predict the future, but it usually means a fairly intense process in the first few weeks while we're trying to first understand the key issues and establish a process for addressing those and reporting on them, and then allowing time for those things to take place and to report back into either the team or in linking up to Dr. Con's earlier question, into the performance monitoring process that the ministry runs as a matter of course, because many of the things we're talking about would be quite appropriately the subject of conversations in the regular meetings between the Ministry of Health and the district on things like responses to absconding, seclusion, restraint, etc. And so it's a shifting sort of intensity in terms of the work. My intention is that there'll be a number of initiatives and working groups which I would expect will be led by the district, with some representation possibly from some of the other members on the team, and then reporting back into the group.
Are you able to provide on notice the other members of the team and their sort of substantive roles as well, if that's okay?
Yes.
Yep, that would be great, thank you. And then you did mention that obviously some of the work of this oversight team will also, I guess, intersect with the reviews that are happening. I think Minister, when she announced the team, also talked about the assistance provided by the New South Wales Police and how they work with mental health, and this is something that I raised with the police as well, and they made the very sort of accurate point that sometimes having police be the first people that go to see some of these people or these incidents is not always the best approach. But how will you sort of, I guess, work with the police in terms of dealing with these issues in light of what's happened in recent weeks?
Look, I think that we have a long history of working collaboratively with police, and notwithstanding that we don't always have the same view on what the appropriate response is, that we work very respectfully and collaboratively, and we have a shared responsibility in the community to particularly to responding to people who may have a mental illness, to keep those people in the community safe. In relation to this particular team, we're probably not going to be touching extensively on the relationship with police, because what we're looking at is the internal functioning of the units.
Okay.
The review, which is the combined police health review, which is a separate one, will be looking at that. We may, we already have. We may be exploring the processes within the inpatient facilities of what they do in the event that someone doesn't return from leave, or indeed someone absconds from within the unit. And that includes when and how to notify others, including next of kin or police, and what's the process for evaluating the level of risk that determines that we would like police involved. That's a really important issue for us to get right in terms of our relationship with police. We don't want to waste their resources, but nor do we want to neglect the opportunity to respond to a deteriorating situation in the community. We think, again, that they're quite dynamic situations in the wards, and we think that having the time and the opportunity to meet with senior representatives from other districts and talk about, well, what do you do? There's a thing called a safety huddle that occurs after an event. What do you discuss? What decisions do you make? Who makes those decisions? What then happens? That kind of granular consideration we think is actually very important, and I think it's going to be an important outcome of this process that we have real certainty and clarity about how we do that, and that does include the decision to ask for police to see if they can help locate the person in the community.
Just one more on this one, and I'm not sure if you're best placed to ask it, but to answer, sorry. The decision, I think, to go from 4 security staff to 6, it could be someone else at the table, not you, but after the recent occurrences, was that sort of based on advice from the agency, or where was that decision to go from 4 to 6 security staff?
I think there's an abundance of caution here. I think that there are a number of processes occurring, including, I should have mentioned the Corporate Services Director who's responsible for security in Western Sydney is also attending our meetings.
Okay.
And they are having discussions with one of the other districts, I think it's with southwestern Sydney, to because there are some similarities between those two districts, to look at how they would resource their security arrangements. But in the interim, there was an immediate decision made, I believe, by the Chief Executive to increase the security numbers as an abundance of caution.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything to
Yeah, is that measure, Dr. Wright, to increase security, is that a short-term measure or that's a permanent measure?
Ms. Carter, I don't know that I can say whether it's permanent or not. I think that I think the review that we're doing, if the finding is that looking at peer-related services like between Western Sydney and Southwestern Sydney, that in order to there's a benchmarking process, and it's not just about the staffing, it's about the roles and responsibilities, it's about the orientation of security staff, all those things. If they find that what has been happening historically is less than what's happening in other districts, then I'm sure they'll be long-term strategies.
And I think, Ms Carter, if I could as well, obviously the Cumberland Hospital site physically is more challenging than some of our other sites, and we do obviously have the new build opening, but it is, as to Dr Wright's point, the reviews will really identify for us if there is a need to look at the staffing profiles, not just of security, but we're looking at all of the staffing profiles to consider that. I will just state
So
that
there'll
they
be
were
8 security staff until the review is complete?
I think, Ms Carter, we're still undergoing that process at the moment, so I can't commit to that because that's underway at the moment.
On notice, could you provide the time period which you currently have engaged additional security staff for and when that time period is expected to end currently?
We can certainly advise when we put it in place and most definitely how that is being considered in line with the work that is underway daily.
But is it in place for a specific period of time or is it ongoing?
Well, I think that's what I'm answering, Ms Carter, is that we're reviewing that at the moment based on the needs of the site.
And I'm asking, so when will you decide to maintain that security staff or reduce the staff again?
Well, as the review plays out, when that becomes evident, then the decision will be made.
So my initial question was there'll be 8 security staff in place until the result of the review. Is that correct?
I think as I'm trying to explain, that it's a dynamic and evolving situation. So we look at it every day in terms of the rostering.
So security numbers can change every day at Cumberland?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
rostering for health staff does change and fluctuate on different days. Yes, that's a standard normal
So
staffing
how many
profile.
security staff are in place at Cumberland today?
I would have to take that on notice.
If you could take on notice, how many staff are rostered on every day for the past week and every day for the next 3
Sure.
weeks? I'd be very grateful.
I think
Thank
we
you.
can definitely put that on notice.
Thank you. Dr. Wright, I think you said that your team met with the Acting General Manager. Did you also meet with the Clinical Director at Cumberland?
The acting clinical director wasn't at that meeting.
Is there a reason for that?
Not to my knowledge. We met with whoever Western Sydney wanted to bring to that meeting. You will appreciate that the meeting was organised at very short notice, and we were keen to get in there to view the services, and there were plenty of things that we needed to follow up and deal with without necessarily having to include.
So I'm just curious, I think you said the Acting Clinical Director, and if I'm right, I think you said the Acting General Manager, and the Executive Director of Mental Health, is that also filled by somebody who's acting in that position?
So I'll just answer that, Ms Carter. We are in the process of appointing to that position.
So how many of those positions in the chain of responsibility for Cumberland are filled by acting, and how many are filled by permanent people?
We'd have to take that on notice.
Could you take that
Absolutely.
on notice? Because that's just, I find that quite curious.
I would just say, Ms Carter, that there's been some challenges in Western Sydney. There have been changes in leadership. What we have seen in terms of, and notwithstanding the tragic events that have occurred, and absolutely the staff, as we all are devastated that that's been the outcome. We do have an acting general manager. We're about to permanently appoint to that.
Thank you.
But I think in terms of what we have got going forward, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. Who can answer questions about the Gladesville facility in Cullen Park?
Perhaps if you start asking the questions, Carter, we can work that
So
through.
the Minister this morning indicated that because of contaminants that had been found, staff were currently working from home. I wondered what exactly were the contaminants which had caused that direction to work from home, and for how long have staff been directed to work from home?
All right, I will have to take that on notice. Sorry, Ms Carter. I know I've
Thank
got
you.
something that's come through somewhere.
And I'm also curious how those contaminants were identified, when any remediation began, who was responsible for the remediation, did that remediation involve any attention to the HVAC system, and what the cause of each of the contaminants is believed to have been.
Thanks, Ms Carter. I think we will take that on notice. There's obviously a lot of work underway at the moment, and I think as we reflected on Monday and continue to reflect, there is work that's underway, remediation works. There is an extensive list of those things, so we'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Okay. The changes at the Northern Beaches Hospital and the impact on mental health services, I'm just wondering whether someone could let me know whether there would be any anticipated reduction in the current level of mental health services at that hospital when it transitions to public hands?
I'm happy to answer that. We will take the details on notice and get back to you, but that is not my current understanding.
Sorry, I just can't quite hear you.
Sorry, we'll take the details
Yep.
specifically and get back to you, but that is not my current understanding of what the new arrangements would look like.
Because one of the things that has been raised with me by sort of senior clinicians at that hospital, particularly around some of the impacts in the emergency department, because there are a number of mental health beds available. I think currently there's 61 mental health beds across 4 specialised wards. They're a mix of public and private as well, and short stay crisis health admissions. So in practice it means that for the ED staff, the nurses and the doctors, when they do have people presenting with those mental health challenges, there's somewhere for them to go, and that I think makes it a better experience for certainly for the patients, but also for the staff. So, and again, if you need to provide it on notice, that's fine, but any clarity around how that will potentially be impacted. I think the staff are quite keen to understand what will still be available for them. I understand the government's announced changes to the surgeries for private patients to extend into 2027. Are there those sort of conversations about mental health services as well?
The surgical situation is a lot more complex in the sense of some of the statewide services. My understanding is that there will not be significant changes to the mental health bed base.
Okay.
I think it's a legitimate question for the community to ask, and we'll come back with details around that.
Okay, that would be great. Do you want to?
Yeah,
I've only got 40 seconds.
I just got a
so-
quick one about the
Okay.
closure of the subacute ward at Shoalhaven Hospital. I'm wondering how those patients are being cared for during the closure.
My understanding is that hospital, the entire site, is undergoing a significant redevelopment, and that their options include transfer to other acute or subacute beds within the Illawarra
And
district.
there are beds available for patients to be transferred
yes,
to?
or
Right.
care in the community as appropriate. Yeah.
And I understand the refurbished hospital will increase mental health beds in what's described as a staged rollout.
Yes.
When will the stage rollout catch up with the number of beds that are presently available before the closures?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask a few more detailed questions about the healthy catchments work. Probably you, Ms Jones, is that correct? Is there's a $1.7 million over 2 years in a work program, which I believe has come from a water quality governance roadmap. Is that out of the chief scientist? Is that
That's
from the
correct.
Menindee Fishkill report?
Yeah, that's correct. So we published the water quality roadmap, and the 1.7 you referred to is part of the 25 million. That was a whole of government, so a number of agencies are involved in response to the mass fish deaths over a 2-year period. We've just published a 6-monthly update on our website about the full program of work. So we've had 16,000 fish, for example, go through the temporary fishway, which is a doubling of the fish that went through last year. We've avoided at least 10 incidents of fish death by being able to rely on the real-time monitoring that we put in place and make sure that water is released at the right time to ensure that dissolved oxygen is available for fish health. So there's some of the achievements. 16 of the 26 recommendations are now complete, and there is a report on our website about that. But to the integrated catchment management question that you had, and that is the $1.7 million program, that is the water quality roadmap that's already published.
Which roadmap did you say?
It's called the Water Quality Roadmap, and that's already published. That basically maps the range of problems that are needing to be solved. It charts a history of how we got to here, and it looks at how other jurisdictions are responding to these issues. So it sets the framework for what we're trying to address. The work that we've been doing has taken a metropolitan and regional, so specifically around the Bowen-Darling or the Barker, because that's where the mass fish deaths occurred around Menindee, focus. And we're looking to provide options to the government for consideration in the middle of this year.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, is that focused, it does say focusing on better integration of land and water management
Correct.
across the state.
Yeah.
In terms of actions, it sounds as though the actions from that spend have just been in the, well, is it just the one catchment or a couple of the northern basin catchments?
No, we're looking at representative catchments. So,
what about
metropolitan-
coastal?
Yeah, we're also looking at coastal. So coastal, metropolitan, and the Darling-Barker.
Okay,
So
so
so it's looking at land-based land management issues and decision making, as well as water management, as well as pollution control.
is there any suggestions? Is there anything that is looking at reform in terms of those governance frameworks?
So the options will look at all aspects. So governance is absolutely one of the key aspects. So we're developing options. Actions would come from that, but it's first we need to report back to government about what those options might be.
What's that time frame? I know I asked this morning. So
It's
I've got
middle of the year.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I've got the water quality governance roadmap in front of me. That was dated June 2024. The next step is recommendations from this to
Well,
government.
The next step is recommendations from the work that's been going on since we published that roadmap, and there's an interagency committee that's been working on all of the various problems. So as you have articulated, it involves not just what we do in terms of water quality, but in terms of land management as well.
What's the community and stakeholder involvement in that work?
So to date, it's more been intergovernment, and the next stage we would anticipate would involve consultation on the options developed. Having said that, a lot of work underpins this work. So we've produced, as you know, regional water strategies for every catchment in the state over the last number of years. So those regional water strategies were based on significant consultation over a period. So there's a lot of work that can be drawn on that was previously consulted about. But the intention, which we would the advice we would make to government is that they consider these options and that they consider us taking those options to the community for consultation. That's not decided yet, but that's what we were contemplating recommending.
Okay, so with there used to be programs, speaking of water quality, there used to be programs that the communities around regional New South Wales would be able to be involved in, almost citizen science programs, if you like, and were still coordinated. I'm thinking particularly Water Watch New South Wales, potentially funded maybe by Environmental Trust. Now, do you know whether Water New South Wales had anything to do with that program, or is that largely through, as I said, Environmental Trust and potentially the EPA? Do you know?
Potentially, that is Minister Sharp's portfolio.
Yes.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware specifically about any of those programs.
So one final question about the healthy catchments then. So when the report is given to government, what is the expectation from there? What can the community and the public expect to see? There has been quite a few reports that have gone to the government on a range of different things, and then we don't hear from them for about at least 2 years and counting.
So there will be options for government to consider, and we would anticipate that those options might be consulted on as well.
And do you know whether that report is going to be made public?
I can't commit to that, but I could anticipate that the minister would take that consideration seriously. That's been her way of operating to date. So,
okay, Mr. Barnes, I might go back to you. Second, or two, or three. Back to the discussion we started to have, or the response you started to give on floodplain harvesting metering, so compliance around that, and in communication with my office, one of the reasons that you gave for some of the non-compliance was that some approval holders are not intending to floodplain harvest, and that a proportion of works that are technically capable of floodplain harvesting are not now intended for that purpose. Some approval holders consider the size of their entitlement insufficient to justify the expense of installing and maintaining measurement devices. So what does that mean? Firstly, can you explain that a little bit more then?
So through the floodplain licensing process, I think as you're familiar, there is a mechanism now to lawfully take overland flow in accordance with a licence, provided that primary measurement devices are in place. That date to comply has now well exceeded for the valleys, and we see progress in some valleys that's encouraging, like the Borders, and in Barwon less encouraging. When we inquire as to why some progress is made or no progress at all, the reasons forthcoming in part go to the level of entitlement granted through that process was insufficient to warrant the investment in the infrastructure needed to be compliant. So in that instance, the licence holder is obliged to declare or classify that work as inactive or not to be taken for floodplain harvesting. There's a mechanism to do that via Water New South Wales, which at the moment is free, and both the water group, my team, and Water New South Wales are encouraging those users in those circumstances to deem those works inactive. That's why the number of storages that were initially granted licences again have been declining over time as they've been made progressively inactive.
Where's the data on that? So you've said that's the amount of, did you say storages, not licences, sorry, that have been declining?
Yeah. Numbers of active storages subject to the measurement obligation.
And does NRA or the government hold that data, say by valley?
Yes.
If you could provide that would be useful. In relation to floodplain harvesting licences, Ms. Jones, so apart from what I understand, apart from the regulated NAMOI, is it the intention, do we know whether any more floodplain harvesting licences are going to be issued in either unregulated or regulated water sources?
No, the last valley to be completed in terms of licensing is the regulated NAMOI. Do you remind me of that timeline again? Because it's overdue, isn't it? So, yes, so we're, that's tied up with the litigations that are currently on foot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
so we've not progressed that due to the issues you were raising this morning, which we're still considering. Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of years ago, in this forum, the minister talked about the engaging Maddox lawyers to undertake the probity review of the process for issuing floodplain harvesting licences in the Guida Valley. That was made public.
That's on our website. The probity review, I think, was actually about the functioning of the steering committee to look at the validity of applications in the first instance.
Yeah, through the Healthy Floodplains Committee.
Yeah.
So the Healthy Floodplains Committee looked at issuing or reviewing floodplain harvesting licence applications in more than just the Guida, did they?
It was the Northern Basin.
Yeah.
And it was actually the validity of works, whether those works were in place prior to a particular year and whether they were valid works.
Yes, and so Maddox undertook the probity review of the process of issuing, or just for Guida. Is it?
No, for all of the...
Oh, did they?
Yeah, yeah.
But
so
the title of the report says in the Guida Valley, doesn't it?
I have to check. I think it was... Maddox looked at the work of the steering committee is my memory of it.
This is in... The one I've got is the final report, dated 6th of December 23, and it's titled Probity Review of the Process for Issuing Floodplain Harvesting Licences in Guida Valley. Because my question, the reason why I'm labouring the point on the title is asking whether has Maddox conducted probity reviews into more than just the Guida Valley?
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know why floodplain harvesting licences were issued in the unregulated Guida? This is March last year, and it was 2.5 years after the assessment of all of that floodplain harvesting was meant to be complete. Do you know what's the reasons why it continued to that time?
So I can take on notice the actual what was the timeline, what were all of the steps, but the shares have to be identified, the shares issued, and then the license is issued. So it's a process that takes months.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get you. I will submit some more detailed questions on that. Let's see. Just want to ask some questions about the audit officers' audit into the local government, local water utilities, finding that the water supply infrastructure needs $1 billion. Who am I asking this of? Have we got anybody here to answer local water utilities?
You could ask me. Yeah.
I can ask you.
Yes.
I'll try. You'll try. Okay. So, what does the department know in terms of the ability for councils? Like, what are we looking at in terms of numbers of councils who are in kind of trouble, if you like, going forward over the next couple of years in terms of being able to deliver safe and secure drinking water, and what work is the department doing to assist? Is really not a great situation, you'd agree?
So the assistance that the department offers is in operational assistance. So we have a program that does advanced operational support to local, and we're focusing on 20 local water utilities, particularly at the moment. That we have a range of regional engineers with expertise who actually go and help councils solve problems. We also run training programs for operators, and we've been doing that over the last couple of years. So there's operational support. There's support in crisis management, so over the last number of years with local water utilities having issue with PFAS in the water or whatever it is, the department has capacity to offer that kind of support.
I think that the real issue that the Auditor General highlighted was the funding, of course. Infrastructure.
So the main work that we're still doing there relates to the Safe and Secure Water program, where I think we have a couple more years to go to actually expend all of the money under that program. There's been about 170 projects completed. There are about 160 still in delivery at the moment. Over 670 million has actually been spent in the program. As the Minister mentioned this morning, the program is fully committed. We're looking at completing all of the projects under the program by about the end of 2028. That is the current funding available for most local water utilities. The Audit Office assessment of $1 billion in terms of needs for infrastructure is being addressed by the department in our response to the Productivity Commission's review of the financial viability of local water utilities, we are doing work in response to that by the middle of this year we will have some advice to government on what the options might be. The Minister mentioned this morning that what the Productivity Commission hinted at, or not just hinted at, recommended, was that a different model of support to local water utilities for providing a standard of service is what's really needed. It is the case that since the Second World War, basically the state has always needed to support local towns, regional towns, in terms of drinking water quality. There's been various iterations of those programs, with Safe and Secure being the latest. But they're the two things we're doing. We're making sure that Safe and Secure Water program is delivered so that all of the projects committed to are completed. And in addition to that, we're doing work that's looking at options for how to go forward in terms of continuing to provide that kind of support to local water utilities.
Thank you, Ms Jones. I'm going to put a question on notice, or a few in relation to this issue, but I did just want to know, in terms of the information that the department holds, if I asked how many specific purpose water access licences have been issued to mining companies by this government, I assume that can be answered.
Correct.
What about what is their total volume?
We can answer those questions if you would like to put them on notice.
Okay, and then okay, I've got quite a few on that. I'm going to put them in on notice. I just wanted to see how much information that the department held. The minimum inflows review in terms of the inland rivers, inland regulated water sharing plans. Now, I understand it's end of June 26 is the deadline for those to be made. Is that right?
So
each review, I should
minimum
say.
inflows is actually that requirement for review is in all of the regulated water sharing plans. So it's the regulated plans.
Yes.
And that review is ongoing.
Last 5 seconds,
Yep.
because I've been asked by stakeholders about when their views and the views of the broader community will be sought in that review.
So we're looking to start consultation in the middle of the year.
In the middle of the year, so it's going to be delayed?
No, the review will have been completed, but then consulting about the options will be from the middle of the year.
Okay, thank you.
To the opposition.
Thank you. My questions are for Ms Black. Is Ms Black here? Great, thank you. I'm wanting to ask about the suicide prevention committees and things, so I think that's questions to you.
Sure.
Great. So the legislation was passed September 11th last year, is that right?
The legislation was passed, but it wasn't enacted until the 1st of December.
Okay. And when were the first expressions for council membership opened?
Just give me a tick. So the EOI process started in November.
So what date in October were they open?
I'd have to take that on notice, the exact date.
Okay, and so when did the first round close?
Again, the exact dates I'll have to get you.
Okay. Look, I suppose my question is, the Minister this morning indicated that there was an overwhelming response. How many expressions of interest did you receive?
We received 103 for the Suicide Prevention Council and 49 applications for the Aboriginal Suicide Prevention Council.
And I understand that one of the expressions of interest may have had to have been extended, is that right?
Yes, we did extend them. Just let me
Which
get my
were both
notes.
extended or only one?
I don't seem to have that in my notes, but I can give you I can take the dates on that.
Okay. Do you recall? I mean, extending expressions of interest for brand new committees like this that'd be something that would be a fairly significant decision, I would think. If you're
Yes, and there was an extension. I can't remember if it was both councils or just one of them.
And what were the reasons for extending?
We, particularly in the Aboriginal Council, we wanted to make sure that we'd sent the EOI out wide enough to get the best representation we could.
So you were concerned about insufficient numbers or insufficient breadth of EOIs? What was the main concern?
Well, I guess given there are 15 positions on the council, you want a reasonable pool to actually get all the categories that are required.
So at the date that EOIs were to close, you were concerned that there weren't sufficient number of applications or sufficient breadth or both?
I'll have to take that on notice.
All right. Thank you. So the restructure of the commission, I understand one of the reasons for this is in fact the passage of the Suicide Prevention Act and the work that you'll be required to do.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you discuss this with the Minister in connection with discussions around the legislation?
So we certainly discussed the proposal to realign our resources so that we're in the best position to deliver on the Suicide Prevention Act, yes.
And when did you start discussions with the relevant union about the restructure?
I can tell you that. Sorry, I've got a lot of notes here.
So if I told you, Ms Black, that I understand that the union was given 2 hours notice of the restructure, would you contest that?
The union was notified the morning of the initial meeting that we were going to present our proposed realignment to the staff.
Okay. And the restructure, or as you're calling it, the proposed realignment, I understand that that resulted in deleting 45% of the workforce. What work will the Commission no longer be engaging in?
I'm not sure that 45% is accurate.
How many positions did you cut?
There were 12 roles that were impacted in total.
Out of a total of how many roles?
It's changed slightly, but it...
I mean, my information that the restructure cut 16 of 35.6 roles, which I'm no mathematician, but it's certainly pretty close to 45%. You have different figures than...
Yeah, so we increased from 33 FTE to 34 FTE.
And how many roles were cut?
12 roles were impacted.
12 roles were impacted, and I understand that that all of the roles in the advocacy and reform team were impacted. Is that correct?
That was one small team of the system reform.
And what role did the advocacy and reform team play before it was disbanded?
So they managed a range of projects. Some of those were around lived experience and peer workforce, but there was a broader remit of projects that they...
And who's handling the lived experience work now?
So the lived experience work is embedded across all parts of our organisation. There was a fair bit of work done prior to me around peer workforce, but we're very conscious that the Ministry of Health has done a lot in the peer workforce space. And in terms of the new work we had on, we wanted to align with that piece of work, and we felt there were better people to do that peer workforce work rather than the Commission.
So you're not doing the peer workforce anymore, the Ministry's doing it. Who's responsible for that in the Ministry?
That sits with the mental health branch, sorry to jump in.
Okay, and just in terms of the peer workforce, is anything being done in relation to developing formal training for peer workers?
Yes.
And in terms of the peer workforce, is anything being done in terms of, I don't quite know how to express it, but aligning peer workers with those who are mentally ill who will best benefit. So, for example, has any work been done whether a peer worker with auditory hallucinations and schizophrenia is well aligned with somebody who might be suffering anorexia?
Yeah. The peer workforce framework that's been released does have guidance, and that's really a question of scope, and then it becomes a question of the same for any other member of the clinical team, goodness of fit. So I think it's a good question, and it's something that needs to work for both individuals. Most of the time our experience with the peer workforce is that it's successful, and it really does that very well.
On notice, can you provide me with any information or any research you've done about goodness of fit?
I could, yes. I haven't done any research myself, but
Okay.
I'd certainly...
Who's responsible in either the Mental Health Commission or the Ministry for doing that work?
Well, I'm referring to a general clinical principle. It's not a research topic. I'm not sure anybody's published on
But
it.
how is that? Has that been looked at in terms of development of a peer workforce?
It
and
has.
Who has looked at it?
It's a part of clinical work. It's a standard part of working with people. And sometimes the consumer might say, this is just not working out for me, in which case the team will try to find someone with perhaps a different approach or a different skill set.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Ms Black, so no more peer workforce work, the lived experience work is embedded. Who has responsibility for managing the lived experience work that you're doing?
So under our Act, we are required to take in the views of people with the lived experience. So that's why I mean that's embedded across our organisation. And that's not done from necessarily positions within the organisation. That's actually done through engagement with the community. And in our recent work around the mental health and wellbeing strategy, a large proportion of those that were consulted were from a lived experience.
So as well as the advocacy and reform team, what other projects or work will the Mental Health Commission no longer be engaged in following the restructure?
So a lot of our projects were coming to a close. We were aware that the suicide prevention legislation was being developed and that it was proposed that that would come to us. So the work going forward will be about the mental health and wellbeing strategy, the suicide prevention planning and the Aboriginal suicide prevention planning, and our role in monitoring system reform. And the projects that will follow the development of the plans and strategies will really fall out of those plans and strategies, so that our work is really aligned to our core purpose.
And so I understand you used to look after workforce in the NGO sector?
I was the CEO of the peak body for the community.
No, but in terms of the Mental Health Commission, that was one of the roles that was being performed by some of these workers?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
So if we're looking at, for example, lived experience, peer workers, Ministry of Health would be looking after that in terms of Ministry of Health. But what about in other sectors that are working in mental health? Who's looking at lived experience peer workers in those sectors now if the Mental Health Commission is no longer doing that?
So there's a national body being, I don't know if it's established. Yeah, someone else might be able to tell me that.
I'm not sure I can speak about the national body, but I can say that the peer workforce framework that the Ministry have developed has an intent to work across government and non-government peer expertise.
But if that's a framework that's in development and has an intent, and this is work that is no longer happening, we actually have a gap in that
I'm sorry,
at the moment, don't we?
The framework has been released, and rather, I don't want to speak for the Commissioner, but I think the point is, rather than duplicate two pieces of work, the expertise developed and released around the peer framework is applicable both within the NGO sector and within health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. That's what I meant.
In terms of the restructure, I think you said you'd actually increased FTE. You'd gone to 34, is that right?
From 33, yes.
And so what's the overall budget impact of the restructure?
I'm going to have to take that on notice.
If you could, that'd be great. And what were the issues that drove the restructure?
Well, primarily the new work around the suicide prevention space. And I think you'd all acknowledge, given the issues that the Commission has had over the past year, there was a need to bolster our internal capability around governance, finance and, importantly, people and culture. We also addressed some skill gaps in our organisation, so that was around suicide prevention. But also we had no identified Aboriginal staff, which was really important in terms of building a suicide prevention plan for Aboriginal people. And we also had a gap in our lived experience space around carers, which we addressed through that process.
Commissioner, it's been put to me that many of the newly created roles are remarkably similar to roles which have been deleted. What do you say to that?
We went through a process of creating the job descriptions that aligned with the work that was required. Those in impacted roles could express interest in some of those, and 3 people were successful.
How many were unsuccessful?
I might have to take that on notice because not everyone applied for a job.
Right, okay, thank you. Dr. Wright, I might come to you if I may. I have a couple of questions. So I'm just curious, the New South Wales Specialist Trans and Gender Diverse Health Service for gender diverse young people from across New South Wales, what input do you have into the guidelines that are developed and the psychiatric and psychological care which is offered to those young people?
It may be, so the Deputy Chief Psychiatrist is Dr. Michael Bowden. He's a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and he has expertise in this area, and he has been closely involved in those processes, and he was a former clinical director for the Children's Hospital Westmead Mental Health Service, and so the input from a clinical perspective is from him, but I think Ms Wood has the overarching responsibility for the whole of health.
I'm really looking at the input into the psychiatric and psychological guidelines, especially around affirming care in light of the Fox-Varian decision in the United States a couple of weeks ago, in the light of the J. Langadinos litigation and the Mel Jeffries litigation that's ongoing, because there's a really significant emerging issue where people are bringing successful legal action, and there's ongoing legal action in Australia. I mean, over $2 million awarded, I think 2 weeks ago in the United States. And the claim is consistently being made that there was inadequate psychological care in the process leading up to the gender transition. I think in the case of Mel Jeffries, the claim is being made that there was no ability to consent to gender-affirming surgery because her mental health conditions were not well managed and thoroughly controlled prior to the commencement of testosterone treatment. And I'm wondering what we're doing in New South Wales to look at our guidelines and ensure that we are offering the best psychiatric and psychological care for 2 reasons. One, for the benefit of the young people, but also to protect us from legal liability in the future.
I can certainly comment on that, Ms Carter, and just to say that our legal team work very closely with us on this, and so they are part
with
of
psychiatrists.
So we've got 2 services that operate as specialist hubs in New South Wales, and every single
2 or 3?
2. There's
what
2.
Are the 2?
So there is for young people.
Yes.
So there's the one at John Hunter
Which is Maple Leaf?
That's Maple Leaf, yes. And then we have Sydney Children's Hospital,
True Colours?
Westmead. No, True Colours is a slightly older
That's
cohort
16
in
to
South East
25?
Sydney. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So for young people, though, less than 16, there are two.
Yeah.
We actually have, as I've sort of hopefully mentioned on Monday, we have got an overarching steering committee in this space, of which our legal team have worked very closely with us. So with regard to...
So when was the last review by the legal team? Have
So
they looked at the
review
US
every
case?
single case that comes
Yes.
out is considered with relevance for the New South Wales model, and if there is anything that needs to be considered.
So were there changes made after the NCAT release decision?
So one of the things that's important to note in terms of our model, we have a very extensive model, certainly compared to others in Australia and internationally. The only way, it's probably to make it the easiest way to cover it for today, a lot of it comes down to the consent process. So there is an absolute criteria for...
But
if
I
could
think
just
that's my
finish
question.
This, Ms.
No,
Carter,
but
well,
my question,
I need
Ms.
to go
Ward,
through it with you.
Sorry, my question was about the consent process and
Correct.
the impact of
Yes.
psychiatric and
I know.
psychological treatment on the ability
I
to
absolutely
consent, which is
understand
a
what you're
significant
saying.
emerging
No,
issue.
I absolutely understand what
Has
you're
that
saying.
been considered by the legal
So
team?
the MDT approach that we have in place...
Sorry, what does MDT stand for?
Multidisciplinary team.
Yep.
Every single person on that multidisciplinary team, that includes psychological support, it includes a psychiatrist, all have to confirm that the young person has got a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. They also have to confirm if the young person is of the age around 16.
And that is before any treatment takes
Absolutely,
place?
absolutely. So the young person, and it does depend, look, when we get to
I
close
think
to
that
that
answers
16...
my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Yeah. Mr. D'Amato, does New South Wales Health have a contingency amount in the budget for adverse outcomes of medical negligence actions?
The medical negligence budget is insurance line, so we don't hold the contingency. That is covered by the Treasury Managed Fund, so it is covered by we self-insure fundamentally.
Okay, and do you pay premiums in relation to that, or it's just a government transfer?
That's exactly right. So the government will retain part of our budget, and obviously we have the commitment in reflecting in our financial statement, and there's been...
How much of the budget does the government retain?
Look, I just need to get back to you with the details, but it's around 400 million.
Thank you. And are you do you work in the same way that workers' compensation does, so as claims increase, your premiums increase?
Precisely. It's managed by the same organisation.
Can you, on notice, indicate how much premiums have risen over the last 2 years?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to go back quickly, Ms. Wood, just to the mother-baby unit and the issue with the flooring.
Sure.
So you said it's been confirmed it was moisture under the lino.
No, it was marking on the vinyl. So what the advice I've got is that there's been confirmed there was staining, but that it is not mould growth, and that the issue may be a defect in the floor vinyl, which will be followed up with the contractor.
Right, because a lot of the documents we have, it says that a flooring specialist came to the unit and confirmed it was moisture under the lino and a lack of sufficient sealing, and that was what was reported. So
That's not the advice I have, Miss Mitchell, so I'm happy to take it on notice.
yeah, because when you've got staff talking about having headaches
No, I
and impacts
agree.
of mould spores,
Yep,
it's
I
just
agree.
a little inconsistent with that advice.
Absolutely.
So
Leave that with
if
me.
you could
We'll-
let me know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got a small amount of time left before afternoon tea. I'll go to Ms. Fairman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question's actually for Professor Hugh Durrant-White. And it's in relation to... Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
It's in relation to the making of the new Barwon-Darling water sharing plan.
Yep.
Of course, I'm reasonably across the review of the plan in 2019 that the NRC did, which was pretty scathing, and you made several recommendations. Are you happy that all of your, or satisfied, let's say, that all of your recommendations have been addressed in the 2026 remaking of the plan?
We are aware that it has been remade, but it's not normal for us to actually look at the plan that has been remade to see whether all of everything we've got, we talked about in our review, was actually taken on board. We do note that there were 17 recommendations that we made, that only one initially at least was fully addressed. 13 were partially addressed, and 3 were not addressed at all. But it has been remade and reworked since then.
Yes, and so you are able you're able to review, you provide the recommendations, and at that point, that's it really. Until
in
the next
terms
review.
of the process the NRC formally operates, yes, it is. But look, obviously, we look at what's been done.
Okay.
And we do, if you recall, we audit it later in the process.
That's right.
Yep.
Can I ask whether you've had any input, or whether the NRC, anyone within the NRC has had any input or assessed or is across the economic modelling that's been used? I'm talking about the connectivity panel report now. The economic modelling that I believe was used to assess the, I think it was called the community impact or change as a result of the, any of the changes from the recommendations of the connectivity panel.
I'm going to have to take the specifics of that on notice, but I will say we talk on a very regular basis with Amanda's group, and we have quite a productive relationship now in the sense of understanding what they're doing.
So could you be, I know you're taking the detail on notice, but be a little bit more specific in terms of that productive relationship. So did you, what involvement specifically did the NRC and your officers have?
So on the economic side, I will have to take the economic part on notice.
Okay.
Right? When it comes to, for example, LTALs and things like that, we have a very strong engagement around delivering, for example, numeric LTALs, which is one of our significant recommendations, and a whole range of environmental impact issues, which were the primary concern that we had in the review.
Okay, and you're also, the NRC is undertaking reviews now that are due mid-year. They're inland regulated, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a whole number of them underway at the moment.
Can I check? I just wanted to check about resources. I know that the NRC is very consumed by forestry and other issues. Do you have the resources, adequate resources to undertake all of those reviews of the water sharing plans satisfactorily by deadline?
I think the broad answer is yes, but I will say we are working quite closely with Amanda's group because we both have resource constraints, and we're trying to figure out what order, which ones, and what are the priorities and how we focus, so that we both can basically not just review them but remake them in that process. So we're both constrained in that sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Pickstone, do you mind looking up to see if property which I believe has been transferred to Homes New South Wales, it's in Roselands, and the street is Remley, R-E-M-L-Y.
Transferred
to Homes New South Wales, I believe.
Let me check for you. Is that under the land audit?
No, more likely from one of the disability properties.
I'll have to take that one on notice for
Is it
you.
Possible for you to look that up?
I can get that for you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wonder who can help me with payment to locum and VMO psychiatrists.
Perhaps, Ms Carter, if you could elaborate, we can then work out.
So are locums or VMOs paid for travelling time from the usual place of residence? So, for example, if I live in Sydney and I'm working in Tamworth, Orange, Wagga, am I paid for travelling to that place?
Yes. That's the usual arrangement. If you're going regional, that is the usual arrangement.
So if I live in Sydney but I'm doing a locum or a VMO in Wagga, Broken Hill, I get paid for travelling?
Not for a locum. The issue is that
for a VMO.
For a quinquennial permanently appointed VMO, yes, that's usual. For a locum who happens to be, and most of our locums are actually engaged, and this is where it gets confusing, under VMO contracts, they would not normally be paid for travel.
Right. And how many staff psychiatrist positions as of today are unfilled? That is, that there might be a VMO or a locum in place, but there's no staff psychiatrist filling that position.
We would have to take that on notice, Ms Carr.
Okay,
Unless-
thank
or-
you. And on notice, can you also provide where the gaps are in which LHD by LHD?
Yes, we can take that on notice.
That's fine.
Thank you. And do we have a figure? I think the Minister was going to get back to us with a figure in terms of what was paid to VMOs and locums to fill places left by staff psychiatrists during the psychiatry dispute.
I think we've got that one on notice as well.
Okay. And have all the public patients who were transferred to private facilities been returned to public hospital beds?
I think that we can take that on notice, Ms Carter. They were a time-limited resource, and as people were discharged, my understanding is they were discharged home.
Okay.
Because they'd completed their treatment.
And what was the total cost to New South Wales Health of accommodating public patients in private facilities?
We can take that on notice for you.
Okay. With respect to encouraging people who were staff psychiatrists and who took leave to become VMOs, what's being done to encourage them in terms of restoring leave entitlements and other things?
I think we can probably take the details of that on notice, Ms Carter.
Okay. And how many staff psychiatrist positions are currently filled by locums?
Again, we can take that on
And
notice.
the cost per LHD?
Take it on notice.
And the same, those positions being filled by VMOs and the cost per LHD. And how much was paid to private providers who accommodated public patients?
Again, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. And I think the bell's about to ding.
I've got one.
Oh, sorry.
No, I've got a quick one if you want.
There
There we go. Just if I can get an update on the assertive outreach program that's currently under review. Has that been completed?
We haven't been reviewing the assertive outreach. We've been looking at the pilot programs and how we move to make that a permanent fixture of the funding. So we're looking at all of the pilot programs at the moment. We're looking to extend them by at least a year, so that we can do that proper evaluation. And our aim is to move it from a pilot to part of the ongoing contract.
Perfect. Thank you.
That brings us to afternoon tea. We'll be back at 3:45. Thanks, everyone. Ms Higginson.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Hello. I just wanted to, Mr. Tibble, I will start with you if I may, because this relates to some evidence that was provided yesterday in PC5, and it relates to people leaving, First Nations people leaving the out-of-home care system, being within the priority group for social housing. There was evidence provided at an inquiry yesterday that that cohort of people are a priority grouping of people, but I understand that that may not be the case, and I'm just looking for anyone to assist the situation.
Ms Pinkston and I have had some discussions, and Ms Pinkston is going to kick me under the table if I'm wrong in what I say, but I think so anyone who is homeless is part of the priority group, but your issue is about a cohort, Ms Higginson, who are particularly vulnerable. My response to that, having discussed the issue with Ms Pinkston this afternoon, is the two divisions of DCJ, namely Homes and the Child Protection and Permanency Division, need to have a protocol for escalation. So being homeless, that's such my concern is still getting lost in the system between the two divisions. So our thought was that there needs to be a protocol for escalation on a case-by-case basis, so that there can be a specific response to any individual where there is a referral to homes who fits the definition that you have identified or specified.
Okay, so it's fair to say that as it currently stands, when you look at the eligibility for priority housing assistance, urgent housing needs, that if you are a First Nations person leaving the out-of-home care system, unless there are other factors at play, you would not necessarily qualify under the current criteria. That's correct?
The way that the prioritisation system works is based on their housing need and their experience of homelessness. So that's the primary assessment, not by virtue of a client cohort per se. It's what are the drivers that are leading you to need housing assistance, and that might be homelessness, and it might be a variety of reasons. So if you're at risk of homelessness, that's one of the priority criteria. So it really does depend on the person's circumstances and what's driving their interaction with homes, really.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Tibble, based on that, and I'm sorry to do the cross portfolios, but this is where
they're within the same. They're within the same department
in the real
so
world. Yeah. So, based on that conversation we were having yesterday and the questions that I was putting to Ms. Dean, they were questions that have come from a place in the sector, and that is saying that this is in fact a problem because there is a need for this particular cohort that is vulnerable in and of itself. When First Nations people are leaving the out-of-home care system because so many people are facing homelessness. So you're saying now that you do think that there needs to be some form of protocol to be able to escalate and work and perhaps identify and address that issue.
Yeah, I think I'm saying if there is a gap and there is such a need, and we have spoken briefly, and we acknowledge that there is a need for a means of, and when I say on an individual basis, I would acknowledge that there will be a number of people in that category. It's a significant number. The vulnerability is even more significant. So we are very open to establishing, as I say, a protocol so that on an individual basis we capture and respond to that need as best we're able, obviously within the finite resources that we have.
And one of the recommendations that came to me was, is it possible to look at the system in Victoria and Tasmania? Because the information I've been given is that they have advanced this as already.
So I am on Friday meeting with former Justice Benjamin, who's the monitor of the Tasmanian Royal Commission implementation, which I think has probably touched on some of these issues in respect of out-of-home care. I'm certainly happy to raise it with him in terms of lessons from other jurisdictions, always open to those discussions. So happy to pursue those two leads.
Thank you. That's all I really want to do. Thank you very much for all of that, Ms. Tibble and Ms. Pinkstone. Thank you.
I'll go to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and hello again. Coming back to this issue of migrant and refugee women who are unable to access temporary accommodation and social and affordable housing, what is the government doing to improve data collection on that issue? So basically to better understand the need, the length of stay, the outcomes, cost, turn-away rates, things like that.
We're always looking at ways to improve the data to understand the reality is that cohort isn't eligible for social housing at the moment, but the current specifications for the SHS system, the Specialist Homelessness Service system, do enable them to take those women within the system. Recognising that there's a lot of complexity around that because of the broader access to things like income assistance and other sort of support services. So we're not collecting that data because you're not eligible for social housing assistance, but we can have a look at how we might do that through other systems that are supporting that cohort at the moment.
That would be useful. Something that I asked in Minister Harrison's estimates the other day was in relation to this issue about the way that funding works for emergency services and for crisis accommodation and for temporary accommodation for women with children, and the way in which the woman is treated as the client and the children are not treated in the same way for funding purposes. Are you able to clarify?
I'm not aware of that issue. I'm happy.
Yeah, okay.
Like the social housing register, usually one person will apply for assistance, and then we consider the whole household in the assessment process. But it does come back to one person that's applied.
Yeah.
And for temporary accommodation, obviously, women with children are a priority cohort to get assistance through that. So. It would be the adult presenting that we would say that was the primary person that was the applicant, but we do know who is in that household and what their requirements are. So not quite sure.
Okay. Because then the wraparound services for those people within that one, residential space are then going to be more, but that's not something that Homes is responsible for. That's something then that sits back with.
Yeah, if it's through the SHS, it's the support will be going to the household though. So for example, if they're going into women and children's refuge, the support provision isn't just about the woman there that's presenting. It is around the household that they are supporting. But yeah, if you want to give me particular details on where that mightn't be the case, or it's not operating like that, I can have a look at that for you.
Thank you. How much social housing for transitional use is available for women and children when they exit a refuge?
I can take that on notice for you in terms of transitional housing. Yeah,
that would be great. Can you tell me what percentage of emergency, crisis and transitional accommodation is PET inclusive now? So I know the new core and clusters are pet inclusive, but how much of the rest
We
of that
don't have
crisis
that. We don't have that data. I can have a look at. So in general, I would say that refuges that are congregate refuges, so it's not a separate apartment or room with its own private spaces. Those will generally have their own rules around whether or not pets are allowed, because obviously you're in a shared environment. Most of the accommodation is 4-bedroom homes that have been converted into crisis accommodation. So each of those will have their own rules. The new generation crisis accommodation generally is about individual units and spaces, and they're the ones that are usually accessible to have a pet.
I understand that Homes New South Wales does not currently hold specific data on the accessibility of transitional housing dwellings for people with disability or in relation to disability adjustments or modifications. Is anything being done to start collecting that data?
We have data on crisis accommodation that you identified this morning, and that that includes transitional. What I would say is the average age of a lot of the crisis accommodation is over 40 years old, and that makes the ability to upgrade the standard of that so fully accessible. But more than 100 of those crisis accommodations are in some way modified, and that's the whole point of the Building Crisis Housing Plan funding, is to create that new accommodation that enables things to be accessible more broadly across the portfolio. What's traditionally happened in crisis and transitional accommodation is a conversion of social housing houses or properties, and depending on the age, the being able to fully modify them is very, very difficult.
So this is a question that I ask across pretty much every portfolio, and I get a similar answer when it comes to things like schools and other things. You know, the older the building, the harder it is. But as with transport and everywhere else, I think the first step is to do an audit to see what the extent of the problem is, and then to put in place a plan to make sure that eventually everything is fully accessible in line with our human rights international obligations. So I guess what I'm asking is, has there been any plans towards conducting at least an audit of all of the transitional housing dwellings?
I'll take that on notice. I'm not sure if that has actually been included in the... So when we talk about crisis accommodation, often we're including the transitional properties in that.
Yeah.
So I can take that on notice for you and come back to you.
That would be great. And if you could tell me, you know, the last I heard of, there was 9 out of 180 government-owned refuges, so that, however that's defined, that were fully accessible. Are you able to give me the data on sort of as of today, how many are fully accessible and how many are what we would think of sort of being partly accessible? So accessible if you have somebody to help you, style of modifications having been made.
Yeah, I do have that information.
Okay,
I'll come back to you on that.
All right.
I've got it.
Great. So one of the recommendations of the Disability Royal Commission was to do an audit for not just current crisis housing and the accessibility of it, but also the demand for it from people with disability. So again, because people with disability are more likely to become homeless, and they are also twice as likely to be victims of domestic family violence, their need is quite great. Do you have any figures for, or any sort of statistics that could indicate how many people are being turned away or unable to find accommodation because of a lack of accessibility?
I could take that on notice for you. data collection through the specialist homelessness services does include turnaway rates. Whether that reason is for disability, I can check. But I will say that often the response from us is in temporary accommodation because that part of the system isn't accessible.
Yeah.
So rather than a person going into the specialist homelessness service, they'll go into temporary accommodation that is accessible, that we manage through Homes New South Wales. So that is often the pathway for somebody, given that many of the properties aren't fully accessible to their need.
So does that mean that we're seeing people go into, residential aged care or those sorts of places because they cannot get?
Oh no, sorry, I meant
No.
I meant temporary accommodation that we administer through hotel and motel accommodation.
Okay. Yeah.
So often we will be contacted by a specialist homelessness service because that person that has presented to them but they don't have an accessible property.
Yeah.
Then they will refer them through to us. We will take a broader look across the homelessness services to see if there is anything available. If not, we will provide temporary accommodation in hotels and motels.
Understood.
Yeah.
So then in the other sort of category, I guess, of social housing, do you have any data to indicate the extent to which people are being unable to find social housing, I guess, because they have accessibility needs that can't be easily met? Is there a way, how do you monitor that when you've got the waiting list and you're trying to fit people in?
Yeah.
Is there any way that you can
Yeah.
monitor sort of the extent of how long people are waiting extra or whatever because of lack of accessibility?
I would need to take that on notice. I'm not quite sure how you could do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask some questions now about Broadmeadow Place strategy?
Yeah.
In a bit more detail. So, is someone able to tell me when development work on the strategy commenced?
That strategy is actually being led by planning, but
Yeah.
we're involved in the process, obviously, because of our land holdings in the area. We currently have 51 dwellings in Broadmeadow, but if you take a sort of, I suppose, a broader look across that area and the precinct, we have Hamilton South, which is very near. So the process that we use is to participate in those planning processes as a landowning agency, and we would be contributing and putting our view forward about what our portfolio looks like and the opportunities for renewal in that area. But we very much will be led by that broader process like we do in quite large redevelopment processes like Bellambi. The planning process is the process that leads, and we are then contributing to that as a landowning agency component of it. So it's not by it being led by Homes New South Wales, that's a planning led process.
I understand. So you may not be able to tell me this then, but do you have any insight into how, for example, it was determined what percentage of homes there would be affordable homes? Is that...
I think we direct that towards planning, yeah.
Fair enough. Can I ask, the audit of government-owned land, $9.1 million was allocated in the 23 to 24 New South Wales budget to assess housing supply opportunities. How much of that funding has already been utilised, and on what?
So that money is probably for the processor. I can't comment on that. I can comment on what we're spending. So we've spent to date. We've transacted on 3 sites in Box Hill, Menai, and Camden, and we've spent $19,750,000 on the Box Hill site, $7 million on Menai, and in Camden $3.6 million. So that's our I suppose the way that we're interacting with the land audit is purchasing the land and then for social housing and affordable housing.
Okay, can I just check, what's your definition of affordable housing?
Affordable housing that we're developing is in line with the New South Wales Affordable Housing Guidelines.
Okay. And what is the total number of social housing dwellings that will be delivered across those sites?
I can take it on notice. We have 8 sites at the moment,
Okay.
and I can take that on notice and give you a breakdown across the sites.
Okay, I might come back and ask, or I might put some of those in as supplementaries.
Yeah.
Then, because it's getting quite detailed. Can I ask? No, I can't.
You can ask later. We'll go to the opposition first.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a number of questions across different parts, so happy for you to take them on notice because some of it is data related. But just in relation to the new social housing builds, and particularly the 50% that we allocated to victim survivors, just want to know how many new social housing properties have been built, and what the percentage is for women escaping domestic violence.
We're currently just working through the data, so there's the ones that we've delivered, and then there's also the ones that have been delivered by our community housing partners, and we're just finalising that data. So in the next month or so, we'll be able to release that in terms of the additional new supply.
Okay, thank you. And that will have a breakdown for the DV victims as well?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
In relation to the 100 million Homelessness Innovation Fund that committed more than 800 rooms across 70 projects, wanted to know how many rooms have been delivered and across which LGAs?
I'll get you a breakdown of those. So some of them were immediately able to be delivered, like the ones up on the North Coast, because we were converting aged care facilities. And the latest round that we're just finalising had a focus on new build. So I can get you the breakdown across the different, I suppose, delivery streams.
Yep. And also for those that are yet to be delivered, time frame.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then in relation to the Building Crisis Housing Plan, it says that a further 200 beds over 4 years. The first beds would be available 2026. So interested in a breakdown of how many will be delivered this year, if it's 50 per year, or is it 100 this year and then so on?
Yeah, so we're just going through that process now to finalise the expression of tender process to go out to the sector, and we will have a component of that will be delivered by Homes New South Wales, like the Core and Cluster program. So I can definitely give it for the ones that will be delivering as Homes New South Wales, but the tender won't be opening for another couple of months.
That's fine. And what's the difference between talking about 800 rooms and 200 beds?
I suppose it was just, it's 200. It's 200
places to live. Yeah. Okay. And that's what I saw. They're almost the same.
Yeah.
So moving on to the homelessness strategy, the action plan that came out late last year. Just to confirm, so it's divided into short-term, medium and long-term deliverables. Short-terms are 3 to 9 months, mediums 9 to 18, and then long is 18 to 24. When's the starting date?
That was from this year, from the 1st of January.
Okay. Just in relation to if I could get a breakdown, or whether or not the action plan has been broken down into focus areas. So it's got it in here as prevention, person-centred support, local responses. Are there budgets allocated to that, or is it just overall?
It's overall. Some agencies, some are led by other government department and agencies, and some are delivered by us within existing resources as part of our trying to reform the way we're delivering our services.
I suppose, has that in the strategy, have you looked at, because a lot of focus is on prevention, is there a budget allocated to that prevention and early intervention space at all?
No, no.
Also, how will it be measured? So it's obviously, it doesn't have tangible, measurable items in there as targets in any way. Will that be part of a sort of further announcement, or is that being tracked, and is it going to be publicly available?
Against the action plan, absolutely it will be. We'll be reporting back against our key commitments in the action plan to ensure that ourselves and our agency partners are delivering.
What about actual, so it talks about the monitoring, the strategy refers to a monitoring framework and public reporting, but will it have specific targets, things like reducing homelessness by a certain amount, or broken into regions or anything like that, or is it going to be more broad?
We're working through that now. So we have made a commitment to the sector that we're not bringing in extra reporting requirements. So for us, it's about how do we make sure that what we're measuring is correct and that we're seeing a trend down in relation to the implementation plan and the action plan. So we'll be working on that in our interagency group and with our peak bodies to make sure that we're really clear about the commitments that we've made under the action plan and how we'll see that change for individuals and the system.
Okay, that's fine. See if I've got any others. I might actually only got a couple of questions. Well, actually, it's only one question just for the advocate, and then I'm happy to move on. Just in relation to a submission that was made to the Sentencing Council review of good character in sentencing, and it was made by your predecessor. And in it, it states, and I quote, "For children and young people, maintaining good character as a mitigating factor is essential." And I'm just interested if you also share that same view and if there's anything further you wanted to add in relation to that.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take that on notice. I'm 7 weeks into the role. I'm not aware of that submission, I'm afraid, and I haven't turned my mind to the issue. So if that's all right, I'll take that on notice.
No, that's fine. And also welcome.
Thank you.
I want to make sure you at least had a question.
I've got a question for you, so why don't I keep going? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Tash, assuming
I'm finished.
You're done. Just going back to some of the things I was raising with the Minister earlier, I suppose, about the priorities for you in the role. Certainly understanding and noting that you are 7 weeks in, as you say, but obviously I'm particularly interested from that regional youth aspect, being a member who lives in a regional community. Have you got any sort of initial thoughts about that engagement piece, particularly for young people in the regions?
Yeah, so my intention for my first year in the role is to really look at the work of the Office for Regional Youth and the work of the Advocate's Office and review the grants program, the Youth Advisory Council and the work that we've been doing with communities to really identify the priorities that we want to be focusing on going forward and looking at how we build on the work, the good work of Zoe and the Office for Regional Youth to really make sure that we're developing sustainable approaches to the work that really build a positive result for communities. So alongside that, my function requires the development of a strategic plan for children and young people, and so we're commencing work on that this year as well. And so my focus will be on looking at the voice of youth work that we've done over the past 2 years, and so on. Look at the priorities there and look at how we implement those, and that will of course include consultation with regional and rural communities and really making sure that the work that's been done in that space is built on rather than reduced.
Yeah, and as part, I guess, of that strategic plan, going to those issues around some of the funding programs, and you know, there are a number of really good local initiatives that have been run through funding that have done a great job to connect with young people, particularly in the regional areas. So that's all part of that broader body of work?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We're looking at either evaluations that have already been undertaken around those projects or commencing very soon evaluation review of the projects that we haven't looked at in that way. So looking to kick off in two things that are relevant to that. One is a grants review program, so looking at all the grants that the Office for Regional Youth and DCJ have been delivering, looking at what has worked, what needs to be improved, and really trying to make sure those are focused on getting the best impact and best outcome for the funding available and building on that positive work.
Yeah.
And then the other piece we're looking at doing is a community framework. So how do we work with communities? How do we work with youth services in the sector, local government, other community groups and frontline services to really value add and build positive outcomes for children and young people. So that's what we're focusing on. You'd be aware that a number of the Office for Regional Youth staff are based in across New South Wales and have
Yeah.
worked more closely with community in previous iterations. So we'll be looking at that too, and how we can build on that experience and expertise as well.
Okay. Is there a time frame for the review of the grants specifically?
We're hoping to get it done as soon as possible.
Okay.
We're really aiming to be able to, by the end of the year, have a strategic plan, as I said, with all the components of the Office for Youth really outlining how we are going to be working to deliver those priorities. So that would include the grants review. So we're hopeful that the grants review will be completed by 3/4 into this year.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions for Ms McKerney. If others do, that's fine, but you might be able to get an early mark, but we'll see. I just want to move to some questions to you, Ms Pinkstone, about some Homes New South Wales programs or projects, I should say. Mission Australia and Homes New South Wales are building a 60 apartment complex next to 3 primary schools and 2 preschools in Coffs Harbour. Are you aware if a site suitability assessment was done before this, particularly because it directly adjoins the 3 schools, 2 preschools and bus stops as well?
Yeah, I mean, as part of all of the development process, we have to do a broader assessment of the local area, access to services including education and other support services, access to things like transport and public transport as part of the design process.
Okay. Will there be any consideration given, and I should just preface this is not my area of expertise, but any consideration to, I guess, the allocations to that site because it is in close proximity to schools and preschools? Some of the feedback that I've got from the community is wondering whether it might be limited to maybe people escaping domestic violence or older women, or I think they're just a bit concerned about the potential cohort and what impact that might have on the young people at school and preschool nearby. So how do you manage that sort of issue? For lack of a better
I mean, there's 2 elements of that. We have a local allocation strategy that we work on, particularly when it's high density sites, that takes into account those types of issues. And so we will be doing that for this site. The other element of it is that we often have a request to return or transfer process. So when we're redeveloping areas and we're knocking down larger dwellings to create smaller dwellings in these types of developments, we have a right to return for our tenants, and we also enable them to go back to that site if it meets their needs.
Okay.
So we will have a local allocation strategy because of the density of that site.
Yeah, and because of the proximity to the schools.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then if there are issues with sort of tenants and antisocial behaviour and things, what's the normal protocol for that? And again, particularly when it's adjacent to schools and preschools.
Look, I think we're working to improve all of those protocols. We've set up through the realignment of different functions within housing, a director of housing in each of those areas who is the person that operates public housing in that area, and also being able to escalate directly to them through the management process, as well as through me. And so I'm available. Things are escalated to me if those protocols aren't working. But we are seeing that since we've been really clear about who is responsible for an area, irrespective of whether it's a maintenance concern or a tenancy management concern, that director of housing in the area is responsible to make sure that the ongoing management of public housing is operating effectively.
And in that particular site, because you've got Homes New South Wales in a partnership, I guess, with Mission Australia, will that sort of manager be a Homes New South Wales employee?
Yeah, well, no. What we're doing is there's a protocol between the local CHPs in districts and the Director of Housing.
Okay.
So those issues are worked through, and for example, the local allocation strategy is worked through between Homes and also the CHP.
Okay.
Because we're allocating people from the register, but some of those might have been former public housing tenants.
Okay. There is, I mean, and I, as I said, I don't sort of have the full details. Some of the concerns are that perhaps some of the local community haven't been super happy with some of the decisions of Mission Australia in the past, so that's sort of where some of this concern is coming from. But there are examples, or sorry, a request really from representatives from the school and the preschool community, I think, to be able to have sort of a direct line of contact into Homes New South Wales. Is that something that would
That's
be possible?
absolutely fine, and that
Okay.
would be through me, because obviously we're also the contract manager.
Okay, fantastic. And then you can take this on notice, but could you provide how many existing private rental properties Homes New South Wales have sort of acquired in the last 3 years in regional areas? Do you have that
As
data?
part of our acquisition program, I can
Yes.
definitely get
Yeah.
that for you.
That would be great, thank you. And then just one more issue. There was housing in Newgowra as part of the flood response. My understanding is that there was some discussion with Homes New South Wales about being involved in that, but that's no longer going ahead. Do you have any information in relation to Newgowra?
Can I take that on notice and come back to you in this session? I think I do.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Back to water. I will go to you, I think, Ms. Jones. Just going to the questions, obviously, to the Minister in relation to the water projects in rural and regional communities, and I know Ms. Fairman also spoke a little bit about that this afternoon as well. I guess in terms of the smaller towns who have a limited rate base, what are some of the sort of advice to government, or how, I guess, will we be working to clear that backlog, and what are the options for those small communities? Because I know the Minister said, yes, it sits with local water utilities, but for a very long time there's also been support from state government. So how do we fix this? How do we clear that backlog?
So I'm not entirely clear what the backlog is that you're referring to, but I guess what we're doing at the moment is completing the Safe and Secure Water program, so there are committed projects there.
Yeah.
There is operational support that the department provides to local water utilities on an ongoing basis, so that's where local water utilities are having challenges with running the plant that they have. We provide that support. We are also working on a response to the Productivity Commission review about the financial viability of local water utilities, and looking at a model that might take government support forward. So a model that might replace the current grants-based program that is Safe and Secure Water program.
Okay, so the Auditor General's report, and again I think the Minister referenced this earlier, I think they projected it could be up to $1 billion of, that's sort of the backlog, that's where I'm getting that terminology from,
right, yeah.
Of the town sort of water projects, but that sort of number, I think I asked about whether there was a table or a list of that. Is that available going forward?
We know that the Safe and Secure Water program hasn't dealt with the complete list of registrations of interest, I guess, in access to funding. So we know that there is a residual unmet need. That will be at a point in time. So to actually be able to answer the question, what is the current backlog, would require us doing more work to actually understand what that would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that work that you're intending to undertake?
Not in that form. What we're intending to do is respond to the Productivity Commission review, which was looking at how you might undertake a support program for local water utilities differently. So the Productivity Commission recommended a CSO approach. We're looking at a number of ways that the government might consider providing support ongoingly to local water utilities.
So outside of the Productivity Commission's work, I think the Minister said today something about feedback that it might not be Safe and Secure Water, and that grants program might not be the best way to do it. Has that also come from sort of local water utilities as well, or is that really resting on the advice from the Productivity Commission?
So local water utilities have given feedback about how the grants program might be done differently. The Productivity Commission report actually was recommending that rather than a grants program, a CSO approach might be better. Okay. So we're looking at a range of options, and we'll bring those to government.
Yes. Do you have a time frame for that work, or is it just ongoing?
Yes. So by the middle of the year, we're looking at rebates, and by the end of the year, we'll have advice on a different model.
Okay. And so did you just say, I think there's 140 projects still on the current project list? Is that correct?
I'll just read you what the current program is.
Sure.
So there are 137 projects in delivery with 237 million committed. There are 102 projects that are completed, valued at around 537 million.
Okay.
That's under safe and secure at the moment.
Yeah, so the 137 that are still, they're currently in delivery, did
Correct.
you say? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that list, are they all publicly available somewhere, those projects and where they are?
I'll have to confirm that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we could provide
If you could
that.
take it on note, and
We
if
can
not,
provide
could you
that
provide the
information.
list of
Yeah, we
how
can.
many have been done,
Yeah.
where that's up to? That would be fantastic. Even the complete list of sort of
what's completed.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there were a lot of figures there, but I realise it might be a bit of a long one, but it'd be good to have sort of the complete list of what's been completed, what's still outstanding, and I appreciate that's from a point in time, but that would be very useful. I only have 3 seconds, so I'll wait till the next slide.
We'll go back to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the status of the department's implementation of the recommendations from the Standing Committee on Social Issues inquiry into homelessness amongst older people aged over 55 in New South Wales. I don't know if you remember that one. It was from 2022, I believe. And there were a bunch of inquiries in there. Just to refresh everyone's memory, this was an inquiry that looked into the particular factors that were leading older women to find themselves homeless, so particularly those over 55, in the context of discussions at the time over various thresholds and things for getting into different types of housing. Are we familiar with this enough for me to continue?
Yeah, look,
If I recall the report, I would be. I can only offer to take that on notice, Ms. Boyd.
Yeah. Okay. I could
Unless
ask.
you wish to supplement.
no, that's fine.
I could maybe ask some specific ones.
Miss Boyd, I just wanted to go back to the question you asked about the land audit and the breakdown between social housing and affordable housing. So across our 8 land audit sites, we're anticipating to deliver, and mind you, we haven't even gone through planning at the moment. This is based on a desktop review. 1,570 units in total, and of those 820 will be social housing and affordable housing.
Okay.
So it's 52%. And then in terms of crisis accommodation and accessibility, you're right, 5% are fully accessible in the crisis specialist home system, and about 59% of those properties also have some level of modification. So the bathroom has been modified and the kitchen, but they're not completely fully accessible.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm just going to go to some of the recommendations that were made in that report and just see if perhaps action's been taken, even if it wasn't, and sort of knowing that it was specifically in relation to this. So one of the recommendations that was supported in principle was that the New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice make publicly available more data, specifically surrounding social and priority housing waiting list data by age, gender, disability status and geographic area, number of social and affordable housing dwellings available, including a breakdown of allocations by age and gender, etc. Has there been any developments in terms of that sort of transparency over who's on the list?
I'll take that on notice. I know that we do publish all waiting list data. And it's a lot more than previously, but every single one of those criteria, I can come back and confirm that with you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just skip over a couple. Yeah, I put some of these in as supplementary. One of the recommendations the government supported in principle was streamlining application processes for housing and support services, including reviewing documentation requirements and providing easy to read supporting materials, and ensuring that the needs for applicants to repeatedly retell their story is minimised. Has there been any
We've done. I will say that there has been work to make sure that we're communicating how people get on the list, but this is a piece of work that we've committed to in the Homes for New South Wales strategy, in particular to look at how we can provide a way for people to understand where they are up on the how they apply and the different products that they're eligible for. That was one of the other recommendations, that people are unclear about all of the different products. So that is a piece of work that we're looking to deliver through the Homes for New South Wales plan, including a online interface so people can test their own eligibility and understand what's needed to apply for social housing, different social housing products.
Okay. The government supported a recommendation that the government basically provide training and education to ensure that frontline service providers have an understanding or a greater understanding of the diverse experiences of older people and homelessness, and how to appropriately interact with people seeking that assistance. Has anything been done on that, to your knowledge?
So we have incorporated the drivers of homelessness in our frontline training for our CSOs, which is underway at the moment. And another component of that is also how, in the realignment within Homes New South Wales, we've created a number of specialist teams. We're looking at the training of those teams to act as, in effect, train the trainers for public housing frontline staff as well, and providing, I suppose, the interactions with or clearer pathways into the aged care system and aged care packages to support our residents who are older that are living in public housing. So there's a number of strategies to try and improve overall the way that we train, induct staff and their understanding, and older women, and homelessness more broadly is included in that training.
Okay, thank you. And a final one on that. What is the government's plan to address the unique housing insecurity faced by older women in regional and rural New South Wales, given the even sort of sparser availability of the housing that they need?
Look, I think some of the issues and the feedback that we had when we were developing the Homes for New South Wales strategy was about how we, in some ways, future-proof the type of housing that we provide for people. We've made a commitment in terms of the new developments that we're putting in place to have those as completely accessible at a gold level, to make sure that we have that properties are fit for the future and fit for people who are ageing in place. And the other component of that is also we've been working and learning from the work that we've done on our new generation boarding house program with the Women's Housing Company. That work has informed now the design of our specifications for new builds as well, based on their experience of working with us to deliver new housing. Most of their housing is actually going to older women, so we've been learning through that process, and we'll be embedding that in our new supply program moving forward.
Thank you. I'll put the rest of those in as supplementaries. Can I turn back to data centres? And I think perhaps this is one for you, Mr. Cleary, for Sydney Water. So IPART's Sydney Water pricing assessment for 2025 to 30 was finalised before Sydney Water fully communicated the extent of its data centre infrastructure concerns. So only raising them with IPART in September 2025. Submissions for that pricing assessment have been open since November 24, and those data centres aren't exactly new, although the extent of them is increasing. So I guess why was that not communicated to IPART prior to that pricing assessment?
Well, that is the key issue, is the extent to which data centre development is now occurring has been quite rapid. So when that submission was being pulled together, yes, I mean there's currently data centres that are within our area of operation, but they are at a much smaller scale than what is now being proposed. So it actually has emerged at the scale that we are now contemplating quite quickly, and that's why it wasn't contemplated in that in the submission that Sydney Water put in as part of our current regulatory process. It is important to note that now, given the scale of development that is proposed by data centres and the information we have that's come in when they're putting applications in to connect, that we are now talking about them as being very large water users. So they will be our largest customers, and given that we are pursuing principles that the cost of providing infrastructure for them would not be borne by the broader customer base, and it wouldn't affect the level of service of the broader customer base. So that means that the cost of that infrastructure doesn't form part of those regulated prices that IPART has just determined.
So, okay, but then does that mean, like, I guess what happened mid-2025, was there a particular project that sort of tipped it over the edge and it's like, well, actually this is going to, like, what point?
So I can't give you exact timelines, but I think you need to appreciate that the pulling together of a pricing submission in itself takes substantial work and planning for us to submit in the timeframes you're talking about with the public submission processes once Sydney Water had submitted its pricing submission. So I can't give you an exact point where, and certainly take on notice when we first started to see an increase in the inquiries coming in with respect to data centres, but it is relatively recent in terms of the planning that we are doing, and that is what has changed, is the scale of the development of data centres, and the size of the data centres themselves is relatively new.
So, okay, so you made one submission to that 25 to 30 pricing assessment?
Well, so we made one submission. It's a proposed respond model. So Sydney Water puts its submission in saying here is our requirement for capital and operating expense, and then there's a public exhibition process, and then IPART determines the decision regarding our prizes. So it is our submission that they're assessing.
And at what point was the final, I guess, round of that done, where you had the opportunity to flag that there was perhaps going to be an infrastructure shortfall when it came to the water supply for data centres?
Look, it was the final determination was in September of last year. There were some supplementary submissions. I'd have to take on notice the exact dates, but I would point out that the thinking is also informed by the scale of the development that we are seeing, and the principles which I just outlined with respect to who should pay for meeting that significant projected increase in water demand, and also with a very high reliability of water demand, and therefore that is appropriately going to be dealt with by dealing directly with those proponents, and therefore not form part of the regulated prices that IPART is setting. So even with the knowledge we did have, it wasn't seen as the appropriate response to say the broader customer base should pay for it. Therefore, we give that information to IPART to determine those prices.
The City of Ryde has raised concerns about 11 data centres within the Macquarie Park Innovation District, and Sydney Water has nominated a need to duplicate at least one wastewater line due to supply constraints. What other infrastructure bottlenecks have been identified? And I guess what's the sort of timeline and funding pathway to address those?
Look, it depends obviously on where the data centres are. So and the time frame over which the data centre demands will eventuate. So I think it's important to note with the figures that we have published, and you quoted earlier about the 20 to 25% increase in demand. That's over a 10-year period, based upon the current information that we're receiving from inquiries for data centres. So it's not an immediate demand. It will obviously ramp up over time. And even data centres, so there's two variables: which data centres actually will proceed. And then when they do proceed, like most other developments, including housing developments, the demand from the beginning of that development is lower than their ultimate demand. So they're built for growth and they will expand. So, so the infrastructure provision will take place over time to meet that demand, and it depends where the data centres are. So yes, there is in many cases significant infrastructure that's required to service them, but the demand will also ramp up over time, and that infrastructure we are working with the proponents, and as the Minister outlined, our strong preference is that they would be using rainfall independent supply, preferably recycled water, and so we're working with those proponents about how we deliver that infrastructure to them, or indeed what role they play in delivering that infrastructure.
Okay, that's all useful, but in terms of identified bottlenecks, so we know there is that one in relation to the duplication of the wastewater line required.
Yeah.
What other ones have been identified?
I can't give you specifics because it depends upon the nature of there's a number of different developments. It depends upon where they are, and when we talk about bottlenecks, it is not unusual in the same way housing, new greenfield housing development comes on, that infrastructure is required to service that development. So that actually is a standard process, and we work with the proponents of that development to work out the timeframes for us to deliver infrastructure as well as the developer to deliver infrastructure they'll hand back to us to allow that development to proceed. So with development of this scale, we are, for most of these proponents, we will have to, new infrastructure will need to be delivered. That's very, very likely for the majority of these new proposals. The scale of it will depend upon exactly where they are.
So if we look at somewhere like Lane Cove, where there's going to be a clustering of data centres, what upgrades are going to be required or have already been identified as needing to be implemented in that area?
So we are working with those proponents, and it does depend upon how much of those proposals actually proceed. But we, based on our current understanding, we would look to be delivering a new recycled water facility at Camellia, and then providing a pipeline from that facility up into the Macquarie Park area to meet this medium-term demand around sort of 10 years' time, that would be fairly significant, and that's the sort of infrastructure we're talking about needing to be delivered.
What real time?
Sorry, I would also clarify there may need to be some potable water connections as well, depending upon exactly where they are, to provide water to them as well.
Okay. What real-time monitoring and reporting requirements are imposed on data centres connected to your network, and are those consumption figures publicly available?
So the consumption figures are not publicly available, no. In the way we don't make our any of our customers' consumption figures publicly available. That's private information. We aggregate it up. We are still working through real time. It would depend upon the agreement we have with the data centre provider. At the moment, we don't require real-time data on any of our water meters. That's not something that's a requirement. It's not necessary in terms of understanding the demand that a customer has.
Is there a plan to put in that sort of monitoring, just to be able to see when these data centres are using more water than might be expected in particular circumstances? I can imagine in a sort of a
so we're still working through the exact standards.
Sorry, no, you go.
We're still working through the exact, including there's work by the government around the exact standards around water efficiency and those sorts of things that data centres would need to meet, and talking to them about how they will operate. So certainly from our understanding at the moment, we don't anticipate large fluctuations in their demand on a short-term basis, and therefore the need for real-time monitoring is not something that we see as a high priority, but obviously we're continuing to explore this as the best way to service them. So it's not a priority that we're focusing on at this point in time.
So in the event of a drought or a stage 3 or 4 water restriction, what priority would data centres receive relative to residential and essential service users, and is that formally documented in any way in the operating licence or demand management plan?
So water restrictions is a matter for government. So so water restrictions policy is not something that Sydney Water Sydney Water sets, and we're still working through with government. What are the implications of data centres? How best to manage the impact of this large demand on water security? Certainly, the principle that we are working to, as I've outlined, is that not only will the demand for data centres, the costs of meeting their demand be met by the broader customer base, but also the level of service the broader customer base currently gets from the water supply system won't be degraded due to data centres. So that would include water security. So the level of water security that the region currently experiences is not made any worse by data centres. That's the principle that we're currently operating to, and working through what does that mean in terms of data centre provision. Which obviously you're right, data centres do require a very high level of reliability. And there's a broader question about the impact on how much water they're taking, and in the event of outage, how do they continue to operate while there's a potential outage in our network? So there's two issues, and that issue about an outage is also partially managed by them having on-site storage, for example. So that's something we are still working through about how is that exactly done and what's the right balance there between the managing that on site versus what other provisions are made in the network that they would have to fund to allow the reliability that they need.
Okay, so Ms Jones, are they the sorts of questions that are being considered as part of the, I understand there's like a working group between various departments on data centres. Is that
something that Infrastructure New South Wales is managing?
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Any opposition?
Yes, me. Mr. Cleary, back to the fatbergs and the debris balls, I'm going to call them this afternoon. Just the media reporting sort of that the EPA have obviously come to Sydney Water and talked about solutions, and I know what the Minister said before lunch about some of the causes, but what can you do about it, and what's sort of the immediate plan?
So I will flag, so yes, there is this build-up of oil and grease in a component of the ocean outfall infrastructure at Malabar, and in this location we can't safely access it without taking the deepwater ocean outfall offline. So that's how the infrastructure was designed back in the 1980s.
Yeah.
And clearly that's not acceptable these days. We have already removed as much oil and grease from that deposit as we can, about 50 tonnes, and we're continuing to look at other potential innovative solutions of remotely accessing it to clear out as much as possible.
Yeah.
The other thing we are looking at, our current understanding is that the way that this deposit actually creates problems is when we have rapid changes in flow rate past that piece of the tunnel. So we have implemented operational controls to minimise that happening. Now we can't stop it all of the time because there's limitations in the infrastructure. One thing I do want to point out though, that the whole issue around what is causing the debris balls to form and come back onto the beaches, there's still uncertainty. So this is clearly one of the potential causes, but we're certainly not saying this is the only cause and this is therefore the only action that we should or can take. I will note that the amount of oil and grease coming into the plant has increased substantially over the last 10 years, so by about 30%, so well in excess of population growth. So that's why source control, so working with our commercial and industrial customers and our broader community with an awareness campaign around how to safely dispose of fats and oil and greases is quite important. We are also continuing with investigations on why are the debris balls forming. So there's still some uncertainty here, and that's reflected in requirements that in a pollution reduction program on our licence that we've agreed with the EPA around the ongoing work with respect to this issue.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask, I have some questions for Mr. George too, if you want to make your way up to the table, but I'll stick with you at the moment, if I can, Mr. Cleary. Just make sure I've got the right bit of paper here. 1 second. The annual reports talk about the number of senior executives at Sydney Water more than doubling from 223 in the 21-22 financial year to 457 in the 24-25 financial year. What is the sort of reason behind that increase in executive positions?
Yeah, so I think it's important to note from a definitional perspective that picks up any positions within our organisation that are above a certain pay grade, so roughly just over $200,000. So it's not executive positions in the sense of senior executive in the organisation, so to report directly to me. It picks up a large cohort of people. The predominant reason for the increase is to manage our increased capital works program. It's to put some additional not only direct project management but also from a technical and engineering perspective. We have also made a decision to insource some services that we were getting from the external market consultants where it was more cost effective to do so. And so many of these positions are, technical, highly skilled positions that what we are paying is reflective of what's required in the marketplace to get those skills into the organisation. So they're not executives in the sense that they are running, divisions within Sydney Water. Many of them are those technical people and experienced project managers that are running programs of work that reflects the infrastructure we've got to deliver to service growth and renew our assets in Greater Sydney. So that's why there's been that growth in numbers.
Okay. And I guess in terms of, I'm not asking you to have a crystal ball, but would you imagine that those staffing levels will remain relatively consistent, or do you think that they will grow or reduce going forward?
I would expect that we would see a relatively consistent number of positions now. I think we're delivering at the moment $3 billion in capital this year, for example. So I think our numbers will be not growing to the same extent that they have, but there has been a big ramp up given the substantial increase in expenditure that we've had.
Okay. And then just to you, Mr. George, if I can now, the IPART pricing determination, did that sort of lead to or have any impact on voluntary redundancies in your staff?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you have any updated figures of how many staff took redundancy packages?
Yes. So in terms of, we ran a voluntary redundancy program. There were 218 employees who took part in that program. There were a further 22 employees that have received standard redundancies. 22 employees were declared excess, which means they're still in a, if you like, redeployment pool seeking other opportunities. So if they don't find an opportunity, they will also receive a standard redundancy. There were about 20 other employees that were in term roles where those roles were no longer required.
Do you have a breakdown, and I'm happy if you need to provide it on notice, but with those staffing roles where there were the redundancies, how many were metro and how many were regional?
Yes, I mean, I can provide the detail. Roughly 60% of those were in from our Greater Sydney area, so the balance being from regional New South Wales. But the overarching, to give you a sense, the Parramatta head office saw about 153 employees, which represents about 58% of the total. The next largest office was Dubbo with 19. Then the Warragamba Dam hub, which is a regional hub, 11 employees. Then we get to Albury, which is 9, Hunter, which is 7, and then we get into very low numbers around the rest of the state.
Okay. If you even want to provide on notice, even though I know they're low numbers, but if you're happy to give that,
sure,
that would be great. So it is about 300 roles, so that's roughly just shy of that.
It was about 282.
Yeah, okay. And then is there a breakdown of how many of those were more sort of senior management roles as well?
Yes, we can provide that
You brought that on notice, that'd be great. And then I just wanted to ask, I think in the last estimates, I wasn't on the committee at that stage, but the $300 million environmental flows project for the Hawkesbury Nepean, was that part of the $860 million in deferred capital works, or was it in addition to that?
No, so I think that $860 million that was proposed in our submission to be deferred was across Greater Sydney and our rural valley operations. Following the pricing determination, we did not receive enough revenue allowance to proceed with the environmental flows project, so at that point it was put on hold indefinitely until there's a different policy decision.
Okay, so it was sort of in response to that IPART pricing determination,
it was.
The decision to pause that. Okay. Have there been any other sort of capital works projects shelved because of the IPART decision and the revenue shortfall?
Yes, there are a large number of capital works that have been put on hold or shelved as a result.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's quite a long list.
Is that a list you could provide on notice, maybe, or a version of it?
We can certainly look at providing a version of it, yes.
Okay. Okay. We'll start with that. We'll see how we go. Thank
Okay.
you. And then just one more for you. Just in terms of the staff changes and the 280 odd positions, did any of those staff come from the areas responsible for processing water trades or water orders through, I was going to say I don't know, the online water accounting system? I don't know if I'm doing the acronym correctly, but did any come from that division?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
There may have been a small number, but broadly across our customer-facing functions, there wasn't a significant reduction in employees.
Okay, thank you. And just a couple, if I can, back to Miss Jones, and then I'll probably hand over to my colleague if there's a few minutes left. Just going back to the National Water Grid pause from the federal government, was there any indication of how New South Wales compares to other states in terms of its reliance on that National Water Grid fund?
The National Water Grid, I think, provides, I think there's about 374 million on offer. New South Wales has been successful in attracting 172 million from the National Water Grid so far. And the National Water Grid is a 50-50 contribution. So it needs to be matched by the applicant or the state. We have had a range of projects approved in 2025, and there are still 5 projects that are under active consideration by the Australian government, and those 5 projects under active consideration are seeking another 100 million in funding.
Okay. And was there any sort of feedback, or what was the process, I guess, between the Commonwealth and New South Wales in terms of the applications and that process?
The application process is quite detailed. We can provide on notice the detail of how it works.
Okay.
And the Commonwealth have, are still considering applications from the previous round. So that's the list I just mentioned.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I could add also the Safe and Secure Water Program
Yes.
projects are actually on our website. There's an
Okay.
interactive map where you can actually look on the map and see all of the projects.
And that's the website has the most up-to-date information. There's
Yes,
no
it
others
does.
other than that. Okay, I might hand over to Ms. Carter while I just check if I've missed anything, but I'll let you take this.
Certainly. I wonder, Dr. Wright, if I could come to you. So, as I understand it, in the Mental Health Act, there's a distinction between people who are mentally disordered and who are mentally ill. And so, do you have any information from the inquiries you've been making in Cumberland whether the persons who absconded from that hospital were mentally ill or mentally disordered?
I should have said at the outset, Ms. Carter, we're specifically not investigating those 2 incidents because they are going to be closely investigated by a number of other inquiries, and we are looking at the systems. I can elaborate on the differences with those types of.
But isn't there a
Act.
systems issue in relation to being able to find, and the role of the police if someone is mentally disordered or mentally ill?
Well, we can examine the systems without looking at those particular cases.
And are you examining that issue and the
yes, we
interaction
are.
with the Mental Health Act?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And so very, very specifically what we have already started conversations about is what is the process in the event that someone doesn't return from leave or absconds.
And what do you understand to be the process with the person who is mentally disordered?
With a person who's mentally disordered?
So if a person is mentally disordered, what is the requirement in the Mental Health Act?
So the process is far wider than how someone is managed under the Act, because I need to be very clear.
No, but I'm asking specifically about the Act.
It's not determined by their status under the Act. It's
is there a different requirement in terms of medical checks if somebody is mentally disordered and mentally ill under the Act?
No, there isn't. The difference.
So there's no requirement for a 24-hour check for somebody who is mentally disordered, but there is for mentally ill.
Excuse me, Chair. This is a really complex area.
Can you
we
let me
allow
finish the
Dr. Wright
question?
to finish.
Well, I've actually got a very specific question, and I don't know that Dr. Wright is engaging with the question, which is why I'm trying to be more specific about it.
What is this?
Well,
If you
the
ask me
question is,
specific question.
I'm asking, what is the requirement under the Mental Health Act for regular medical checks for someone who's mentally disordered? Is that different to somebody who's mentally ill?
You were right. So we're not talking about absconding. We're talking about
No, we're
under the
talking
Act.
about the way the Act works, yes.
Yeah. So if someone is mentally disordered, there is a requirement that they be reviewed every 24 hours.
And if that patient is not available to be reviewed every 24 hours, what happens then?
That's the if they're not able to be, so anyone who's under the as a mentally disordered person needs to be released or within 3 working days anyway. But if someone is not available to be reviewed, that could only be the case if they have absconded. Then what happens is that there is a specific risk assessment of that individual and their circumstances and a determination of what action to take.
And what are the available actions that can be taken?
Starting with ringing the person and say, please come back, because we often have contact details and they have they have phones. Escalating to contacting the next of kin, to contacting the community mental health service or other practitioners involved in that person's care, and in the event that there is a concern about the safety of that person or someone in the community, contacting the police.
And what are the factors that would trigger a concern about safety to that person or to other people in the community?
The best guide of safety. So we can't predict the future.
No,
I'm sure you know that.
Yes.
Yes. But the best guide to assessing the level of risk is past behaviour. And so if someone has a history of either harm to themselves or serious harm to others, then that would be a major cause for concern. There would still be attempts to contact them and have them return through all the lower level strategies that I talked about, but that would probably include also contacting the police.
So if a person is mentally disordered and they are, it's the morning of day 3 and they abscond, what sort of efforts are engaged in to encourage them to return?
It would be the same. If someone leaves before it's our intention for them to leave, we would go through the same process.
And to engage the police, what is necessary to be able to engage the police to ask them to locate, detain and return a person?
We need to be satisfied that there is a significant risk of harm either to the person who's absconded or to the broader community.
And so if you don't believe that there is a significant risk of harm, the police are not engaged?
That, in my opinion, is the appropriate practice. Part of our conversations with Cumberland and the management there is to understand their precise procedures, because not all facilities across the state have precisely the same procedures.
Why is that?
Because they're all individual services, and they have their own. I mean, we've got policy, but there are individual procedures with the districts, and sometimes.
In what ways would if we're talking about mentally ill people, we're talking about the same legislation. We're talking about New South Wales Health. How different are the procedures from facility to facility?
The process that I described to you is not in the legislation.
So that's the process you would hope, but you're saying it may not be in place at every mental health facility in New South Wales.
That's correct. Yes.
Right. And is anybody doing any work to ascertain exactly the processes in place at each of the different mental health facilities?
Well, I think in answer to an earlier question, I talked about the fact that we've got representatives from several different districts, and one of the advantages in that is that when this conversation came up, because it has already come up, we were able to discuss, immediately compare what happens in the different services, and it's also a matter, quite an important matter, between the leadership of the local district and the local police, because we need to be clear of when we are asking the police to be involved, that there's a sufficient level of risk to justify that, and to have the kind of relationship that we can work effectively to try and locate people.
So I think the figure the Minister gave us this morning was that there were 191 instances of a patient in a mental facility absconding during the last calendar year. If we've got roughly 4 people a week absconding from mental facilities, why hasn't this conversation come up before about what the procedures are when somebody absconds?
The conversations probably come up at a local level all the time, and I think that the concept of a risk assessment of the need to involve police to find someone or help us find someone who has absconded. That's been a conversation that we've been having with police, particularly in relation to the discussions around the Memorandum of Understanding over the last several years. So the conversations have come up, but there are times when, and this is why we take incident investigation seriously at every level. We work in very complex systems, and the staff working in those systems have many, many difficult decisions to make every day.
On notice, are you able to provide us with the list per LHD of how many people absconded each week per LHD over the last calendar year?
I can give the figures. I don't know if it's each week.
Okay.
We've certainly got we certainly do have the figures for by location of the abscondings over the course
Could you
of the
also
year.
add for so far this year as well? I know it's only March, but if you've got the January and February figures for this year,
I'll
if you've
certainly
got them.
provide what we've got.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In my last few minutes, I'm not sure if my question is for Dr. Flynn or Ms. Wood. Just following up a couple of the recommendations of this committee's inquiry into community and outpatient mental health care. Recommendation 6, which was supported in principle by government, was about relationships with non-government organisations and grants. And in response, the government talked about a New South Wales Health position paper about the charity and local community sector, and particular findings were made about grant opportunities and administrative processes. Have there been any changes made since then to improve that?
That's a good question.
It is, and I'm not aware that there is. I've got the recommendations of the committee here. I remember the discussion well, and I remember that this has come up at previous committee hearings. My recollection is that it's a whole of health issue across all grants. I don't think, and apologies, but I don't think I've got any updates on that.
Okay, thanks. And the other one I wanted to follow up was recommendation 8. So this was one that was supported in full by the government. This was about opportunities to provide mental health care outside of traditional clinical settings, and there was a list provided of some examples at the time of that government response. Obviously some time's passed now. Has there been further work to extend those sorts of programs?
I guess my response to that is that we are very keen to provide services outside of traditional settings, but we're also keen to make sure that, number one, we're providing evidence-based care, and number two, we're getting the best results with the funds that we've got from the community. I think that recommendation is based on an assumption that resources would increase, and I would say that funding of services, or certainly increasing the pie, is a matter for government and not so much the agency.
Okay, that's right. That's a disappointing answer. That's not your fault.
May I update with a couple of questions that were asked earlier by Ms. Mitchell and I think Ms. Carter, or is that?
I think that's fine at this point.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just do have a few more questions. I just don't want to lose time.
Oh, sorry.
But Could we do it at the government time? At
I don't mind you responding
I've
to
got
those
a couple
questions
of
in the last
updates
30
as well.
seconds.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I should table this. I've got the information about the Farmgate locations.
Oh
in
yeah,
FTE.
if you can provide that
We
on
can
notice,
just,
that'll be
that's fine.
Yeah.
And the other one, sorry, that came up.
Do you want me to cover Northern Beaches? We
Yes.
can also
Oh,
just
yes.
let you know.
Yeah.
So there's currently 4 mental health wards at Northern Beaches Hospital. There's no planned reductions post handover.
Okay.
There will be a meeting on the 12th of March to discuss how that service will be integrated across the district.
Thank you.
Dr. Khan, I have an update on the virtual psychiatric hub Spain year to date, if you would like.
No, it's up to them if they want to know.
Can I just have my, sorry, I've only come, there's just two
Perhaps the
specific
government
ones,
might
sorry.
ask.
Very quick specific one to you, Ms Jones. When can we anticipate the business case for the Tamworth Intervalley Pipelines and Off-River Storages project?
So that is being reviewed by Infrastructure New South Wales at the moment.
Okay.
That business case should be available after that. So,
Okay, thank you. And then just back to mental health, and again, I don't know who's best to answer some of these, but one of the issues that is raised with me a little bit from a rural and regional perspective is when largely when the police might have somebody who is having sort of a mental health episode, take them to the local hospital where there is a safe space for them to be, but you don't necessarily have nurses who have that clinical experience in mental health, and often it's just a case that that person is there for the time that they are allowed to be there under the Act, and then they're back out in the community. What are some of the measures, I guess, in place to help that, particularly in rural and regional areas where it does seem to be an increasing issue? I know it's a hard one, but
I'm happy to attempt to answer, Ms Mitchell, and I'm going to use New England as an example.
That's very handy because
so I thought that might be handy.
part of where I live and where this
yes.
is coming from.
So there is so if we took, for example, Gunnedah, a person comes to the ED and they're either brought in by ambulance or they're brought in by police. That facility, whichever clinician is on, has the capacity to seek a virtual mental health assessment from a Newcastle-based program called MECRAP. It does depend on the consumer being able to participate in a video discussion, and that's obviously not always the case. However, if that's not the case, every clinician always has access 24 hours a day to a psychiatrist on call who may say, advice from the MECRAP assessment service, this person I'm worried about, they should go to hospital, or they should go to the community team, or they should go to perhaps Lifeline, Beyond Blue, whatever it may be. If an individual is so distressed or their behaviour is such that it's really difficult to make an assessment, an on-call psychiatrist with the clinician at, for example, Gunnedah, can still make a disposition decision, which may mean, for example, that person is transported to Tamworth. What we're really trying to avoid, for the sake of the individual, for the sake of the police or ambulance, and for the sake of Gunnedah that doesn't want to be without those crews for the time it takes to go to
it happens
Tamworth
in
and back.
Moree as well. That's another
Yes,
area.
yes, I'm very familiar with Moree. What we're really trying hard to do is to avoid people being transferred to a declared facility if we can assess where they live and save everybody, most importantly that individual, a trip that they don't need. So I can accept that if you walk into the hospital you think, where are these resources? But there actually are significant resources that are available. Doesn't mean we can't do better, but there is a quite well-developed system for that scenario.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Are there any questions from the government?
Yes, just the Secretary, any final matters that you wanted to round out or seek any clarification from any other
Not from me, but
witnesses at the
Ms Pinston
table?
has a couple of minutes to
Just
clarify.
Thank you.
in relation to Ms Mitchell's inquiry about Yagara, we have decided not to proceed with Yagara. We just had a full complement of funding for the Regional Communities Program, so that one isn't proceeding. Ms McLaren Jones raised an issue around Remley Street. We only have one social housing dwelling in Remley Street under head lease. So if there are other properties to inquire about, maybe put that on notice. And just in terms of the new supply program, I said that our new supply program was gold standard, it's silver standard for our new supply program, and all of our aged dwellings meet the higher than gold standard of the senior SEP for all the aged care developments that we're putting in place.
No.
If I can provide an update on the virtual psychiatric hub spend year to date. This is July to December 2025, being the first 6 months of this financial year, 7.1 million.
Thank you.
One other minor update for Ms Mitchell on the Bloomfield site with the beds that were closed. So, as I understand, there were no patients or staff in that area. The mould was identified in November. It impacted 5 bedrooms. The area was sealed off. There were no staff or patients in that area. There was no need to utilise those beds, and if the district had organised that in the event those beds were required, they had an alternative option for them.
Thank you.
I don't suppose there's an update on the cost the New South Wales government is paying in relation to the Medicare mental health centres?
I did prepare, I got assistance preparing, which I'm very grateful for, the list of sites, which is lengthy and maybe better provided afterwards on notice.
Thank you.
The answer to the costing question, and if my memory is correct, your question, Ms Carter, was are they 50-50 funded or Commonwealth?
Well, yeah, who's paying what for
so
each?
some of them are Commonwealth only,
Right.
and some of them are 50-50 New South Wales and Commonwealth. And when it's 50-50, we purposely put the money through the local health district so that they have a stake in it and a seat at the table, and a discussion occurs around what that community needs. But some of them are entirely funded by the Commonwealth.
Well, when you provide
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cotter, we're in the government.
Prosecuting
Sorry.
questions.
Can I clarify something, if it's okay with you, Greg? So the cost of the VMOs during the psychiatrist walkout, that was taken on notice. Do you have an update on that figure, or will that just come back through?
I think we might leave it on notice.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry, I just couldn't remember if they said they'd try and come back.
I mean, this is not an opportunity to re-prosecute.
No, it's honestly just a clarification.
Yeah.
Well, Ms Carter opened it up, so. Any others?
Thank you.
Ms Carter, if you'd like, I have the information on the medical indemnity.
No, this is not an opportunity.
Oh, no, these are answers to questions taken earlier.
Yeah, that's
Greg,
right.
I think is
Oh,
what it
well.
is.
They can put them on notice. It just saves time.
Well, I think put them on notice. This is not.
They were taken on notice.
Members, the question that Mr. Donnelly asked during the government time was whether there were matters that any of the witnesses wished to place on the record for the remainder of the hearing. You've obviously still got that opportunity. There won't be any more.
No, these aren't new questions.
You can put them on notice, or you can save time in writing and tell us now. It's up to you. It's sort of your call.
I think it's wise to put on notice, so the witnesses can be deliberative in the language they answer the question.
If there are no further questions from the government member, that brings us to the end of the day. Thank you, all of you. I know it's been a very long day. We really appreciate your time to give us a
Trying to help on those ones, Rick.